Ladies and gentlemen, welcoming our participants for session 7, our summit dialogue on Asia-Pacific connectivity, and our moderator for session 7. Good morning. And ladies and gentlemen, to lead us in our dialogue on Asia-Pacific connectivity, please join me now in welcoming our moderator, our first one of the day, Mr. Peter Gonta, publisher, Berita Satu Media Holdings.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I think this is, welcome to Bali, first of all, but I think this is a very interesting session. We have here 5 gentlemen from many different backgrounds, but also different companies. We have here Frank Arpel, we have Tony Fernandez, Terry, we have, Scott Price, and, I forgot names. Hold on. And Keith Williams, okay? And different backgrounds, again, as I said, and this is probably one of the, I believe, one of the most interesting panels. But we'll start, first of all, immediately with Frank Arpel. And Frank is the chairman of DHL Express, a division of German logistic company, Deutsche Post. DHL provides international express mail services, and Deutsche Post is the world's largest logistic company operating around the world. DHL is a world market leader in sea and air mail. Originally founded in 1969, but I believe that post deliveries is now, 300 years old or so?
523.
533, and it started with shipping goods between San Francisco and Honolulu. The company expanded its service throughout the world by the late 70s. The company is primarily interested in offshore and intercontinental deliveries, but one of the competitors, FedEx, prompted their own intra-US expansion in 1983. DHL therefore started to operate internationally, and this is the most interesting part. It is operating in the Soviet Union when nobody went there at that point in time, the Eastern Bloc, Iraq, Iran, China, Vietnam, and even in North Korea. In 1998, Deutsche Post basically acquired the majority shares of DHL, and in 2001 became the sole shareholder of DHL. It is basically a supply chain operator, and Deutsche Post has different entities, subsidiaries like DHL Global Forwarding and DHL Supply Chain. The DHL Express service has ceased domestic operation, although it's still a smaller part in the United States of America. And as of February in 2009, they actually became a very small part only in the United States. Dr. Arpel, you are at the helm of the world's leading logistic company, operating at the center of global commerce. From this unique vantage point, tell us how connected is the Asia-Pacific region at this point in time? Please.
Yeah, I think, let me start in the following way, that we have analyzed now for a while the connectedness of regions and countries overall, because of course connectedness is important. And we are not talking only about trade, we are talking about exchange of people, money, information. And if you look into the world, you see that Asia is now catching up. It's still behind Europe, which is the most connected region of the world, North America, and then Asia. Asia is already the most connected region of the world with regard to trade, but not with other dimensions. Why is that important? Because if you look into the detail, you see that the most connected countries are also on the list with the highest human development index. So Most of these countries are based in Europe. One is Singapore. The leading country is the Netherlands, which is the most connected country in the world. And many of those are actually in Europe and have a very high human development index as well. So connectedness is good for prosperity, for development of countries. And Asia is doing a pretty good job in catching up, not only on trade, but also on other dimensions. I think we have to go further beyond, free trade. It's a reduction of administration burden, it's investment opportunities, it's exchange of people, it's exchange of information flows. And Asia is getting better by the day, and that's good news because, as I said, it shows how well countries are prosperous. The more open countries are, the more connected countries are, the higher they are on the Human Development Index overall, like the Netherlands or Singapore. And that's excellent news, I think, for Asia, because if Asia becomes more connected, the countries will prosper from that.
DHL, in the perspective of the global world, how big is DHL operation vis-a-vis the rest of the world? Asia Pacific.
So we have globally almost 500,000 employees. Roughly 60,000 are here. From the revenue standpoint, we have 20% of our revenues already in Asia. So that's a very important market for us already. And we are pretty confident that we can grow that share even to 30% soon. So that's the reason why I'm here as well. This market...
Growing to 30%, or is to 30%?
No, 30% of the total
by
revenue.
30%. It's 30% of your total global...
No, 20% now, but we want to grow that to 30% in the next years.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Frank. Let's go to Keith Williams, Underwriters Laboratories. Underwriters Laboratories is an independent product safety certification organization that has been testing products and writing standards for safety for more than a century, maybe even longer.
Yeah.
Underwriters Laboratories evaluates more than 19,000 types of products. It is testing equipment for fire safety, toys, Kerry, even iPads and iPods. Tell me, how do you see connectivity affecting the supply chain in the 21st century?
Oh, thank you, Peter. We see actually connectivity among consumers as having a real impact on connectivity in the supply chain around the world. And it's interesting, at this meeting, there's a lot of discussion about trade agreements, TPP and many other trade agreements. But actually, we see many times today that the consumer connectivity is driving quasi-regulatory activity much faster than governments are able to drive the same kind of activity today, because consumers are empowered with information, they're connected globally. We recently completed our third annual product mindset study, and what we're seeing is that the empowerment of consumers and the gaps between consumers and manufacturers really has the opportunity and is in fact leading the reality of quasi-regulatory changes happening more quickly. We talked about connectivity. Frank mentioned how economies are connected. 88% of the manufacturers we talked to, which was more than 1,500 manufacturers, say that global supply chain is becoming more important, and half of the manufacturers say that they expect to see an increase in the globalization of their supply chain over the next 5 years. But there are some real disconnects as well. So whereas 95% of the manufacturers that we talk to believe that product quality is very important to them, half of the consumers we talk to believe that manufacturers actually use the lowest cost materials and components that they can use to make their products. And while 90% of manufacturers believe that the environment is becoming more important, 40% of consumers believe that manufacturers are not doing enough to be environmentally sensitive in the processes that they use for manufacturing and in the products that they manufacture. And there's some real disconnects that happen between consumers and manufacturers. So 87% of the manufacturers agree that an environment is becoming more important. 30% of consumers, actually 39% of consumers, believe manufacturers are not providing enough information about human health impacts of their products. And whereas 69% of the manufacturers think environment is more important than human health impacts, 61% of consumers believe human health impact is more important than environment. So what's happening is that consumer interest is being reflected through retailers and through manufacturers to change the way that people operate their businesses, the way they source products. And it is like a regulatory impact, although it isn't driven by government. Just a couple examples. Walmart, Scott Price's company, has been a world leader in sustainability, and the decisions that Walmart has made has probably had more impact on sustainability than trade agreements or government regulation. And recently, the Safe Factories Initiative, which is driven out of the incidents that have happened with factories in Bangladesh and Pakistan and other countries, is having a greater impact on workplace safety and workplace working conditions than can be driven by trade agreements. So I think one of the interesting impacts of connectivity is that the empowerment and connectivity of consumers is driving regulatory activity faster than governments are able to drive it themselves.
Well, thank you, Keith. I just want to ask you one question specific to what you mentioned at the beginning of what you actually pondered on, is the Trans-Pacific Partnership.
Yes.
Why did you mention that? I mean, not all countries in Asia have actually agreed to this Trans-Pacific Partnership. Why did you specifically mention that?
Well, it was the first one that came to my mind, but there are so many trade agreements. It's like an alphabet soup, as you know. There's a TPP, there's many bilateral free trade agreements, there's the RCEP agreement with ASEAN and its major trading partners, there's transatlantic trade talks. All of those trade talks are moving forward in one way or another. But many times, because of consumer connectivity and the things consumers are demanding, retailers, manufacturers, consumers are moving faster than any of those trade talks are able to react.
Okay, also my last question before we continue with Scott is you're testing a lot of equipment. You're apparently playing a very important role in goods being manufactured in Asia, via Asia Pacific, being distributed to the consumer. How close are you to Terry? Are you friendly with Terry?
Well, actually today was my first chance to meet him. But Foxconn is obviously a very important client for
All right.
historically for UL.
Let's continue with Scott. The chairman of Walmart Asia. Scott Price assumed his role as president and CEO of Walmart Asia in 2009. He is responsible for the company's operation in Asia, including China, Japan, and India, as well as development of business in Asia. Scott most recently served as CEO, before he was the CEO of Walmart Asia, of Chief Executive Officer of DHL Express. So you guys know each other well, I believe. Scott also spent a decade with Coca-Cola. He didn't want me to mention the name, but Coca-Cola, a very important company, I believe. Including and assumed various roles, including country leader in Japan and as director and region manager in China. Scott serves as the chairman of the National Center for Apec, the only U.S. business association focused exclusively on facilitating American private sector input to the Apec process and Apec 21 member countries. U.S. Native, he has also an MBA degree and a Master of Arts in Asian, but he has a Master of Arts in Asian Studies from the University of Virginia. Scott, how do you see the merchandise industry? How do you see merchandising being distributed? How do you see connectivity in distributing the goods that you are basically involved in?
Thank you, Peter. Let me start by saying I love Coca-Cola, Pepsi-Cola, any cola my customers want to buy. I saw those emails coming. So in the Asia-Pacific economies, Walmart has enormous touch points of connectivity. So every week we have 245 million customers who come through our 8,000 stores and interact with our 1.8 million associates across the region. So for us, connectivity is critical. And so I think for decades we really focused upon physical connectivity, but more and more digital connectivity is becoming critical with the advent of e-com. So if I were to touch on physical connectivity, I mean, the core of the Walmart model is about everyday low price. And the machine that delivers everyday low price is about operating for less, it's buying for less, it's moving for less. That process of looking for efficiency and stripping out the inefficient connectivity is really how we operate that model. More and more digital connectivity is offering really exciting opportunities. So if I were to talk about the buying for less or offering product lines, you know, the scale and the visibility of products is becoming more and more global, which allows you to do things that are, in our mind, good for the communities. So we have a women's economic empowerment initiative whereby we offer women around the world the opportunity with their small businesses to put them online in our Walmart online markets around the world. So we have about 200 products from small women-owned businesses from about 9 countries. So again, a point of connectivity that would have been impossible 10 years ago. We support small businesses this way. Get It on the Shelf was an initiative where we offered any small business the opportunity to sell their products online at Walmart. We had 5,000 entries, and then we had about 1 million votes to pick the top 3 products, and we continue to cycle through that. So the digital world and the connectivity is allowing retailers like a Walmart to be able to offer these unique products that are quite differentiated, but importantly rely very much on connectivity. And then I think finally it's the physical environment. We recently took a majority ownership of an online retailer in China called Yihaodian, which is focused upon grocery and general merchandise in China. And Yihaodian has gone from the digital world into a digital version of the physical world. They have created 1,000 what they're called augmented reality stores. And at one of those stores, it's basically a public area. And you go into this public area, and we, in essence, through technology with your smartphone, you're in essence walking in about a 12,000 square foot store. And you can see product, and you can choose the product, you can put it in your online basket, you can pay for it, and it'll be delivered in the next day or within 2 days. So, I mean, if you're ever wandering around Beijing and you see a bunch of people doing this with their phone looking around, they're shopping at Walmart. That's sort of the progression that we're making in terms of connectivity. So for a retailer like Walmart, connecting customers with product in the most effective, most efficient, and the lowest cost manner, it's pretty critical for us moving forward to stay ahead of this type of technology.
Scott, the United States of America distributing your goods is probably a different issue than distributing your goods throughout Asia. What kind of challenges are you facing in distributing the merchandise that you are actually putting on the shelf? And my other question is, how many % of the products that you have on the shelf in Walmart Asia is coming from the Asia-Pacific region?
You know, it's a very, very good question. So first of all, I think that, you know, Walmart and the National Center for APEC and the APEC communities are very aligned in the initiatives. So one of those critical initiatives is infrastructure. So if you were to look in a country like China that grew so quickly, there's a level of fragmentation that developed in the supply chain. If you were to look at fresh, for example, or grocery, the thousands and thousands of suppliers to be able to operate a store is inherently inefficient. We're building in distribution systems to be able to centralize that. And as we centralize, we can take out costs, we can cut out the middlemen. I think that's true across all of the Asia-Pacific countries, and I think that there is a huge opportunity for the interconnectivity of the physical world through infrastructure. When it comes to the issue of local sourcing, retail is local by definition. In China, 95% of what we sell, we source out of China. And even a country like Japan, which is seen as a very, very high import nation, 70% of what we sell in Japan, we source in Japan. So the idea that the TPP, the Trans-Pacific Partnership, would offer a negative challenge, I think Prime Minister Abe is absolutely right. I think it's a huge opportunity for Japan to get itself out of this spiral of stagflation and rebuild its economy and rebuild the opportunity for its citizens, their standard of living. Even with all of that, the majority of what a retailer in Japan will sell will be sourced in Japan.
Just to be specific a little bit, you were saying thousands and thousands and thousands of products. How many thousands of products? And how is it being supplied from the Asia-Pacific region? And which country, if I may ask you, is supplying most of the products, and which is, how is it being, how do you categorize it?
Peter,
When you say
which
1,000 and
country?
1,000, 100,000, 200,000 products?
Okay, so we have roughly.
And you said thousands of suppliers, and how many thousand suppliers?
So we have about, for example, I'll use China as an example. We have about 35,000 SKUs, products, main products that are standard year-round that we're selling in China. And it depends on the category. So if you were to look at fresh, we have direct farm programs where we're dealing with tens of thousands of farmers in China to be able to consolidate through the co-ops to come into our stores. So we work with them in a different way than, for example, we would deal with a multinational whereby they have wholesalers and resellers. And what we do is we ask them to come into our distribution system. So the consolidation is taking place, 95%. In terms of what we're importing, we have about 12 countries in Apec from which we source. Some of it is going to be apparel that's coming out of South Asia, but a lot of it are differentiated products that customers want. You know, the average person in the world now expects to be able to get fruit year-round. Well, if you live in the north and it's cold, that fruit's not coming from the neighborhood, and we have to create that global supply chain to bring fruit in year-round. Chili, for example, during the off-season. So it's a complex supply chain that is becoming more and more centralized as I think many global retailers look to take cost out.
Thank you, Scott. Let's move on to Terry Gao, founder and chairman of Foxconn. Today, I actually learned something very new from Terry. While we were discussing in the holding room, Terry was talking about how the shipment of merchandise, the shipment of technology, the shipment of people, the shipment of retail goods, and Terry, as you know, is the chairman of Honhai Precision Industry, and that's basically how it started at that point in time. It's now trading at Foxconn Technology Group. It's a Taiwanese multinational electronic contract manufacturing company headquartered in Tucheng, New Taipei, Taiwan. It's also the world's largest electronic contract manufacturer measured by revenues. It produces your iPad, your iPhone, your iPod, your Kindle, PlayStation, Wii, and what have you. Foxconn has been involved in several controversies, those in the past because of the labor unions. And as we know, Apec, people, that's basically something that we really need to be looking at. Honhai Precision Industries Company Limited was founded in 1974 by Terry Gao as a manufacturer of electrical components, notably electrical connectors for computers. And also, he was one of the main manufacturers of Atari 2600. Foxconn was originally a trade name of Honhai, and a subsidiary later received the name, and this is a subsidiary that later received the name of Foxconn. Let me tell you that Foxconn is now operating in India, in Taiwan, in China, 28 factories, in Brazil, in Mexico, in the United States, in India, in Czechoslovakia, in Slovakia, or Hungary, Finland, Holland, Rome, Russia. Did I miss something out, Terry?
Japan.
And in Japan, of course, you know. Sharp, LCD, 50% owned by Foxconn. Terry, connectivity, people. You manage more than 1 million people all over the world, 1.3, 1.4 million people. You talk to each other, all different languages, what have you. Terry, how do you manage all this?
You ask, you know.
You think this is funny?
Yeah, this is my job, you know, like whole day job, okay? Yes, we are the town-based international company, okay? We are major on the electronic business manufacturers, but we are no longer just manufacturers. People call contract manufacturers. Right now we offer not just manufacturers. We offer the key components We offer the technology integration. We also offer the design. So we go to in IDM from OEM, ODM, and then IDM and RIDM. Okay, OEMs we follow the customer requirement. ODMs we design the choice, and the IDMs we innovation design manufacture. We design and then pick up, and then we use all component integration technology, show them what technologies to train. And then IDM innovations. Due to we have too many antennas, every customers or every brand names their own design, own engineering. But right now is a lot my customer or a lot right now is the contents, software, internet is a trend. Okay, so nobody want to touch the hardware. Hardware is like a hard job. Today, you had 5 people in these tables. 4 is in the service industries. I don't want to say the service industry is easy, but service is soft. Okay, we are the hard jobs. We come to manufacture site. Okay, if we want to recruit in 1.4 million engineering workers working together by different over 10 countries, 12 countries, and over 30, 40 locations based manufacturers. It's very, very challenging jobs. I never say this is easy, but I would say by different customer, different requirement, different components. So today we are connection people. Yes, in the advanced countries, we also want to put the last mile to deliver, like Walmart. Okay, Walmart is selling the product as consumer products for customer. They finished products to final user customer. We call last mile. But we do the components to consumer. Okay, especially recently the e-commerce coming. So people orders on website and then we can direct handle for customer from components. Due to too many electronic components, its pricing always up and down. Okay, like a DRAM, like all the semiconductor process, the pricing always supply chain and demand up, demand and requirement always up and down. So today the $1, tomorrow is $2, and then the day after tomorrow maybe 20 cents. So always how you can manage your inventory, how you manage your production line, how you manage in the pipeline to vendors pipeline inventory. So we use a lot information technologies, okay, to manage the track. I think the same with DHL, same with Walmart. All the information technologies is very important. Recently, the information technology put on the ICT, okay, communications. So connect people is so important. So we think, how can improve our productivities? Key is information connectivity with people, with people. People get moving, okay? Secondly, informations. If we without any kind of informations, how you can catch all your really, how you can on time, how you can on quantity and quality. So this is always, we use leverage or very strong to teams. We have over 30,000 IT engineering, okay, working day and night. So this is called information moving. And third is, if we go to logistics, supply chain, cargo moving, okay, due to pricing over up and down, okay, your inventory is today and tomorrow, pricing different, maybe phase out, okay, so your inventory sometimes, is valuable, but sometimes will become to decline the volume. So this is how can manage very low inventory, and then customer demand, customer need, you should be provide. Customer don't need, you should be stop your production line. So this is also a challenge. We go to supply chain cargo moving. And also, yes, and then technologies moving. So right now it's all electronic business. Technology moving is rapidly, okay? Like a UAL. Every time we need to send people to send a product, go to UAL to approve. Sometimes take 4 to 2 weeks to waiting list. So this for me, we production line, production lead time period, only 2 or 3 weeks. But we need waiting for UAL for 4 to 6 weeks. But safety is so important. But once, all the process, we have the very standard SOP. For every country, we need to build standards, working standards, technology standards, testing spec standards. And this all also SOP. We should be follow SOP. So this goes to technology is moving. And then finally is money moving. We go to money moving. It's just all the money, all the finance transactions. When you get a pay or you get your supply chain, so we go to supply chain finance is futures. So right now we're working for these several factories, managing all the 12 countries, over 30, 40 factories in 40 locations. So we daily information, daily management. The key is should be control. Without controls, you lost it. Okay. So connection Asia is so important. The key is these regions for us is
Connecting Asia
yes,
Pacific.
yes.
Asia Pacific.
Right,
Connecting.
right.
Terry, just in case you remember, how many factories do you run?
Around the world,
Yeah, how many? Do you know? Do you remember?
I remember, I was close to, 40.
How many?
40.
40, 40.
Yes. 40.
40 factories all around the world. What about Terry? This is a big corporation, people connecting. And may I ask you one question? When we were talking and when we were actually sitting in the holding room, I said the most difficult part is connecting to people and managing people. Now, Frank Appel didn't agree with me, and you said that connecting or managing people is actually one of the most interesting things actually in business. Is that so?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you have, if you are in the service industry and operate as many people as we operate around the world in every country of the world, you have to love people. You have to enjoy. We are actually asking every year our employees about how they feel to work for our company. We are very proud that we have improved that in the last 5 years every year. So the people are more engaged, and because if you don't love your people, then how they can provide great service to our customers, it's impossible. So that's the fun part. If I'm traveling around the world and visit the countries, and I have visited a lot of countries.
Connecting and labor is not an issue in the Asia Pacific region.
I think it's, of course there are always challenges with regard to, how you organize that, but I think our job is to energize, enable our people around the world, and if you do that, you get along as well with unions, because I think that's the only way how you really can.
And you were saying that dealing with people is actually easier than connecting and dealing with bureaucracies. You mind to repeat that?
So, I didn't say that, but somebody else said
Somebody
that.
else said that, okay.
I said it's, of course, we are, companies are very interesting anyway, because we are global, and we have full authority about what we can do. And therefore, we have a big advantage over, governments or regulators, because we have control about the things we are doing, and we can make a significant difference. So I see our role really that we are pushing connectivity around the world. For an employee, for me, in Indonesia is equally important as an employee in Germany or the US or South Africa, wherever you go. These are all people who are working hard to make our company successful, providing great service. And that is our job. What we are doing is we are creating global cultures. We are talking about the same themes around the world. And that helps because these people we employ are citizens of the respective countries. And if they see that we can do something for them, they will ask their own governments as well, why can our government not do more to open up the markets, to connect the countries more? And I think that's where our companies as global players play an important role, which, we can do more, I think, as a company to support governments to do the right stuff.
Okay, thank you, Frank. We'll come back on that particular issue. Let me now give the chance to Tony Fernandez, just in case you don't know who Tony Fernandez is. But obviously everybody does know Tony Fernandez in the region. Well, Tony Fernandez is running as is the founder of a company by the name of Air Asia Berhad, a Malaysian cost airline. And actually, if I'm not mistaken, you are a, how do you call it? Not a Tengku, right? You are a, how do you?
God.
Tony Fernandez. Not a Datu also, right? Anyway, headquartered in Jakarta now. It has been named as one of the world's best low-cost airline and is a pioneer of low-cost travel in Asia. Air Asia Group operates scheduled domestic and international flights to 78 destinations. Tony didn't agree with me. He said 90 destinations, spanning over 25 countries. Its main hub is the low-cost carrier terminal in Kuala Lumpur. It has a village in Thailand, Thai Air Asia, Indonesia Air Asia, Philippines Air Asia Japan, has hubs in Don Mueang International Airport, Soekarno-Hatta, Narita International Airport, Ninoy Aquino International Airport, and in Cebu International Airport. Air Asia operates with the lowest unit cost of available seats per kilometers of 0.023 and a passenger break-even load factor of only 52%. Pretty efficient, I believe. Has a crew productivity level that is triple that of Malaysia Airlines and achieve an average aircraft utilization rate of 13 hours a day. Tony, how do you see the development in the airline industry in Asia? A very competitive industry worldwide. How do you see the open air policy in the ASEAN region? How will it contribute to regional growth? And how do you, as Terry said, do you see the connectivity of people and the movement of passengers in this part of the world, in the Asia-Pacific region?
Thanks, Peter. Firstly, can I just make sure everyone knows that Peter Gonta is actually on the board of one of my competitors, Garuda, and CityLink. So please discount 50% of his questions.
Tony, can you get straight to the point? Thank you, Tony.
But more importantly, in our last lives, we were both in the music business, and Peter wanted to be a singer and asked me to sign him as an artist, which I promptly rejected. And that's why he's always waiting to pay me back. I think on the aviation business, we are connecting people, and we've connected ASEAN in a tremendous way. 50% of our destinations are destinations that were never served before, such as Bandung, for instance. There was never a flight into Bandung, and now we do 32 flights a day. I know Bandung because, for the Indonesians here, I used to record dangdut music there. I was the king of dangdut at one stage. And that, I think, is the huge potential we have in Asia, is the propensity to grow tremendously. AirAsia started 11 years ago with just 2 planes, and today we have 150 planes. Our first year we carried 200,000 passengers, and this year we'll carry 46 million passengers. And we've been through every calamity known to mankind. You know, we've had SARS, bird flu, tsunami, earthquakes, high oil, low oil, credit crisis, you name it, we've had it. But it shows the tremendous resilience, one of the region, and the incredible consumer power. So I think the aviation business is a very key economic driver going forward. I think connecting people and connecting economies is critical for our development going forward. I think things that will hold us back is regulation. I think airlines are super protected, and that sometimes economic development and rational thought is held back because of nationalism. And I think that's a big challenge for APEC and Asian countries going forward, that actually everyone benefits by opening up. I think infrastructure is going to be a key issue going forward in providing connectivity. We have many airports that are very, very full now. People think it's just about building terminals, etc., but it's controlling the airspace, making sure we're efficient there, making sure we have enough runways as well. But I think the future is good. I just want to end on two little stories to show how positive I am. You know, I'm thrilled we're in Bali. I think it's the greatest place in the world, and we've done very well here. We have a huge hub here as well. During the Bali bomb, you know, everyone wanted to cancel flights to Bali. And the day after the bomb, people were calling up and saying, we want to cancel, we want to go to Bali, etc. And I told my people, no, we have to continue the connectivity. We have to help the Balinese people now, because this is when they need us most. And I said, we cannot cancel a flight. We have to carry on. And so we came up with a Love Bali campaign. You know, we gave away 5,000 free seats. And I knew my Malaysian brothers very well. Put a low fare, they will risk their lives. You know, 800 ringgit to Bali, no, it's too dangerous, etc. 80 ringgit, who cares? And it's the same for SARS. During SARS, no one wanted to fly because they thought they were going to die on the aircraft. So I chopped fares by 90%, and again, my Malaysian brothers didn't let me down. Who cares about SARS if there's a low fare? So I think the resilience of Asia is very strong. I think, obviously, we have loads of people. We have, within ASEAN, there are 10 phenomenal countries, 10 huge developments. There's so much connectivity that we can provide. The key to really maximize this is for governments to be brave, not look at self-interests, and to say, what's good for my people, and open up the airspace, open up connectivity, because connectivity in air provides, one, integration of people. People get to know each other better. Obviously, tourism and small, medium enterprises benefit tremendously from opening up the economies.
How do you see the open air policy in ASEAN?
I think it's moving in the right direction, but it's got a long way to go. And I think ASEAN has to think as one. And in fact, ASEAN airlines are at a disadvantage because when China and India negotiate with ASEAN, they negotiate as one. But within the 10 countries, sometimes we negotiate as 10 countries. So I think there's still a bit to go, but we're making progress. The fact that we're in existence shows that ASEAN has made tremendous progress.
I have one last question for you, Tony. But do you give away iPads and iPhones to people?
No, we charge for everything.
Do you give away iPads in Garuda?
No. Okay, I have one last question for you, Tony. Fuel prices. There is no, what can I say? How can I say? There is, nobody knows where the fuel prices are going, where it's going up, where it's going down. Airlines are depending very much on fuel. There are rumors that AirAsia is hedging its fuel prices for the next 3 years. You said that's not true, that's gambling. Where do you see fuel prices? How do you see connectivity being affected by fuel prices?
I think you've got to build a business whatever the cost structure is. I started AirAsia, as I said, 11 years ago. Oil price was $30. Jet fuel today is $120 and has gone up as high as $150. Yet our margins have increased. You know, we have 19% margin. So we can't, you know, I might as well go to the casino to know where oil price is going. You've got to make sure that you can build a business at whatever oil price is. I am an oil bear. I think it's all those big banks in the world that are keeping oil price high. because there's plenty of it around. But the fundamental thing is whatever business you're in, you have to make sure that you can make a margin at whatever cost until Terry comes up with a new oil manufactured in one of his 40 companies, coconut oil or something, which will make it cheaper. But the reality is, I don't worry too much about the oil price. I am a bear. I think it eventually will go down because there's a tremendous amount, but we have to live with whatever the price is.
Tony, before I give questions to the floor, may I ask one of you gentlemen to give a comment on, whoever wants to make the comment, how fuel prices are going to affect connectivity distribution. By the way, Terry, you said there is one thing that I actually did not mention, the movement of money, right? That is another thing that is happening in connectivity. Banks' policies related to the movement of money and transfers of money. But any of you wanted to make comment on fuel prices, how this will impact connectivity?
Yeah, may I start? Of course, fuel price has impact on logistics costs.
If you can make the short.
Yeah, so
Frank,
I think of course, fuel price has a significant impact on logistics cost. But it's unpredictable, as you said, Peter, already, what will happen in short term. With shale gas, maybe fuel prices will even be stable or going further down. But there is something which has an important part, and our job is to reduce the landed cost for any product continuously, and we can do that. I think there are a lot of ways. If you take administration burden out of countries, you can compensate for increasing fuel prices because the processes get smoother and simpler. And I think that is what governments can watch if fuel prices are going up to keep the logistics costs, because work share is important for the emerging markets to get a fair share of the future development.
Yeah.
Thank you, Frank. I think we have another 8 or 9 minutes to go in this session. We are allowed to give 3 questions. I would start in the middle. In the center, I see Frankie and Taguh over there. And one question from the right side. Let's start with the question on the left. Please mention your name and what your question is. On the left, from my perspective, anybody there? Yes, please. Microphone. And please, can you please tell me who you're addressing the question?
Hi, Peter. My name is Tiva. I'm from Indonesia. I'm representing actually for all of Indonesia, I think. I'd like to see to Tony Fernandez. Tony, before I met you before, 2010, I think. And now, and you show yourself as an apprentice in Malaysia.
Your question, please.
My question is that managing people are so important in your company, like most companies do. But then, how do you bring that connectivity across Asia? I mean, I need to know what is your perspective on the issue to embrace more openness. Sometimes in each country they have barriers, and in regard to your company and even like a DHL, to bring that penetration to the market, and can be quite tough. And that's why what we can learn all this Apex CEO Summit, we can learn from you, something like that. That's my question.
Okay, Tony, if you can help. A second question, please. Yes, the gentleman with the glasses. I'm sorry. You don't have glasses. Both glasses. The gentleman in front with the glasses, yes. The white shirts, yes, please. Both are glasses, so whoever gets the mic first.
Okay, so my name is Gilang. I'm from Apec Voice of the Future from Indonesia. I have a question for for all of you. So
who do you want to answer the question?
So for Tony.
Tony, you're popular. It's your head. Your head. It's your head.
Okay, so my question is about how we can make the condition balance between the connectivity on Asia Pacific with the growing of the small medium enterprise in the internal country, because we know together if the connectivity is easier across Asia Pacific, there is a burden with the growing of small medium enterprise in internal country. So my question is about how you guys can make it balance. Thank you.
I think it's a very interesting question, and small and medium enterprises, your big companies, small and medium enterprises are very important towards the growth of the Asia Pacific. people like Terry, you're using small and medium enterprises to supply goods to your factory, I believe. I think a good question. Tony, 2 questions for you. Last question on the right-hand side, please. Gentleman, raise his hand over there. I'm sorry, gentleman in the back. Go ahead, stand up, please. Your name.
Okay. Thank you very much. My name is Muhammad Fadil. I'm from Indonesia. I have a question for Frank. Good morning, Frank. You know that Asian will going to have a Asian Economic Cooperation in 2015. So will the DHL will tap these opportunities in 2015? And what the issues that you're very concerned about investing in Asia during the cooperation in 2015? And one question for Tony. Tony, we know that input costs are now rising, labor costs are rising, fuel prices are rising. So how AirAsia will cope with this problem to maintain the cost flexibility to your business? Thank you.
Are you guys all in the airline industry or what? Anyway, thank you very much. Tony, you want to answer those 2 questions?
Yeah, I can't remember the first one now. I'll go with the third one. First of all, as costs are rising, we just have to look at more efficient methods of reducing cost and finding new ways of generating revenue. So part of the efficiencies come from size. As we get bigger, we have cost efficiencies and technology. Technology has been a great enabler for us. 85% of our business is now done on the internet. We believe the mobile phone is going to be a huge reducer of cost. So very soon when you fly in AirAsia, you won't require a boarding pass. You can check in on your mobile phone, etc. And then in terms of revenue, you know, we see ourselves as a mini Walmart in some ways. We have 44 million people that fly with us. When you're on the plane, you don't have a lot to do, so we're going to sell you everything on the aircraft, from iPads to DHL service to products from Walmart. I mean, that's a little bit of a joke, but not far from it. So basically, we've got to be innovative in dealing with rising cost. In terms of the small, medium enterprise, that's what I've been telling governments over and over. The growth of Asia is not through these massive companies that are on this table. They will contribute, of course. But I think we need many more entrepreneurs, many more SMEs, you know, many more. As Terry first started with a small company, now he employs 1.2 million people. And that's a phenomenal amount of people. When I walked into the room, they were all talking about how many millions of people they employed. I wanted to walk out of the room, actually. Because they were all talking about 40,000, 1 million, 300,000, etc. But I think the future of Asia and Asia Pacific is really the SMEs and creating more entrepreneurs and creating an ecosystem so that entrepreneurs can get funding and can drive ideas going forward. From AirAsia's point, we provide a low-cost alternative, a low-cost travel so that entrepreneurs can expand their business outside of their home market. And connecting secondary cities, which has been our growth, has been a key element of that. And then the first question...
I think the question was, how are you committed to participating in the development of small, medium enterprises by providing, for example, you know, very interesting low-cost cargo prices for small and medium enterprises?
We do that anyway. We're much cheaper than DHL. So come use AirAsia Cargo. I think the key is reaching out and connecting, and the internet provides us that. Secondly, on SMEs, we have 2 ways of getting ideas into our system. Most of our products, whether IT or even our hardware, has come from SMEs because we have a platform where we enable companies within ASEAN to pitch their ideas and pitch their services to us. And we have finally a social entrepreneur fund which funds many businesses in terms of, we don't really believe in charity, we believe in people helping themselves. So we provide funds for communities to develop businesses. So those are 3 ways we do that.
Well, okay, Frank, I've given you enough time to think to respond on his comment just now, but that they are cheaper than you are. But actually, there came a question also for you. Can you address or answer the question?
Yeah, so I would like to say something about SMEs as well, but you know.
Are you cheaper or more expensive? Than,
I think we create more value for money.
Oh, you create. Go ahead.
So I think, you know, let me talk, even if the question was first about, you know, opening up the markets in Asia and so on, but, you know, SMEs are an important area because SMEs are very important for the development of any region, and particularly here. You know, despite that we are representing collectively 4 million employees around the world, the SMEs will be an important part of the future of Asia. So what they struggle with are, you know, access to markets, and we can help them as a company to understand, you know, what formalities you have to fulfill to sell your product somewhere in other markets. Governments can do a fortune to reduce a burden. You know, what Keith is doing makes money for his company, but the certification in every separate country is a burden, particularly for small, medium enterprises, because they can't afford to get, you know, the certificate for all the markets. So I think we can provide reliable service because we know how to transport the products, but the governments have to do that. And that comes to, you know, open up the markets. I think ASEAN will be successful. It will head in the right direction. It will help, but that's not enough. TPP, TTIP for the US and Europe are important things. The more we, you know, and we are not talking about duties. Duties is one thing. But the administrative burden is much more, you know, we expect and we guess that you can accelerate growth much more by reducing the administrative burden on things than reducing duties. So there's a very often, you know, the guessing that duties are the burden. The real burden comes from the processes behind the customers and the countries. And I think this is where I'm very optimistic that the ASEAN agreement will work, and even beyond that, we will see more open markets, and that will help particularly the small and medium enterprises, which are creating in many countries, like in Indonesia, a lot of jobs.
Thank you, Frank. Brings me to Keith. Keith and both Scott. I mean, small and medium enterprises, people, development, the future of the Asia-Pacific region. How do you, Keith, see the development of, and your participation and your commitment to development of the small and medium enterprises? Obviously, like countries like Japan and the United States, the small and medium enterprises are going to play a very, very, very important role in the development of the economies in the Asia-Pacific. How is your commitment, your company's commitment towards technology and the small and medium enterprises?
Well, the vast majority of the customers that we do business with are, in fact, SMEs. And therefore, we actually do a lot to help educate them in terms of how to make safe product, how to access markets around the world. We help connect them into regulatory systems. And I think the point Frank made is very important, that one of the burdens we have in the world is that we have so many different systems of standards and testing and certification that, in fact, one way we could help SMEs, one way we could help connectivity, one way we could improve lives for consumers would be to work toward a system where we have harmonized standards, harmonized testing, harmonized certification. We always say one standard, one test, one mark. That would be an incredible benefit for SMEs, but it would also be an incredible benefit for consumers.
Commitment to the development of the people, per se?
Sorry?
Commitment to the development of the people in the small, medium enterprises.
Yeah, that's actually so critical, and I think one of the questions that
will you do that? Are you committed? Your
we are doing that, yes. Yeah, we definitely do that. We do training for them. We help educate them. We do a lot of training with our own people as well for internal development.
Thank you, Scott.
Yeah,
with all the products that you have, small, medium enterprises are giving the priorities.
So, you know, our job is to be the advocate for our customers. So, you know, we react to customers' requests. So there are certain categories that are scale, whether it be, you know, things like consumables, products, paper products, and these sorts of things, where there are very few small and medium enterprises. But there is a massive still number of small and medium enterprises that we deal with. A lot of it is in agriculture, et cetera. Quite honestly, we also see innovation comes from small and medium enterprises. So in our industry, we try and balance the scale and the price at a great quality with trying to be developers of innovation and create that ongoing level of innovation that continues to come through. So we're always investing in both. I see SMEs as being critical moving forward. In developing markets in particular, the vast majority of companies are SMEs. They are looking for access. They are looking for the opportunity to be able to not only get investment, but simply just get visibility in products. So I think in developing markets as well as in particular in the APEC countries, SMEs are something that require support.
Thank you, Scott. Kerry, SMEs, are you going to involve more SMEs in the manufacturing of your products?
Yes.
You will?
Yes.
That's quite an answer. Yes, he said. Gentlemen, we have 2 more minutes to go. I would like each of you, starting with Tony this time, give a little 30-second hope or presentation about how you see the Asia-Pacific region and how connectivity is going to be, what connectivity will provide to this region and how important that is. 30-second each of you, gentlemen, if you don't mind.
Well, I mean, super bullish. I mean, we've got the numbers on our side. There are 3 billion people here. There is much of it not connected. The potential for Asia-Pacific going forward with being connected is enormous. When you look at what connectivity has done in Europe and America, I think the future looks very rosy for us, and connectivity is going to play a very key part in our economic and social development.
Thank you, Tony. Kerry?
I would also encourage the APEC countries to consider the PPP models, public, private sector, and then partnerships models, and take advantage of the efficiency of the private sector to help the government to develop the regional economics.
Thank you, Terry. Scott?
Very excited about the region. If you look at the global growth in middle-class spending over the next 20 years, 80% of it will come from here. But even on top of that, there is still a lot of poverty in the region, and I think there's a lot that...
There's still a lot of poverty in the region.
There is still a lot of poverty in this region, and I think that there's a big opportunity for driving free trade, driving programs, both public and private, that can address that issue. While that burgeoning middle class improves their standard of living.
Keith?
Yeah, I would totally agree with Tony that I'm very bullish on the potential future for Asia. I think in the last 20 years...
Asia-Pacific.
Asia-Pacific. We've seen a sea change in the last 20 years in terms of connectivity within the region, and barring some unusual, unforeseen major disruption, I think it's only going to accelerate.
Thank you, Keith. Frank?
Yeah, we as a company have a very clear purpose. We are connecting people, improving their lives, and we will do our utmost to really help to make that happen in Asia. I think the future of Asia is terrific, and we will make our contribution to that, whatever it takes.
Thank you, Frank. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very proud to be able to actually moderate the session with these 5 very important leading executives of the world. A European company, Deutsche Post DHL, operating in the Asia-Pacific region. Technology, Keith, operating in the region. Walmart, one of the biggest supply chains and, if I may say, supermarkets or...
Retailers.
Retail. American in the region, one of the biggest technology companies, manufacturers in Asia, and Tony Fernandez, obviously. One of the biggest, most successful low-cost carriers in the world. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for your attention. Gentlemen, thank you very much. I'm very proud to be allowed to be your moderator. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Peter Gonta, our moderator for session 7. And that wraps up our first session of day 2. We shall move straight into our next session, Session 8.
Indonesia. Inilah momen kita. Apec CEO Summit 2013. Ajang puncak pemimpin bisnis dan ekonomi dunia. Berstrategi, berkolaborasi untuk keberhasilan Indonesia.
Untuk saya,
Untuk saya.
untuk saya, untuk saya,
Untuk kita,
untuk kita.
untuk kita semua.
Apec CEO Summit 2013.
Program and try and stick to our timing as best we can. Ladies and gentlemen, as equally as exciting as our first session of role players, let's welcome in our role players for session 8, our brainstorming on the next 5 years. Welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated as we hand over now to our moderator, Desi Anwar. Desi is a senior anchor with Metro TV.
Okay, thank you very much. Very good morning to everybody, and it's a great privilege for me to be able to moderate the next session, which is a rather important session because we will be discussing about what's next, particularly when it comes to the Asia-Pacific region. Now, we've seen in the last few years that the Apec countries, particularly the emerging markets, have actually been sort of the drivers of the global economic growth. And against the backdrops of economic and financial problems we've seen in Europe and the US, we've seen how emerging markets have actually posted growth, whereas the developed world have seen themselves being burdened down with debt. Now, however, particularly in the last few months, we can actually feel the wind changing. Something is happening. Certainly, we feel it here in Indonesia with our currency, the rupiah, weakening and the capital flowing out of the country. Something that bode of a different future. Now, we don't know exactly which way the wind is blowing, but what we do know is that we do need to be prepared for the future. And some of the questions that I will raise in this session would be, what are the major trends that we can see in the future? What must we watch out for? And more importantly, how should we prepare for the future? And I'm very happy to introduce 4 distinguished panels for this morning's session. Our first speaker, Kishore Mahbubani. Now, Kishore has written a book called The Great Convergence, and he is also the Dean of the Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy. Very good morning and welcome, Kishore. And our second speaker, all the way from Chile, Klaus Schmidt-Hebel, Professor of Economics of Catholic University of Chile and former OECD Chief Economist. Klaus, welcome. And Mark Tucker, Group Chief Executive and President of the AIA Group. And hello, Mark, there you are. And last but not least, we have Professor Jeffrey Sachs, Professor and Director of the Earth Institute, Columbia University. Now, as we are pressed for time, so let's go quickly to our first speaker. Kishore, would you like to set the scene for us? What can we expect to see in the near, middle, and long-term future? Is the prognosis gloom or doom, or do you have some kind of interesting scenarios that we can watch out for?
Desi, fortunately, I was born a Hindu, so we believe in soothsayers. So my job is to try and tell you what's coming in the next 5 to 10 years. And I've decided to divide my remarks into 3 parts. The good news, and there's a lot of good news, the challenges, and hopefully I'll suggest some solutions too. And as you said, Desi, I suppose my instructions were to try and base it on my latest book, The Great Convergence. And on the good news front, it's actually quite stunning how so many of us take this positive environment around us so naturally and take it for granted. Because actually, to just take one dimension in the issue of war and peace, what we are experiencing today in the Asia-Pacific region is nothing short of a geopolitical miracle. And why do I say it's a geopolitical miracle? Because we are about to see one of the biggest shifts in power ever seen in human history. Come 2017, and here I must thank Jeff Sachs for writing a letter to the Financial Times that pointed out that in 1980, the United States share of global GNP was 25%, and China's share was 2.2%. Come 2017, barely 3 years from 2 months from now, the United States share is going to go down from 25% to 17.6%, and China's share will rise to 18%. So in the next 5 years, for the first time in 200 years, a non-Western power will become the strongest economic power in the world. And this is a seismic shift. And yet, what do you see? Geopolitical calm. This is extremely unusual. This should not be the case. we should be seeing rising levels of tension and competition, but we don't. So this is an example of remarkable good news, which, by the way, is true globally, all across the world. The number of people dying in interstate wars is the lowest it's ever been since statistics has ever been kept. And the prospects of a major interstate war are also the lowest they've ever been. So this is a good news that we should take note of. That's on the area of war and peace. The second example of good news, of course, is in the area of poverty reduction. Now, come 2015, which is 2 years from now, we're going to assess the Millennium Development Goals. And one of the Millennium Development Goals was the halving of global poverty by 2015. And guess what? We're not just going to meet that development goal, Millennium Development Goal, the MDG, we're going to exceed it. But in this area, the global authority, again, is Jeff Sachs, so I'm sure you'll tell us more when he speaks about what a remarkable job we have done. And of course, the largest poverty reduction ever in human history has been carried out in China, where the figures vary from 600 to 700 million people being rescued from absolute poverty in the last 30 years. And the third area of good news is also quite remarkable. Again, the epicenter of that good news is right here in Asia Pacific. Because if you look at, for example, the size of the middle classes, today in Asia, from West Asia to East Asia, the total size of the middle classes is roughly about 500 million. By 2020, 6 to 7 years from now, that number is going to explode from 500 million to 1.75 billion, an increase of 3.5 times. You know, I cannot see any other period of human history where you've had such a massive upliftment of humanity as we're going to experience in the next 5 to 10 to 15 years. And by the way, the global figures for middle classes is 1.8 billion today, 3.2 billion by 2020, and 4.9 billion by 2030, which means more than half the world's population will be enjoying middle-class living standards by 2030. So the good times are coming. But there are challenges. We know there are challenges. In my book, as you know, Desi, I talk about how we are all in the same global boat, but we don't have a captain to take care of the global boat. But instead of talking about the global challenge, I want to talk about 3 specific geopolitical challenges that our region will face in the coming years. Because geopolitics, even though on this stage here, everyone sort of, seems to be very comfortable with what's happening, it is also a fact that geopolitical challenges will come. The first and the most obvious one, as I mentioned earlier, we're going to see power shift from United States to China. So far, it's been remarkably calm, but I guarantee you one thing, that despite the wonderful speeches you will hear on this stage about how well the United States and China are collaborating, there will be a mixture of both collaboration and competition. And that's very hard to handle. Where does collaboration end and where does competition begin? Managing that is a very difficult and delicate political exercise. And this is why it was such a tragedy that President Obama decided not to come here for this meeting. Because it is at meetings like this. Thank you for clapping. I thought that was a bit half-hearted at first. It is at meetings like this that history is made. And I can tell you from personal experience, I had the great privilege, personally, of attending the first APEC leaders meeting in 1993 in Blake Island. And when we went there, when we arrived on Blake Island, the atmosphere could not have been more tense, because this was just after the presidential election of 1992, where Bill Clinton said, "I will not coddle the butchers of Beijing." And in November 1993, Bill Clinton and Chiang Zemin met on Blake Island. I was there. I was in the room when they first met. And the amount of tension was palpable. But fortunately, Bill Clinton coddled Chiang Zemin. And as a result of that, by the end of the day, the APEC leaders meeting, the chemistry had changed. So this is why, frankly, even though we dismiss these APEC meetings as talk shops, actually they can achieve a lot. And this is why we should pursue these meetings. The second challenge, geopolitical challenge, of course, is China and Japan. And here I'm glad that Prime Minister Abe will be speaking on this stage immediately after us, because that's another difficult challenge. What makes it more difficult is that there's culture and history at play here. So one point I have for all of you to take away is that as you look at this region in the next 5 years, go back and read history. Because what China and Japan are going to go through now is a massive psychological readjustment, where over 100 years Japan was number 1, China was number 2, in fact number 3, number 4, but now China's number 1, Japan's number 2, and that's a painful psychological readjustment. That will happen in the next 5 to 10 years. And of course, we also have to worry, frankly, in this region about what's going to happen in the South China Sea. We've had some close shaves. Fortunately, the calmer spirits prevail, and we didn't have any incidents. But it's very clear that if we're going to achieve our goal, right, of making this the most prosperous region in the world, we have to tackle even issues like the South China Sea. So finally, all this brings me to the solutions. And here too, I want to end with good news. The good news is that in this region, and this APEC meeting reveals it to some extent, there has been an explosion of multilateralism all throughout the region. And as you know, immediately after the APEC meeting, the East Asian leaders will go to Brunei for the East Asia Summit. In addition to that, you have the ASEAN meetings, which now apparently are 1,000 meetings a year that take place in this region. Now, this explosion of multilateral meetings at the governmental level, and equally importantly in a forum like this of the APEC leaders meeting, when the business leaders talk to each other, and when the business leaders make the connectivity, and this is very fortunate, Desi, that our session here is immediately after the session on connectivity, because if you heard Frank Appel when he spoke, when he opened this session this morning, he said, listen, the record shows that the countries that open themselves up and connect themselves with the rest of the world are the countries that prosper, are the countries that bring about the best improvement in their welfare and well-being of their population. So if the businessmen can achieve this, can persuade countries to open up, then hey, the good times will continue to roll. Thank you very much.
Kishore, thank you very much for, instead of giving us a picture of gloom and doom, we can expect a sort of rosier picture. And I like the fact that, you know, in multilateral meetings like this is where history is made. So it makes our sort of discussion and these types of meetings worthwhile. And also the image that I find interesting is, in the Great Convergence, is we're all in the same boat now. Although the challenge is there are too many captains on the boat, then the boat risks not going anywhere very far. Now, let's go to you now, Klaus. After this, we've seen the peace has never been this good in the world, and we've seen, we're seeing poverty reduction and growing size of the middle class, particularly in this part of the world. What about the economic situation in the future, particularly in the developed countries where things are not looking as rosy? What are your greatest fears, and what are the main challenges we can expect?
Thanks, Daisy. Let me start with the two main conference topics of this APEC Summit, CEO Summit meeting, which are resilience and growth. My worries are more of the short and medium term than Kisho's more long-term outlook focused on the region. And they are precisely on resilience or stability on the one side and growth. The world economy faces actually two huge challenges, in my view: strengthening macro-financial resilience and stability on the one side, and raising the prospects for economic growth, at least beyond Asia, both in emerging countries and industrial countries alike. The EU, we know it from the most recent data, the OECD Economic Outlook, just starts to emerge from a double-dip recession. The US and Japan are on a weak recovery path. Industrial countries' biggest challenge is to continue this very difficult and challenging balancing act between, on the one side, supporting recovery, while on the other side, avoiding the risks of future fiscal crisis and of future inflation. And that requires very, very skillful macroeconomic and financial management. Now, some comments are due regarding to the US government shutdown. It reflects political polarization leading basically to government paralysis. And worse is to come. We know that in the next days, the debt ceiling will be reached, and the government and Congress must agree on raising the debt ceiling. And if it is not raised, this could lead to US debt default. And this unthinkable situation is really possible. The US exorbitant privilege of printing money can lead to outrageous political irresponsibility and to the scenario of US debt default, making actually Lehman Brothers and its consequences pale in comparison. The Economist, and I quote the Economist of this weekend, quote, the US is starting to look ungovernable. This is no way to run a country. Enough is enough. But the US government shutdown is just the tip of the iceberg, Daisy. Even if it's solved, and I think still it's likely it will be solved, the debt ceiling will be raised again, it's just the tip of the iceberg because according to estimates like Larry Kotlikov of Boston University, the present value of US fiscal net liabilities to current US GDP is 1,300% of US GDP. It's 13 times larger than the explicit debt, and therefore requires massive fiscal future adjustment in the next years. Another challenge regarding resilience and stability is on the financial market. It's faced by the whole world, industrial and emerging countries alike, and this is the need for deep and broad financial sector reform to address the pervasive bad incentives and negative externalities which led to the 2007-2008 financial crisis. Basel III really falls massively short of what is required. The reform agenda is pretty clear, and there is significant agreement among independent observers and academics about what has to be done, but the political will is weak to implement the required reforms, not the least because of Wall Street opposition. The second huge challenge is structural reform in support of growth. And here, the reform agenda is very wide, all over the world, ranging from trade integration, a central topic, to the APEC, Pacific Economic Consortium, the Asia-Pacific Economic Consortium, to education, from research and development, entrepreneurship, innovation, to pension reform, plus many other areas of required structural reforms. In my remaining minutes, I want to focus, Stacey, on the need for significant, deep structural pension reform. Why? Because many countries, and among the member economies of APEC is the same, differ radically regarding their retirement system arrangements. Many countries, the majority actually, have state-run pay-as-you-go defined benefit systems, while another group of countries, it's a minority, they have had an experience over decades now of the alternative regime, and this is a regime of fully funded, defined benefit, privately run pension savings and individual accounts managed by private pension fund managers. We have now, after 2-3 decades of structural pension reform, shifting from state-run pay-as-you-go systems to privately managed, fully funded schemes, we have now a significant body of post-reform experience to assess their impact, which goes well beyond providing better pensions. And what this experience, what the evidence shows us, is that shifting from a state-run pay-as-you-go system to a fully funded retirement regime, which is based on individual savings, has very significant positive effects for the functioning of labor markets, of capital markets and financial deepening. It's good for a saving and investment, and it's good for productivity and average growth. An international comparative study of the growth effects of deep pension reform after 2 decades of post-reform experience in 4 Latin American countries will be released this Thursday. And what this study will show is that average annual growth rates in these 4 Latin American countries have been raised year by year on average during the last 2 decades by 0.3 percentage points in Mexico, 0.3 percentage points in Peru, 0.4 percentage points annually in Chile, and 0.6 percentage points in Colombia. And therefore, my reading from this evidence is that deep structural reform of pay-as-you-go systems to transform them in privately managed, defined contribution, fully funded pension system can have massively significant effects which go well beyond paying higher pensions, and they're good for industrial emerging countries alike, including many APEC countries, actually a majority of APEC economies which still have state dominant state pay-as-you-go systems. This policy recommendation actually is complementary to several policy actions which were proposed by ABAC to economic leaders this July, and which are discussed exactly now in a parallel session with the political leaders attending the summit and the ABAC representatives, which refer to things like regulatory coherence across APEC economies, higher opening up our doors to migrant workers, deepening financial markets, raising infrastructure investment. These are all objectives and which are very much supported and very much reinforced by deep pension reform.
Okay, Klaus, before I go to Mark, could I just ask you quickly a couple of things that Kishore mentioned that in 2017, China's share of the economy will be the strongest, surpassing that of the US, and you mentioned that at the moment there is a US government shutdown. Now, my question is, will this have any sort of long-term, will this pose an implication to or challenge to the global economy in the future? And my second question, quickly relating to your pension funds, is what we're seeing in the developed countries at the moment is sort of negative demographic growth. We're here in the emerging markets, we always talk about the demographic dividends, but there's an aging sort of population, particularly in developed countries like Japan and Europe. And how would that impact the global economy in the future, particularly to the emerging markets?
I focus on both questions or just the second one?
We can answer this
on
very
the first
quickly
one, certainly, I think it has very serious financial implications for world financial markets. The US government shutdown, I'm optimistic, I think will be solved and addressed, even the debt ceiling thing. But then the US is on a very slow path of deteriorating fiscal balances over the next years, unless it does very important fiscal reforms, raising taxes and reorienting some of its expenditure programs. This will imperil international world financial markets very, very significantly. So the moral hazard, which is behind exorbitant privilege, can turn into a disaster if it is exploited to the limit as it seems to be exploited currently. On pension reform, there's another ticking time bomb, as it was called by the World Bank 20 years ago when they issued their first report on the need of pension reform. And this is worse in countries which are aging very quickly. And it's really bad in countries where pension systems have been exorbitantly generous, plus an aging population. The Greeces of the world are just the extreme, but the same can be said of Japan, for instance, and therefore required addressing the sooner the better.
Yeah, it's a big burden on the countries. But Mark, let's get to you. From the business point of view, the couple of things that are very positive, especially with the rising of the middle classes, particularly in the emerging markets and this part of the world, as well as the poverty reduction that would allow people to increase their spending power. Now, what kind of opportunities do you see in the sort of short, medium term in the future when it comes for businesses looking to grow?
Thanks. We see many opportunities, and I sit, I think, in Kishore's camp in terms of the good news story, particularly for Asia. Understanding there are challenges, but fundamentally a very positive direction. And I think certainly for me, sitting as an Asian-based CEO with a portfolio of 17 countries in Asia Pacific, the outlook and the future looks very bright indeed. But let me focus, as you say, on the business perspective, and I think really identifying some of the risks and giving some context to that. We see, I think, probably the dominant feature, barring accidents, which may happen, is a gradual recovery of confidence, of growth, of consumer spending, particularly in the developed markets, but I think continued stable growth in the emerging markets of Asia. We see gradual, if not grudging, recognition of the need for the surplus countries to move closer to balanced trade. And I think if you take China as an example of that, you've seen them dramatic reduction in the current account surplus since 2008, a really dramatic reduction, and we see that continuing. Other elements that I think do create opportunities, we would hope and expect to see, maybe not over the 5, but certainly 5 to 10 years, current account liberalization in China, a greater use of the RMB as a trading currency, and indeed a reserve currency, complementary, not alternative. We see some very exciting initiatives in China. The China Free Trade Zone could be remarkable, could be reminiscent of the manufacturing, the special economic zones of the 1980s. Really too early to say, but positioning is strong. We also see development of bigger, broader, deeper bond markets, which is a net positive for development, because we see countries moving away from short-term bank-centric financing. And let me give you an example of this. If we take Thailand as one example, post the 97 crisis, the longest bond effectively you could get in Thailand was 60 days. Today you can get 50 years. The curve has changed significantly, duration has extended, and the role of companies like my own company to buy, to get duration, to get length is significant. And in Thailand, again, as an example, we own 20% of all government bonds ever issued. So I think the insurance companies have a very significant and important role to play. I think Asia will continue to dominate global manufacturing based on relatively low-cost labor, but I think increasingly on educated and trained workforces, and I think that's an opportunity. The geographic activity, particularly in Southeast Asia, as we see Myanmar, we see Cambodia, we see Laos become economically integrated, and Central Asia is becoming more and more significant, particularly in the region's energy needs. I think, again, to support Klaus's point, I think the continuing low levels of state-funded welfare combined with high savings rate will lead to the take-up of private sector retirement saving schemes and clearly some massive gaps being formed there. Importantly also, again, opportunity is the acceptance of the need for investment in infrastructure. And we think infrastructure properly coordinated will lead to further integration, particularly in Southeast Asia, in transportation, in power grids, in water management. And again, that provides massive change and massive opportunity. And then there's the environment. I think continued acceptance of the environmental agenda, the use of cleaner energy, increasing the use of existing sources of energy. And for us, as I think a lot of companies, green buildings don't just make environmental sense, they make very good business sense. And that's increasingly so. And I think last but not least is the point you started with, is the emergence of mass populations coming out of the subsistence economy into the market economy. And that should create incredible opportunities. 350 million people coming into the middle classes in Asia between 2010 and 2017. Here in Indonesia, 8 to 9 million a year. That provides massive scope, massive opportunity. But I think taking into account all that's been said, clearly we are cognizant of the challenges, but the opportunity for Asia over the next 5 years and beyond remains very, very significant.
And the projection of growth, for example, like China and recently Indonesia is actually lower now. That is not spooking the business community. I mean, how do you read this trend?
I think it depends. I think clearly there's short-term volatility. Again, looking at it from a life insurance business, our perspectives are 10, 15, 20 years. The activity and the basis going forward there, the fundamentals are incredibly strong. The emerging middle classes, the urbanization, the savings rate increases, the gap in protection, the move from private sector to public sector, all of these are trends, inexorable trends that will, in our view, continue. Short term, there may be volatility, but medium, long term, it's a very powerful picture.
In terms of the sectors, you mentioned manufacturing, and a lot of the what we produce here in the emerging markets are basically resource-based, and there's this sort of desire to increase, have some kind of more value-added products. Is this the kind of things that businesses are looking into when they're looking at emerging markets, or are they quite happy to focus more on the resource base?
I think both. I think the opportunities, massive opportunities in
I'm sorry, could you speak closer to the microphone?
Yeah, massive opportunities in both. I think clearly resource has been well documented. I think in added value, what you will see is a continuation. I think you'll see more and more companies more countries move into the Hong Kong, Korea, Singapore type environment across Asia. You'll see that, and that is again moving up the added value chain.
Is the developed country sort of moving out of recession a threat to the growth of the emerging markets, do you think? Or will still continue to have the same bullishness towards this part of the world?
Well, I think the rebalancing that is taking place, the move from export to consumer-based economies, again, these are slow and steady. But I think, again, these are inexorable trends that will not change, and I think that creates the opportunity and the momentum.
Okay. Well, let's now take a discussion sort of more on the global perspective here. We've been focusing more sort of on the economic and financial situation, but the challenges ahead is far greater. And if we are all now on the same boat, but it's also on the same planet. And we've seen that one of the most shared sort of challenges that we have ahead of us is global warming and the environment, for example. Now, let's go over to you, Jeff, to see what's next in terms of the Earth perspective. All this time, we've been talking about utilizing the Earth, digging things out of the Earth. And now it looks like instead of making use of of the Earth, we have to start creating a much better planet for the future.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I hate to break the happy mood because we're nearing a state of euphoria up here, that all is good and that we are inevitably on a path of wonderful progress. It's very exciting for an American to sit in a room like this, because in the United States we just feel we're falling to pieces. So this is a happy occasion. But I do think that the real situation's more complicated than this, rather dramatically more complicated, for several reasons, but I'm going to focus on two. One is the growing environmental crisis. If you spend a day in China, in any major city, you already know through your nostrils, your eyes, and every place else, you got a real problem. Because the water, the air is so polluted that the risks to the population are really very great right now and rising. What you don't see from that, because CO2, which is also being emitted by China, is colorless and tasteless and odorless, is that the same energy system that's producing the smog and the particulates and the aerosols is now also contributing to a level of global climate change that is absolutely out of control. And of course, China's not the only one to be doing it, but it's become by far the largest emitting country in the world, with a primary energy source that is 70% or more coal-based. The problem is the following, ladies and gentlemen. We have all worked under an economic framework for 2 centuries that has held the Earth to be pretty much inexhaustible. And as long as we can mobilize good business, capital, technology, the idea is that the Earth can accommodate whatever level of development human ingenuity and organization can create. Well, we've got a problem now. The problem is that having reached the level of productivity that we have, which is now about $12,000 on average per person production for 7.2 billion people, we've actually reached the planetary boundaries. And this is so significant and so new that it is almost impossible to deal with. And so our governments don't deal with it, and our businesses don't deal with it, and our politics don't deal with it, and our discussions don't deal with it. So I'm going to deal with it for 2 minutes. This past year, we burned enough oil, coal, and gas to emit 35 billion tons of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. That raised the concentration of CO2 up to a level of 400 parts per million CO2. In other words, 400 molecules out of every million in the atmosphere is now carbon dioxide. That's up more than 30% since the Industrial Revolution began. So you say, so what? What difference could it make? Well, the last time we had 400 parts per million in the atmosphere, according to my colleagues, because I wasn't there, was 3 million years ago. So we've changed the planet in a way that the planet has not experienced for 3 million years. But we're not done yet. we continue every year to emit an increasing amount of carbon dioxide because our energy demands are insatiable. Naturally, energy is needed to produce a modern economy. And so we are at an accelerating increase of CO2, and our oil companies, and I'm sure there's some oil executives here, are part of a very technologically sophisticated industry that is getting smarter and smarter every year in finding new fossil fuel deposits. And we can congratulate you on your ingenuity, except for the fact that when we burn all of this, we're wrecking the planet at this point. This is a basic problem, because nobody wants to get off of this carousel. Everybody's running so fast to make sure that they keep ahead of the next competitor that nobody wants to slow down for a moment to say, maybe there's a different way before we completely ruin everything. So what the scientists have shown is that every time that CO2 has been at the level that it's reached now, the ocean levels have been several meters higher in the past Earth's history. Meters, not inches, not centimeters, meters. So why aren't we several meters higher? Because it takes time for the carbon to work its long-term effect. The ice sheets have to melt, the sea ice disappears, the reflectance of the planet, called the albedo, reduces so that more solar radiation is absorbed by the planet. In other words, there are feedback mechanisms. And it's not only the climate that's changing. You know, we've already made the oceans 30% more acidic than they were before the Industrial Revolution, because the CO2 in the air dissolves into the oceans. That's killing the corals, the phytoplankton, the other animals with calcareous shells, undermining the food chains in the oceans and so on. Now, this is not an insolvable issue, by the way, because solar power, wind power, nuclear power offer low carbon solutions that coal, oil, and gas do not. So there's actually a technological pathway to allow this great convergence to occur, to allow continued economic growth, and to do it in a safe way. But it would require a very, very different set of strategies and technologies from the ones we have right now. We'd have to be all driving electric vehicles, for example. We'd have to leave the coal in the ground. We'd have to decide that we're going to stop discovering new oil, but actually leave it under the ground so that it doesn't wreck the atmosphere and the oceans. Well, if you're in an oil company, I don't think you want to tell your CEO that. And if you are, you know, an emir, or if you're a president of the United States, because we're in a petro-state, you don't want to tell the president of the United States that, because where's he going to get his campaign contributions from? So we have a serious problem. I just wanted to raise the serious problem. We have to change the energy system quickly, or we're going to be grandparents to very, very unhappy grandchildren who are going to be living in a very dangerous world, not this bright world of happy middle-class safety, but a world that is absolutely going to be destabilized by famines, crop failures, water crisis, heat waves, spreading disease, rising sea levels, extreme storms. I'm sorry to break the bad news to you, but this is serious stuff. It's so serious that our politicians don't talk about it because they don't want to handle it. They don't know how to handle it. It requires a change of direction. By the way, Apec is a perfect place to discuss it, so Kishore's observation that this is a historic place is absolutely pertinent, because Apec accounts for 60% of the global CO2 emissions. So, so this is the place we have to discuss it. I really hope that humanity proves itself to be grown-ups, basically, grown-ups to take care of our children, because so far we're not doing it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not a doomsayer. All I'm doing is telling you the most recent data that are very powerful, very strong, and if you're wondering, because some people here read the Wall Street Journal, which is a science fiction newspaper, if you want to know the real science on this, the science of climate change has been around for more than 100 years. The calculations of what a doubling of CO2 would mean for the climate was first published in 1896 by the Nobel laureate Gustavus Arrhenius, not by the Nobel laureate Rupert Murdoch, who for whatever reason propounds climate nonsense and science nonsense every day. So this is real, it's serious, it's our responsibility. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jeff, and thank you for bringing our feedback firmly on the ground. Of course, it requires a drastic change in our mental models. Unfortunately, our mental models have been conditioned to think that growth is a good thing, consuming more is a good thing, having more people to buy more televisions, more cars, and is a good thing. Now, perhaps I'd like to just finish off with you, Kishore, before I throw it to the floor, because I don't want to, finish this on too much on a negative note. Can the great convergence actually come up with solutions for this really real problem that we are facing?
I'm actually very glad that Jeff has tabled this environmental issue so strongly and so forcefully at this meeting. And actually in the Great Convergence, I talk a lot about it. And I say that the global warming demonstrates one fundamental change in the human condition. In the past, when 7 billion people live in 193 separate countries, it was as though they were living in 193 separate boats, with captains and crews taking care of each boat, and rules to make sure the boats didn't collide. But today, as a result of the world shrinking and global warming illustrates this perfectly, the 7 billion people no longer live in 193 separate boats. They live in 193 separate cabins on the same boat. But the problem with this global boat is that you have captains and crews taking care of each cabin, and no captain or crew taking care of the global boat as a whole. And that's why a conference like Copenhagen, that was meant to deal with the challenges that Jeff spoke about, failed because the leaders are elected by their cabins to take care of their short-term interests of their populations, to keep on economic growth going, and not to worry about saving the planet. No, believe me, therefore the answer is obviously, in theory, the answer is going to be, hey, we need a global government. Global government will not happen. Will not happen in a lifetime, will not happen next 100 years. So what's the next best solution? The next best solution, which I speak about, Desi, is about improving global governance, which is strengthening the institutions like the United Nations that Jeff works with very closely. Unfortunately, and this is the dirty little secret I give away in my book, it's been Western policy to weaken multilateral institutions on the assumption that weak multilateral institutions are good for Western interests. But actually, when you remember that the West represents just 12% of the world's population and 88% live outside, it is now in the rational self-interest of the West to strengthen multilateral institutions. So I give you one simple example of what we can do in the next 2 years. 2 years from now, we're going to select the next Secretary General. We know it's going to be European because it's Europe's turn. Now, Europe has produced one of the most, probably the best Secretary General ever, Dag Hammarskjöld, and possibly one of the worst, say maybe Kurt Waldheim. Now, 2 years from now, Europe can make a decision. Therefore, will Europe find a Dag Hammarskjöld, and the Western group is going to work together, and put someone like Hammarskjöld up there and say, then he can be the secular pope and tell us across the world, we've got to change our policies. But if we cannot select leaders like this, then we are in trouble.
Okay, well, thank you, Kishore. And let's hope that while the captains are fighting on the same boat, that the seas are not dragging us down with global warming. Let's have questions from the floor, please. I don't know where the microphone is. I think we have time for a couple of questions. Yes, I see a hand over there. Could you just briefly identify? Yes, it's.
Oh, hello.
Yes, could you briefly identify yourself and to whom the question is addressed?
Hello, my name is Jorge Antonio Chavez, and I am from Peru, and I am with the Voices of the Future program. My question is for Ambassador Mabumani. As you have said in your books, Chinese race, Chinese growth is not an exception. China is just reclaiming the place it has had for most of the last 2,000 years. So we have seen Chinese influence in economic growth. We have seen them extending their reach and their diplomatic influence and military might. But what about the next steps of influence, which is cultural influence? Because we have seen the US having a tremendous influence because of Hollywood. I'm sure a lot of people here wanted to be either Kate Winslet or Leonardo DiCaprio in Titanic before the boat crashed. So how do you see Chinese values, Chinese culture more present over the next years to shape values, to shape lifestyles in the world?
Okay, thank you. Kishore,
Well, thank you. I'm glad you pointed out one key point I emphasize is that over the last 2,000 years, for 1,800 of the last 2,000 years, the two largest economies have always been China and India, and only is in the last 200 years that Europe took off and North America took off. But the last 200 years of world history, when you view it against the past 2,000 years of world history, have been a major historical aberration, and all historical aberrations come to a natural end. And it is inevitable that China will have the largest economy. And by the way, Justin Lin has predicted that in PPP terms, by 2030, the Chinese economy will be twice the size of the American economy. So how will China change the world? And that's exactly the question that we should be addressing in a forum like this. And I can tell you, I was asked to be the lead international consultant in Beijing at a conference on China and global governance. And we had 50 Chinese think tanks in the room. And you heard this amazing array of voices from all over China, where on the one hand, you had naturally the voices that saying, hey, we China, we've been weak for 200 years. We've been bullied by the world. Now we are strong. We can be number one, and we can do whatever we want to do. Unilateralism. But then, fortunately, and this to hearten me, there was another group of voices, actually stronger, saying, hang on a second. Why were we weak for 200 years? And why are we succeeding now? We are succeeding now because China joined the WTO. China is playing by the rules of the world. So China today, as the biggest beneficiary of the rules-based order, therefore has a vested interest in strengthening the rules-based order. Yes, it may have been created by the West, but it's a gift to China. China should work to strengthen it. So I hope that those sets of voices become the dominant voices. China formulates its views on what to do with the rest of the world. And if China does that, then I would say we possibly have good times coming despite the dire forecast of Jeff Sachs.
Thank you, Kishore. Another question, please, from this side. Yes, I see a hand over there. Could we have a microphone on this side? Yes.
Thanks, Mr. Jeffrey, for your research and the speech here. I'm from Shanghai Southbound World Service Company. As you know, in the past several years, China made a very great effort to increase energy efficiency and in fight against pollution. We invest a lot of money in the, sewage wastewater, and also we install a lot of, environment protection equipment for the power plant, and also, we are building new technology with nuclear power plant, and.
Did you go directly to your question?
Yes,
please?
Of course. Yeah, we have to go back to maybe 200 years ago, because USA consume a lot of energy and also consume a lot of you made a lot of pollution for the world in the last 100 years or 200 years. But can you tell me how much China consuming the energy, or we made how much pollution for the world in the past?
Okay, I think we've got your point here, Jeff.
Okay. I also have something to say.
Oh, okay. Could you make it quite brief, please?
Okay, because English is not my mother language, so I have to understand, and the other thing is that why USA is not willing to cooperate with China to sell its advanced technology to China. We can, if it costs, we can, fight against the pollution. Also, we can improve energy consumption. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. The United States has been completely irresponsible in its energy policy for a long time. We are dominated politically by the oil industry and the coal industry, and therefore U.S. Politics has resisted climate responsibility. And so I'm not representing the United States, believe me. Far from it. I'm only trying to explain the predicament that we have on the planet right now. I'm not pointing fingers at anybody. I'm only saying that we need a change of direction that is quite dramatic. Right now, we are emitting about 35 billion tons of CO2, as I mentioned. The best evidence is that we need to reduce that dramatically by the middle of the century to perhaps 10 to 15 billion tons, even as the world economy grows. So this means a very deep decarbonization of the energy system all over the world. This is not a matter of one country pointing a finger at another country, and least of all the United States pointing a finger at anyone else, because the US, as you rightly point out, has been historically irresponsible, and it continues to be irresponsible till today. But we need together to find a path to deep decarbonization. And this has to be a serious path, not just a rhetorical path. And even if countries adopt some new wind and solar and nuclear power, unless they stop using the fossil fuel energy, and unless our big oil industry stops developing new reserves, because we can't even safely use the reserves that have been developed of coal, oil, and gas, we're not going to make it. So I don't want to be understood at all as saying that this is China's responsibility alone, or that this is the world pointing a finger. It's only to say quantitatively, we need to change dramatically. China right now emits perhaps, I don't have the number exactly at my fingertips, but it's about 7 tons per person. And the United States emits about 17 tons per person. So the United States in per capita terms is still a far larger emitter of CO2. There's no question about it. But we all need, country by country, to reduce to something closer to 2 tons per person by the middle of the century. This means new kinds of buildings, new kinds of power plants, new kinds of transport, electric vehicles, renewable energy, and so forth. And the time is very, very short, because when you build a power plant, it lasts for half a century. And the power plants that are still being built are coal-fired. They're still emitting CO2 in massive amounts, and we have not really decisively changed the direction. We have to do this together. I also agree with you that the United States or any other country that has high technology that can be used to reduce the carbon footprint should be sharing it with China or elsewhere in the nuclear power field, for example, or in advanced computers. This is as much of a global security issue as there is, and holding back technologies that can be effectively used to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions is a self-defeating policy. So I want to agree with what you say, but only to emphasize how short a time we have for that decisive turn and for global cooperation.
Okay, thank you, Jeff. We have time for just one more very quick question. Can we have it from that side of the room, please? Is there a hand up there? Are there? Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I'm afraid we have to cut it now. I think time is up because we did start a little bit late. But I don't think I could summarize what next, but suffice to say that it depends what glasses you're looking at it from. For example, if you see it from the economic point of view, yes, there is this prospect of the middle class, the consumer class rising, the poverty reduction, and as more and more of the emerging markets becoming sort of catching up with the developed countries, yes, the picture is rosy. However, if we look at it from the environmental point of view, from the Earth point of view, things are more sort of the gloom and doom scenario. So let's hope that somehow, somewhere, we can solve this together in forums like this, where in global convergence, we can come up with a common consensus, a common ground, as opposed to different countries wanting to put forward their best interests first. I would like you to please give a big hand to our panelists. Thank you very much, Professor Jeffrey, Kishore, Klaus, and Mark. And thank you very much. I hope it's been a useful discussion. I would like to return this program to the MC. Thank you.
Desi, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, that closes out our session 8. We will be ready for session 9 at exactly 11 o'clock. So that is in about 10 minutes' time. Session 9 shall begin sharp at 11 o'clock.
ya.
Sik, hello, sik, dicoba terus, gimana? Iya itu, table-nya di situ, ini kabel nyambung ke sini. Iya, table-nya di sono, udah dipasangin table di sono, cuman nyambung lagi pakai kabel ke sininya gitu. Cik, saya ngomong terus nih, podium. Gimana podium, broadcast FOH, dicoba terus, selamat pagi. Dicoba terus, podium 2. Cik, dicoba terus, gimana? Cik. Cik di podium 2, gimana broadcast FOH, dicoba terus. Oke, yang satu ya lanjut ya. Broadcast gimana nih? Podium 2 broadcast FOH. Cik, dicoba terus. Gimana nih broadcast FOH? Dicoba terus, cik. Dicoba. Podcast aman ya, gimana FOH? Podium 2, dicoba terus. Podium 2 gimana? Cik, hello, dicoba terus. Podium 2 gimana? Dicoba terus, cik. Halo, dicoba terus. Selamat pagi, selamat siang. Podium 2 dicoba terus. Gimana? Apakah jelas? Oke ya, supaya
nyala Mas. Siap. Ini tanpa minum medik berarti nih, guys. Oke, volume udah dicek, Pra. Sana di volume, Pra.
Kang, tendang Kang. Kang Irul. Tendang wae Kang. Kang Irul. Tendang wae.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to begin session 9. Kindly take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, session 9 of the Apec CEO Summit, our keynote address on the future of Japan's economy. It's my pleasure to now welcome our moderator for session 9, Mr. Richard Adkisson, the President and CEO of Freeport-McMoRan Copper and Gold.
It is my honor and great privilege to share this stage with His Excellency Shinzo Abe, Prime Minister of Japan. The Prime Minister is certainly a man of the hour in today's world's global marketplace. With his overwhelming election in December of last year and being in office less than a year, the program that he has initiated called Abenomics. Congratulations on such a great branding, Mr. Prime Minister. Focusing on bold monetary policy, strategic fiscal policies, and structural changes to encourage private investment has caught the imagination of the people of Japan and the attention of business and government leaders around the world. And sir, I congratulate you on that. We are most pleased to have you here. This is one of the most anticipated sessions in this APEC, great APEC meeting that Pa Wisnu and his team have organized. And we're certainly looking forward to your comments. The Prime Minister was educated at Seikei University in Japan and in public policy at the University of Southern California. He's a Trojan like my oldest son. And as a company that is active in developing commodities around the world in APEC countries, over 40 years here in Indonesia and in the United States, in Peru, Chile. We provide about 15 to 20% of Japan's copper from our mines there, a major supplier of molybdenum and now cobalt from Africa. We've had great partnerships, strategic partnerships in our mines with Japanese companies in North America and Latin America, and almost 20 years ago developed with Japanese investors and operated by Mitsubishi's Indonesia's first copper smelter, PT Smelting at Gresik, where we provide all the copper used in the Indonesia economy and valuable exports to the global marketplace. Mr. Prime Minister, we look forward to your remarks.
Thank you.ウィシュヌ・パルダナー議長、リチャード・アーカンソーさん、リチャード・カーソンさん、ありがとうございました。APEC を支える CEO の皆様、大勢にこうしてお目にかかえる機会を待ち望んでおりました。この背景にあるのは、富士山でありまして、まさに日本の象徴であります。この富士山を前にして、皆様にこうしてお話しできる機会を得たことは私の喜びであります。昨年暮れに総理となって以来、私は日本経済の再生を第一、第二、第三に優先すべき課題としてひたむるに取り組んでまいりました。大胆な 金融政策、機動的な財政政策、民間投資を喚起する成長戦略という私の呼ぶ3本の矢を相次いで放ち、この頃ではようやく日本にはびこっていた停滞心理を打ち破ることができました。経済再生を著につけることができました。そして私にとっては重い決断をしてから今日で6日です。今、私には日本経済が見通しの利かない十字路を抜け、直進路へ入った生々しい実感があります。10月1日、私は明年4月4日をもって消費税の税率を 5% から 8% に上げる決断をいたしました。経済再生と財政再建は、財政健全化は両立しうる、その他に道はない、これが私の結論であります。財政の健全化を図り、国の信任を維持することは、我が国が経済再生を進めていく上で不可欠です。財政再建は私の成長戦略と車の両輪をなすものであります。同時に消費税が上がったとしても、デフレ脱却のチャンスをより確実なものとする、そのための大胆な経済対策を果断に実行していきます。その規模は5兆円。これは一過性の対策ではありません。未来への投資であります。古いビジネスモデル、事業分野、設備は集中して入れ替えが必要です。そのてこに税制を活用します。日本企業に革新を促すため、税をインセンティブとして大胆に用いる、産業の新陳代謝による成長力の強化、それが私の目指しているところです。成長戦略という名の3本目の矢を次々と放ちます。改革は待ったなし。もはや岩盤のように固まった規制を打ち破るには、強力なドリルと強い歯が必要です。自分はそのドリルの歯になるのだと申し上げてまいりました。電力や農業、医療分野で規制の改革を進め、新たなサービス、新しい産業を起こし、日本経済の活力をそこから引き出します。我が経済政策の信任はひとえに実行力にかかっているのですから、速やかに実行します。さて、この APEC CEO サミットも今日で3日目。私は残念ながら昨夜到着したばかりなのですが、皆さんはすでにこのバリ島を満喫されたことでありましょう。バリ島をはじめ、この太平洋にかつて多くの欧米人が世界最高の理想郷を見出しました。彼らは正しかった。私はこの20年以上に及ぶ APEC の歴史を振り返るとき、そう思うのです。APEC は単に貿易、投資の自由化を目指すだけの枠組みではありません。その生い立ちから自由で開かれたものでありました。拘束的ではなく、自発性を重んじ、そして何よりも皆様方ビジネス界の連携を大切にしてきた。自由でチャレンジを重んじる精神、 それこそが APEC 精神であると私は考えます。そうした精神は極めてユニークな成果を生み出してきました。例えば APEC ビジネストラベルカード、皆様もお持ちかもしれません。すべての APEC エコノミーが参加しているわけではないし、強制するものではありませんが、そこがいかにも APEC 精神です。ビジネス界の提案でも何でも、良いものがあれば、まずは可能なエコノミーからやってみる。メリットが大きければ、その輪が広がっていく。そうした APEC 精神を貫くことによって、この地域は力強く発展してきました。1990年から2010年の20年間で、域内の名目 GDP は3倍以上、域内の貿易額は6倍ほどになりました。世界人口の4割以上が集まり、発展のレベルがさまざまに異なる広いアジア太平洋地域では、そうした APEC 精神こそがより良い世界を目指す近道であったのだと思います。その APEC が昨年また世界に先駆けて新たなチャレンジを実現させました。再生可能エネルギー、水処理、リサイクル対策に用いる機器など、環境物品に対して2015年末までに関税を引き下げていくことで合意しました。環境に優しいグリーン成長をこのアジア太平洋で目指していこう、そのコンセプトに合意し、それぞれのペースで歩みを進めていく、まさに APEC ならではのチャレンジではないかと思います。IMF の予測では、2017年には2010年と比べて APEC 域内の GDP はさらに20兆ドル増えると見込まれています。2000年当時、APEC 全体の GDP がおおむね20兆ドルでしたから、その頃の APEC がこの7年間でもう一つ生まれる計算になります。その中心に活力に満ち溢れた ASEAN の国々があります。ただ、急速な成長に道路を整備し、交通インフラを充実しなければなりません。災害に強い都市を作り、廃棄物対策も不可欠です。水道も電気も必要になります。2020年までにアジア地域で8兆ドルものインフラ投資が必要になると見込まれます。私は提案したいと思います。この機会に交通で、エネルギーで世界を超越するインフラをアジア太平洋に作り上げようではありませんか。長く使用するインフラだからこそ、ライフサイクルコストを踏まえた信頼性の高いものが必要です。グリーン成長に資する環境性能の高いインフラ、何よりも安全性が確保されたインフラでなければなりません。さらにそのインフラを大きく東西に南北につないでいきましょう。そのネットワークこそが強靭なアジア太平洋を作り上げると考えます。確かにコストは低い方がいい。ただし、ただ安ければいいはいけません。そのような状況は自由でダイナミックな APEC には似合いません。世界の先端を目指して、良いものを皆で競い合い、そしてあらゆる技術やノウハウが融合する、そんな理想を追い求める姿がアジア 太平洋にはふさわしいと思います。ここで少しだけ日本の宣伝をさせてください。日本にはエネルギー不足や公害などさまざまな制約を克服しながら高度経済成長を成し遂げた経験があります。そしてそこから生まれた技術があります。私たちにはこうした経験と技術を惜しむことなく共有する意思があります。だから私は日本の経験と技術、それらを共有する意思を ASEAN の未来へ大いに役立ててもらいたいと願っています。一つの例をご紹介しましょう。ここインドネシアでは急速な成長に合わせて電力需要が10年間でおおむね2倍に伸びると予想されています。これに応じるため、インドネシアの石炭を使って文字通り世界最高の火力発電所を作ろうとするプロジェクトが中部ジャワ州で進んでいます。世界発電量の4割を担う石炭火力発電、この技術で日本には皆さんに使っていただけるものがあります。高温で石炭を燃焼する超臨界圧という技術によって日本の発電所では世界の平均を 10% 近く上回る 43% の燃焼効率を実現しています。さらに長期にわたって運転しても効率がほとんど下がらないのが日本の技術の特徴です。ちなみに世界の石炭火力発電所をこの技術で置き換えることができれば、地球温暖化問題への対応は大きく前進することでしょう。私たちはその技術をインドネシアに持ってきます。世界最高レベル100万キロワット級石炭火力発電所を2基、総事業費40億ドルで建設し、25年間にわたる長期の売買契約を結びました。信頼性ある技術を持っているからこそできることです。ここにインドネシア最大のエネルギー総合企業であるアダロ社の力が加わります。国内最大の炭鉱を所有するアダロ社が現地で石炭の安定的な調達を担います。日本の技術とインドネシアのアダロ社の現地の知見、ここに外部からの資金が合わさる、総力を結集することで世界最先端のプロジェクトが実現します。企業の皆さんの国でこれから進むであろうインフラ整備や都市開発、日本は技術と経験で貢献する意思があります。そのパートナーは現地に根を張っている皆さんです。一緒にやりましょう。そして投資家の皆さん、ここに投資のチャンスがあります。Apec精神のもとに地域の技術、知恵、資金を結集することで世界最先端のインフラづくりを進めます。そのことが地域の人々の生活水準を押し上げることでプログレスに寄与し、Apec地域全体にプロスペリティをもたらすに違いありません。その先には経済的な相互依存を深め、切っても切れない関係が強まります。ピースの基盤も生まれてくると考えています。Apec精神の先にあるこの3つの P、かつて西洋人たちがバリに見た The Last Paradise を実現するポテンシャルが Apec にはある。私はそう信じます。共に進歩し、繁栄する、そのための土俵づくりこそが TPP であり、RCEP であると考えます。その先にある FTAF は、もはや絵物語ではありません。APEC が築き上げた歴史と成功は、私たちを勇気づけてくれます。私はアジア太平洋からインド洋へ広がるシースケープを今世紀の富の帯同と見ています。人や物が自由に行き交い、融合し、新たな価値を生み出す地域、アジア太平洋には想像力に満ち溢れた豊かな市場が日に日に姿を現しています。日本は APEC エコノミーと深く結び合いながら、うねりをもっと前へ進めるのに力を惜しまない覚悟です。私の推し進める外交安全保障の外交安保の政策課題とは、これと全く同じだということを述べて締めくくりにします。私は規範に基づく国際社会のルールを重んじ、人類社会が獲得した基本的価値を共にする国々の一員として、国際協調の下で世界に平和と安定をもたらす積極的貢献者であろうとしています。アジア太平洋からインド洋へとつながる広々とした繁栄する経済を作ろうとする日本は、外交安全保障でもこの地域をルールに基づく自由で風通しのいい場所にしようとしています。同じ意欲の異なる表現に過ぎない両方の道を日本は進もうとしています。皆さんと共にその道を歩んでいきたいと考えております。ご清聴ありがとうございました。Thank you very much.
Mr. Prime Minister, thank you. And Mr. Atkinson will now join the Prime Minister on stage to moderate the Q&A session.
To organize the brief question and answer session, I get to ask one question. That's what I get for doing this. And then there will be two questions we can take from the audience. Mr. Prime Minister, I'm going to ask something that really relates to our company. This year, the United States will become #1 in the world in combined production of oil and natural gas. Remarkable change. Our company and others are developing natural gas resources and the means to export those to users such as Japan. So my question would be your outlook for bringing natural gas from the United States to Japan. So we will now take two questions from the audience, and then the Prime Minister will answer all three questions afterwards. So we have one question I see right up here.
Konnichiwa, Yoshinaga Megumi to moushimasu. It's a great honor to be here and participating in this APEC meeting. My name is Megumi Yoshinaga. I come from Waseda University in Tokyo. Konnichiwa, Yoshinaga Megumi to moushimasu. I have one question to ask you is toward the Tokyo Olympic. What do you expect the youth to do? Like I really want to contribute my humble effort to the Tokyo Olympic. I hope I can get some advices from you. ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much. And I'm glad you asked a question about the Olympics. Congratulations on Tokyo's getting to host the 2020 Olympics. Very exciting. One more question, please. Let's see. Back here.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson, and Ohayou gozaimasu, Ambe-san. I have questions for you. First is, according to Kyodo News Agency, the Japan's Consumer Confidence Index dropped to minus 42.1 in September, a record low. Under such circumstances, do you think you can still reach the inflation target of 2% if you raise the consumption tax now? And my second question is, how do you think the structural reform you launched will work out, or what can we expect from that? 以上です。ありがとうございます。Thank you.
Thank you for your question. So, Mr. Prime Minister.
まず、シェールガス革命の中において、世界のエネルギー分布、状況は大きく変わっていくと思います。そこで、米国の、天然ガスについてでありますが、今年の2月にオバマ大統領と、首脳会談を行いまして、日本へのこの天然ガスの輸入についてですね、進めていこうということでお話をさせていただき、オバマ大統領も同盟国である日本、そして TPP のメンバーとして共に新しいルールを作っていこうとする日本に対して協力をしていくという約束をいただきました。ですから今後、米国から安定的で、そして競争的な価格で LNG をですね、供給していただけると、こう期待をしているところであります。もちろんこれから日本の課題はこうしたエネルギーの供給国を多角化していくことであろうと、こう思うところでございます。そして2020年の東京オリンピック、今日この会場におられる多くの方々、Apec の国々の皆様にも、この東京オリンピック、応援をしていただいたこと、改めて感謝申し上げたいと、こう思います。そこで、このオリンピックをどのようなオリンピックにしたいかということであります。先のオリンピックが行われた1964年のオリンピック、私はまだ10歳の少年でありました。世界からアスリートがやってきて、日本が世界に注目される、子供ながらに興奮をいたしました。同時にスポーツの素晴らしさ、このフェアプレー、そしてオリンピック精神、みんなそれに感動をしました。そして日本の若者はまるで雷に打たれたように、次の年からまさにこのオリンピック精神にのっとって世界の国々に出かけていって、スポーツの指導者になったり、あるいは子どもたちにさまざまな指導をする、そういう活動を始めました。つまり私たちは先般ブエノスアイレスで訴えたことは、日本こそ世界にこのオリンピック精神を訴えることができると申し上げました。スポーツ・フォー・トゥモローという我々は計画を進めていきます。途上国も含めて多くの国々にこうしたスポーツインストラクター、あるいは先生を送って少年たちと共に夢を育んでいきたいと、このように思っています。そしてもう一点は、2年前東日本大震災という大変な災害が日本を襲いました。その後多くの人々、Apec の国々をはじめて多くの国々に日本は助けていただいたわけであります。私が被災地を訪れたときに、ある少年と会いました。その少年は外国の選手からもらったサッカーボールを私に自慢そうに見せて、これは私の大切な宝物なんですよと私に自慢をしました。このボールはまさにこの少年にとってはただのボールではなくて、そしてただの宝物ではなくて、彼にとっては夢なんだろうなと、こう思います。まさに世界の皆さんから応援をしていただいた、この オリンピックにおいて、立派に日本は復興したんだということを示すことで恩返しもしていきたいと、こう思うところであります。先ほど、質問していただいためぐみさんもですね、この精神にのっとって、ぜひ今日からこの気持ちで7年後のオリンピック手伝ってもらいたいと思います。そして、最後に、今私たちが進めている経済政策、来年、消費税を 3% 上げることを決めましたが、果たしてデフレから脱却できるのかということであります。我々は15年間、デフレ経済の中で経済は低迷をしていました。これほど長い期間、デフレ経済の中にあった国がデフレから脱却することはそう簡単なことではないと私は理解をしています。だからこそ、この3本の矢でもって、このデフレから脱却をしようと思います。確かに、日本を覆っていた暗い空気は一変しました。そして、インフレについて言えばですね、やっと今 0.7、プラスになったと言ってもいいと思います。GDP においては、1月3月がプラス 4.1%、そして4月6月がプラス 3.8%、経済は成長しました。昨年の7月9月はマイナス 3.5% でありますから、大きく変わったのは事実であります。日本銀行はしっかりと 2% の目標に向けて、次元の違う金融緩和策を進めていきます。そして我々も来年、消費税引き上げによって経済が落ち込まないように、先ほど申し上げましたような対策を打っていきます。また企業が投資をしていくための大胆な投資減税も行いますし、そして構造改革、これは日本を世界で一番企業が活動しやすい国にしていく、私の構造改革の目標の一つがそれであります。例えば構造改革特区、国が戦略的に東京や大阪に特区を作って、インドネシアからApecの国からどんどん投資が入りやすい、そしてそこで働く外国の人々が働きやすい街を作っていきますから、どうか期待をしていただきたいと思います。
We all wish we had more time for questions because there are just many things that we would like to hear the Prime Minister's views on. I did note, Mr. Prime Minister, that with respect to natural gas in your remarks, you said cheaper is not always better. And second, the world congratulates you on your policies about bringing women into the workforce. We're all working to provide opportunities for women around the world today. And I particularly like you're talking about providing work opportunities for older workers. That's important to me. And I'd just like to close to say, as I was thinking about your presence here today, in my view, for business leaders and for government leaders, there's two things that leaders can provide for people. One is vision, and two is optimism. And that's what you're doing for your country. Thank you so much.
And that brings to a close our session 9 on the future of Japan's economy. Ladies and gentlemen, straight into session 10. We shall change out the room in a couple of minutes' time, and then we shall prepare for the arrival of our Prime Minister and our President Our two speakers coming up next in our conversation on investment in infrastructure and human capital. Tenth session, and we're now awaiting the arrival of the Prime Minister of Malaysia and the President of Mexico. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of Mexico will be speaking in Spanish, so you will need to prepare for that if you need a translation. That will be on channel 0. And please be seated. For the translation from Spanish to English, that'll be on channel 0 on your simultaneous interpretation headsets. Ladies and gentlemen, the arrival of the Prime Minister of Malaysia and the President of Mexico. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our 10th session. Our conversation on investment in infrastructure and human capital. We have with us two highly distinguished speakers. And to introduce our speakers, please join me now in welcoming Mr. Anindya Bakri, the Vice Chair of the Apec CEO Summit 2013, the CEO of Bakri Global.
Delegates, selamat pagi and buenos dias. I'm certain the Honorable Malaysian Prime Minister, Datuk Seri Najib Tun Razak, will understand my greeting. We speak the same lingo, coming from the same kampung or village. I hope the Honorable Señor Presidente Enrique Peña Nieto can understand my mangled greetings in Spanish. All said, we may not be in the same kampung or village, but we believe we are all part of the same global village called Apec. I have the distinct honor to welcome both of you to the APEC CEO Summit. And allow me to say this, Prime Minister Datuk Najib and President Nieto have a clear demonstration of championing reform in their countries through economic resilience. Datuk Najib is implementing a major economic transformation that is opening up the Malaysian economy. There is now domestic and foreign investments in a wide range of services and infrastructure that were once considered government domain. This program underscores quality and efficiency. It also includes key performance indicators to ensure the government builds a better business environment. President Nieto has begun $316 billion infrastructure plan over the next 6 years to transform the Mexican economy. He has also taken on the challenging task of reforming the education sector. There is a major role for businessmen and foreign investors in this reform agenda, as his government pursues deregulation policies and removing bottlenecks that stifle growth. Mr. Prime Minister, Senor Presidente, it is great pleasure to welcome both of you to Indonesia and to this summit. Diane, all yours.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I was told to say selamat siang. Selamat siang, bapak-bapak dan ibu-ibu. Is that right? And bienvenido y gracias, señor presidente Peña Nieto, por tomar el tiempo para algunas preguntas. Lo siento, yo no hablo español. Terima kasih Dato Sri Najib sudah hadir pada siang hari ini. And I was told that by somebody in Jakarta who said that Malay is derived from Bahasa Indonesia. Is that right? Or the other way around?
Yeah. We won't go down that line.
So it's a great honor to interview both of you, and we are actually going to start alphabetically. And so I'm going to ask Prime Minister Najib, since we're talking about resilience, one of the questions is always, since you're both reformers, the political capital that you have right now. Talk about how you're using it, and talk about, do you feel you have a lot of political capital at this point? I mean that in a good way.
Thank you, Dan, and thank you for those few words in Bahasa. It's excellent. In terms of where we're heading in Malaysia, it's on the back of pretty good support at home, because we just gone through our general elections, and we have strong mandate from the people to govern and to take this country forward. We believe in change, but change from within. Change that is managed change, rather than something would be too drastic and the outcome is questionable. I think people get seduced by the term change and reform without thinking of what's going to be the outcome, actually. So what we tell our people is that within the present structure that we have, present system and structure that we have, although we are basically the same people, but what is important is that we're committed to reform and change, and you are more or less assured of the outcome, rather than trying something new in a very drastic way, as happened in some countries, where what has been promised has not materialized.
So your concern is that you want to be sure that it is it instability that was the concerns? I know people are pushing, obviously, for more drastic measures, but what is it that you think is the problem with doing that?
I like to see change that's assured. I like to see change that is on the basis of stability. Some of the things we're doing, we should be continue. We should continue. So it's continuity and change at the same time. It's important to realize the ultimate goal that we want to achieve. We have Vision 2020 Malaysia, which is to become a fully developed high-income nation by the year 2020. And we have also come up with an economic transformation plan, which is based on our new economic model. So we know the what part, we also know the how part. But the question now is to make it happen.
That's the challenge that we're facing in the light of weakening external global economy. Diane, if we have a strong, robust external economy, we'd have less problems. But we need to build domestic resilience, strong domestic demand, because we have to, in a way, compensate for the weakening external economy.
So let me turn to President Peña Nieto, because you have taken some bold reforms, and especially in the energy sector. Talk about why you feel that's important right now, and you've not had the public necessarily comfortable with some of it. To what extent do you think you may have to adapt your vision to the political realities?
Muchísimas gracias y además agradeciendo la bienvenida que me diera esta participación en español. Lo primero que debo decir es México es un país que ha evolucionado políticamente, que ha venido consolidando su democracia y que eso nos hace ser un país plural, diverso, con diferencias entre distintos sectores de la población, pero también entendiendo muy bien que parte de la evolución política y democrática que México ha experimentado ha llevado a que las principales fuerzas políticas del país y el gobierno que encabezo podamos establecer una agenda de trabajo que nos está permitiendo hacer importantes cambios estructurales. Y me refiero a aquellos ajustes que México demandaba de hacía ya tiempo, precisamente para demostrar que en democracia puede haber resultados, puede haber atención a las necesidades que tiene y plantea la población, que se pueda avanzar y se puede estar en la ruta del crecimiento económico y del desarrollo social. Y eso nos ha llevado, insisto, a establecer una agenda de trabajo, y son varios los cambios estructurales que han tenido ya lugar. Y faltan algunos otros temas que ahora ya se están debatiendo en el Congreso. Todas estas reformas tienen por objetivo que México pueda tener un mayor crecimiento económico en los próximos años, pueda acelerar su dinámica económica. México en los últimos 10 años ha venido creciendo, sin embargo, a tasas que son insuficientes para realmente asegurar los niveles de empleo que la población demanda y sobre todo para crecer socialmente o lograr un desarrollo social que abra mayores oportunidades a toda la población. Me permito anunciar, porque seguramente será tema durante la conversación que tengamos en este panel, pero ¿cuáles son las principales reformas que hasta ahora se han logrado en México y que precisamente están orientadas a que México tenga mayor crecimiento económico en un entorno internacional marcado por crisis económica, por bajo crecimiento entre los principales países o los de mayor desarrollo, que incluso varios de ellos han tenido que ajustar, como ha ocurrido con México, su pronóstico de crecimiento para este año? Prácticamente todos han ajustado su crecimiento a tasas menores. Y esto, sin duda, nos impone un mayor reto y desafío. Pero quiero referirme a cuáles son las principales reformas que ya se han materializado en México. Primero, hay una reforma laboral para flexibilizar el mercado laboral, para facilitar la incorporación especialmente de mujeres y de jóvenes a un primer trabajo. Una reforma educativa que nos permita asegurar calidad en la educación y con ello la formación de capital humano, que es fundamental para la productividad y competitividad del país. Una reforma del sector de telecomunicaciones. Todas estas son reformas de orden constitucional que, como seguramente pasa en cualquier país, el proceso es mucho más complejo que el de una aprobación legal de carácter secundario, de reforma simplemente a cualquier ley. Se ha logrado una reforma constitucional en materia de telecomunicaciones para abrir la competencia en este sector y para ofrecer a la población mejores servicios en materia de telecomunicaciones, en telefonía, en servicios de banda ancha, en telefonía. También se ha hecho una reforma constitucional en materia de competencia económica para combatir de manera más eficaz las prácticas monopólicas y asegurar mayor competencia en el país. Una reforma financiera que está hoy en debate en el Congreso. Voy a concluir ya. Una reforma financiera para asegurar mayor crédito entre la población. Una reforma energética de la que seguramente estaremos hablando, que está hoy en discusión en el Congreso. Y una reforma fiscal para fortalecer la capacidad financiera del Estado y darle mayor capacidad para invertir en los temas en los que México tiene hoy mayores rezagos.
So, Prime Minister Najib, you just announced, I think it was a $36 billion investment in Canada. Should you have invested that money perhaps in Mexico instead, since the energy sector is? But talk about, you know, especially, I want to talk about the Asia Pacific region, but when you look overseas, you know, to Canada, Mexico, why is that important? And give us a sense of even the deal with Canada, what the genesis of that is, and how much you and President Peña Nieto should be talking.
Thank you. We believe that we try to be ahead of the curve if possible. Not always, but we try. And we decided that the shale gas revolution is going to be a big thing in the future. So when there was an opportunity to buy Progress Energy in Canada, we took that bold step. It's a huge investment of over $5 billion, but Petronas has the means because it's a Fortune 500 company. It's well managed. It has transformed itself from a national oil company to become a multinational oil company, albeit belongs to the government. And we got approval for that investment, and we've just announced the intention to invest in a $36 billion investment of an LNG terminal, plus the pipeline and upstream, which will make Malaysia the biggest investor in Canada. And that's wonderful for us. And, you know, given our global interest, if the opportunity would present itself in Mexico, just talked to President Nieto, and we decided that we need to get to know each other better. I mean, Malaysia must know Mexico better and vice versa.
So this time next year, President Peña Nieto, should Malaysia be looking more seriously at the opportunities in Mexico, since energy is your big focus?
Creo que México hoy lo que viene haciendo en estos ajustes de carácter estructural y a los que he hecho ya referencia, todo este propósito o todo el objetivo de estas reformas es asegurar que México sea un país más competitivo y más productivo y que se asegure mejores condiciones y oportunidades para nuestra población. Somos un país abierto al mundo, somos un gran promotor de libre comercio, tenemos acuerdos de libre comercio con 45 países y hoy estamos trabajando precisamente para buscar una mayor integración y acercamiento con la región de Asia-Pacífico, la que ha venido teniendo un importante crecimiento y desarrollo en los últimos años. Como lo apunta el señor primer ministro de Malasia, estamos en la ruta de conocernos mejor y de mostrarle al mundo lo que México representa en oportunidad para atender el mercado interno de nuestro país, para hacer de México una plataforma de poder llegar a otros mercados a partir de los acuerdos de libre comercio que México tiene celebrados y de ver en México una oportunidad de inversión que también venga a detonar crecimiento en México, empleo en nuestro país, y yo estoy seguro que las inversiones que Malasia ha anunciado a otras partes del mundo en la oportunidad que tengamos de conocernos mejor y de acercarnos más como lo estamos buscando, México estará también en un escenario de oportunidad para Malasia y los países de la región de Asia-Pacífico.
Now, you've met with President Xi Jinping 4 times, 3 times, and here, 4th. Would you be anticipating a stronger partnership there with China? And give us a sense of what your vision is for how you work with China, because many people also see Mexico as a competitor to China in terms of selling goods into the U.S. So should we be expecting anything soon?
Efectivamente, México ha hecho un relanzamiento de su relación con China. Hemos celebrado un acuerdo de alianza estratégica integral que nos permite realmente encontrar oportunidades de mayor intercambio e inversiones recíprocas entre México y China. Estamos 2 gobiernos prácticamente iniciando a un mismo tiempo en un horizonte de gestión de gobierno muy parecido, lo cual nos permite encontrar grandes puntos de coincidencia en lo que queremos lograr para nuestras naciones. México, sin duda, está por encima de la perspectiva de generar competitividad a partir de tener bajos salarios o bajos niveles de sueldo entre los trabajadores de nuestro país. México quiere ser más competitivo por ser más productivo, por tener una energía mucho más barata, por tener insumos accesibles a la planta productiva de nuestro país. Y creo que en esto, con China y con otros países de la región de Asia-Pacífico, podemos encontrar más que competencia, complementariedad a nuestros objetivos y a nuestras necesidades. Y esto es justamente lo que estamos trabajando y haciendo con China. Y creo que una buena señal de este relanzamiento que hemos dado a la relación, que queremos proyectar a la relación entre México y China, entre China y México, es precisamente el acuerdo que hemos alcanzado. Estamos explorando la creación de un fondo precisamente para poder crear y construir infraestructura que permita mayor integración y mayor intercambio en nuestras economías. Queremos dejar atrás este modelo de vernos como competidores y más bien cómo nos complementamos en nuestros objetivos que permitan crecimiento económico. Debo también apuntar que precisamente otra señal de este relanzamiento a la relación entre México y China se ha abierto el mercado de China a la exportación de productos de México como la carne de cerdo, el tequila, que anteriormente estaban cerrados.
Tequila.
O sea, veremos a mucho tequila ahora en China también. Y espero que lo veamos en otras partes de la región de Asia.
And Mao Tai in Mexico.
También lo estaremos viendo allá. Mao Tai.
So, Prime Minister Najib, in terms of the relationship that you have with China and Xi Jinping, I believe it's 100 billion a year, is that right? It's going to 170. Give me a sense of where you see opportunities for China, and also when it comes to the geopolitical situation, you've been a little more muted on issues like the South China Sea. So can you give us a sense of your view of China asserting itself in the region?
Well, China is our largest trading partner. You're right, the volume or the value of total trade between Malaysia and China is almost $100 billion now.
And going to 170
and we're going
billion
towards
soon.
160 by the end of another 4 to 5 years' time. That's the target. President Xi just returned, or just come from a visit to Malaysia, and we both have agreed that we should elevate our relationship to become a comprehensive strategic partnership, which means that it's all-encompassing, and we've identified new areas in which we can move our bilateral cooperation, economic cooperation. So on the economic side, things are looking very positive, and we believe the volume of trade will go up. But what is interesting, Diane, not many people know that there's more Malaysian investment into China than Chinese investment into Malaysia. Our total investment into China is $6.3 billion, whereas the Chinese investment to Malaysia is just a few hundred million. So I told President Xi that the next stage of our economic relationship should see more in terms of not product selling, not just giving contracts to Chinese companies, but to see China commit into long-term investment in Malaysia.
And how much does any of the geopolitical realities, does that impede that partnership? Is it just sort of something that you feel can be worked out?
No, it will
easily?
not impede, because two things. We've decided that the issue must be seen in a bigger context. This is interesting because President Xi actually gave the Eastern philosophy to the problem when we met. He said, look, the Eastern way of looking at a problem is to look at that problem within the context of the big picture, so that we will see that in a proper perspective. So what you alluded to is to be seen in a bigger context.
And that's your way of looking at it.
There is so much value in our bilateral relations that we cannot afford that issue to become an impediment.
So I would like to ask both of you, one person who did not come, you would have had a busy week, except you were spared a visit by President Obama to Malaysia, and he is not here. I'd love to get your sense of the importance of the American president being here at Apec right now, and then we can talk a little bit about your relationship with them, but I'd love to hear both of you, sort of your views. Obviously, you're familiar with domestic realities and how much that can constrict somebody abroad, but can you give me some sense of what you would have done, or even just your views of him not being here? Does it make a big difference?
Well, I was having this daunting prospect of having to receive two superpowers within a week. But it was something that and all Malaysians were looking forward to President Obama's visit, because he has a lot of fans in Malaysia, and of course, he grew up in Indonesia, so he's very familiar with this part of the world. But beyond that, we see the strategic importance. He has made this pronouncement of the new policy pivot towards Asia, and this would have been a golden opportunity for America and for President Obama himself to show leadership in that context of the new emphasis towards Asia. So in a sense, the missed opportunity, I know the people in Indonesia, the government in Indonesia also, felt the same way. It's a missed opportunity.
The cover of the Jakarta Post was "Diminishing Superpower" was the headline I read. Yes,
missing, yeah. Yeah, although his spirit is here in a sense, but it's not quite the same. We believe that the problem in Washington, I was in New York, I was in the States, I have a sense, I would say, when he called me, I told President Obama that I understand, I empathize, and I probably would have done the same thing in his shoes, because the bigger threat would be the 17 October.
The debt ceiling.
The debt ceiling has got to be reviewed, otherwise the consequences will be quite severe.
So President Peña Nieto, what's your sense in terms of not just the importance of President Obama being here at this meeting, but just in terms of the attitudes towards trade and the resilience of the U.S. economy, since you're very much wedded to it as well?
Bueno, sin duda la relación que tiene México con Estados Unidos se inscribe en una relación geográficamente cercana y también en términos de los acuerdos que hemos tomado, donde también hemos hecho un relanzamiento a la relación para ir más allá de lo que pareciera hubiera enmarcado de manera monotemática la relación en materia de seguridad, en cooperación para la seguridad en la frontera y de ambas naciones. Ahora hemos establecido un diálogo de alto nivel que encabeza precisamente el vicepresidente de Estados Unidos con funcionarios del más alto nivel del gobierno norteamericano para explorar distintas áreas donde podamos tener una mayor cooperación y mayor interacción. En materia comercial y económica, sin duda, la relación que hay entre México y Estados Unidos es muy intensa. Somos socios en el Acuerdo de Libre Comercio, que data de hace más o casi de hace 20 años. Y eso ha favorecido a un mayor intercambio comercial entre ambos países, sin olvidar al otro socio que tenemos en este acuerdo, que es Canadá, y donde sin duda el acuerdo logrado en ese momento fue un acuerdo que se convirtió en referente a nivel mundial y que hizo posible que se llevaran a cabo otros acuerdos de libre comercio. Y eso ha llevado a que México esté en la convicción, y mi gobierno lo respalda absolutamente, de ser un gran promotor de libre comercio y de encontrar en el libre comercio una forma importante de generar mayor crecimiento económico. Creo que no solo a México preocupa lo que está ocurriendo en Estados Unidos en el desacuerdo que se tiene en el Congreso, sino creo que es preocupación del mundo entero. Y creo que hoy la expectativa que hay del mundo y de México también es esperar que este tema se resuelva en términos favorables, porque va a impactar al mundo entero, no solo a los países que geográficamente y económicamente tenemos una importante interacción con los Estados Unidos, sino creo que la señal al mundo financiero será de alto impacto de no darse este acuerdo. Estaremos expectantes para que, esperando que realmente concluya esto en términos satisfactorios.
Do you feel that the United States has had a sufficient presence as a superpower in this region or even in terms of the global stage?
Bueno, aquí insisto, con los Estados Unidos compartimos la visión de el libre comercio y de la apertura, y creo que hay en curso un instrumento de acercamiento entre América y la región de Asia-Pacífico, que justamente también compartimos con Malasia como socio del TPP. Es un acuerdo que está en la ruta de negociación. Somos parte de este acuerdo 12 países, 5 de América, 7 de la región de Asia-Pacífico, y creo que es una muestra muy clara del beneficio que traería a nuestras economías y a nuestros países la integración de nuestras economías, el acuerdo de libre comercio. Yo estoy optimista de que logremos realmente superar las diferencias que hay en esta negociación y que en un periodo de tiempo breve y próximo logremos salvar, insisto, esas diferencias y tener materializado un acuerdo para esta integración comercial entre estas dos importantes regiones del mundo.
So I think the deadline is 2 months left, is that right, before the TPP is supposed to be...
Yo creo que no hay una fecha límite, hay un propósito de cerrar el acuerdo este año, pero dependerá de flexibilizar la negociación, de lograr el acuerdo. Es el propósito inicial y bueno, pues dependerá de la voluntad que tengan los países que participamos en este acuerdo para salvar diferencias y materializarlo lo más pronto posible.
So, Prime Minister Najib, on this topic of TPP, and then I'll take some questions from the audience too, there have been some concerns about either some parts of it that have leaked out in terms of sovereign decision-making around things like intellectual property and such. Can you tell me just in general sort of your views of how the Trans-Pacific Partnership is going, any sense of particular concerns you might have about how it's playing out?
Yes, we do have a few areas of great concern because the TPP is a different free trade agreement, as you know. It goes beyond the normal trade and investment as part of the FTA that we have going with many countries. So once you go beyond that and you go into areas of intellectual property, investor-state dispute settlement, government procurement, state-owned enterprises, environment, labor, so you impinge on fundamentally the sovereign right of the country to make regulations, to make policies. And that is a tricky part. And that is why, we've asked for flexibility. And the key word, I agree with President Nieto that the key word is flexibility, and we should not be, the timeline is desired or desirable that we try to conclude it by the end of this year, but it's not cast in stone.
And
because
there's also
the process of negotiations is one. The other thing is to have the buy-in domestically. And we have committed that we need to present it to Parliament in Malaysia.
And do you think the buy-in is there at this point, or there needs to be fundamental changes to get that buy-in?
They need to know more about it. I think there's some who are, opposed to it, small minority, but there are many who say, look, we do not know enough about the TPP, so we need to know more. And once we know more, then it's easier for us to make our judgment.
On that topic, and then some quick questions. You have obviously gotten some attention for the policies domestically around Bumiputra, affirmative action for ethnic Malays. How would you characterize that to this audience in terms of the importance of that for the resiliency of Malaysia? And then I'll ask the President.
The Bumiputra policy has to be seen in the context of having, a fair and just society, because the Bumiputra comprise of 67% of the population, and that includes both the Muslims and the non-Muslim Bumiputra as well, of Sabah and Sarawak. So if you can imagine if 67% of the population are left behind or marginalized, it doesn't lead to long-term stability, quite apart from it's not good politics.
But there's a tension there too with how the
for as long as it's being implemented in a market-friendly way. This is what we're going to do. It's not like in the past where there's some criticism against it. It's the way it's being implemented. And I think if it's implemented in a more fairer and market-friendly way, I think there's general acceptance that it's going to be a good thing for the country. Whilst we implement the affirmative action, it doesn't mean that non-Bumiputra are excluded. In fact, they benefit from the same policies as well.
I'm going to take a few questions from the audience. I know time is tight, so if we have microphones, raise your hands, introduce yourself, please ask very quickly. I know that both these gentlemen are a little bit tighter on time. So I'm actually going to take maybe 2 or 3 questions, give you both time to think about it as they're being asked, and then we'll answer them. So I believe we're going to go over to the far end there. Standing, raising your hand. If we have microphones, you can just, and then we'll, rather than do one question answer, I'm going to take a few questions so that we can.
Yep.
So do you have your mic there? Or project? Hello.
Thank you. I'm Lai Nyingyi, the Perdana Fellow in Malaysia assigned to the Ministry of Energy, Green Technology and Water. Thanks so much for the Perdana Fellowship program spearheaded by the Malaysia government. We were given the chance to involve in the national policy and agenda at the highest ministerial level. So in regards to the topic today is about the investment in human capital. I would like to ask our Prime Minister, because Malaysia is set to host the Apec Leaders Summit in 2020 and also assuming the ASEAN Chairmanship in 2015. So what's the Prime Minister's plan in involving our youth of Malaysia in driving forward this regional development? Thank you.
Okay, and while you digest that, I'm sure you have answers for, plus ASEAN integration. Give us an update on that. But we're going to take 2 more questions, and then, so there's a question right there. Go ahead, and then we will, just so we can have a chance to get everybody's, as many thoughts in. So would you like to introduce yourself, whoever, and then, yeah, go ahead, introduce yourself, and then we'll just answer a few. Yep.
Buenas tardes, señor presidente. Soy Alicia Canales. Soy parte del grupo de jóvenes que viene representando a México en el programa de Apec Voices of the Future. Y mi pregunta es cómo las reformas ayudan a promover el trabajo de nosotros, los jóvenes interesados en el cambio y la mejora del país. Gracias.
Muchas gracias.
Who says the young have no future? We're getting lots of good questions from the young. No, and then I'm going to take one more question just from the audience if we can, and then I would like to, I think both of you've got similar answers, I'm sure, for what you're doing for young people. So if there's one other question out there, I see a hand raised. If you could just hand the mic and then we'll give these gentlemen a chance to. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bradley. And my question is also for Mr.
Could you introduce yourself first? Sorry. Hello.
I'm Chen Chong. I'm a Chinese student from Guangdong University of Foreign Studies, China. I'm with the delegation on Model Apec. And my question is for Mr. Prime Minister. You just mentioned you have invested heavily in energy. And what about human capital? According to the Human Capital Index released by the World Economic Forum recently, Malaysia ranked 22nd, while your neighbor Singapore ranked the 3rd. That must have put some pressure on you. So my question is, what kind of plan do you have to enhance your human capital? Thank you.
Great. So I'm going to start with you, Prime Minister Najib, in terms of talking about the investments that you're making in young people, human capital, and do you like being compared to Singapore?
That's a good question. Actually, the questions are all interrelated, actually. You can't separate education, training, and the need to have a development that's inclusive of the young people, the youth. So when you talk about human capital, you need to invest in education. And although in Malaysia we have invested heavily in education since independence, our emphasis now is to get a better outcome of the investment, so that each dollar we put in.
How do you do that?
We look at the returns. For example, we're willing to be ranked by teams, so that, for example, in science and mathematics, our achievement in science, mathematics, how do we rank with other countries, for example? We need to know that, So we cannot be just carried away with the amount of investment, but let us see the outcome. I'm a great believer in outcome as opposed to output. So we realized that we're not getting enough value from our investment. So that's why we launched the education blueprint, which just been launched, and that takes us up to year 2025, which emphasizes a lot on the quality part of education, principally science, mathematics, and English, of course. And to be competitive in the world, you have to have a better proficiency in English. And we realized when we converted almost entirely into Bahasa way back in the 70s, we have lost our edge. And therefore now we're making the corrective steps. And we hope that in the next, I know it takes a while because in education, you don't see the results in a short period of time. You see it the next generation, but you have to make the changes.
Whereas Americans have to be more multilingual. Peña Nieto, can you give us a sense of your own investments? And also, I know that you've faced some tough choices that you've made. How you sell it to the young generation? Do they understand what you're doing?
Sí. Agradezco la participación en nombre de los jóvenes de México que participan en Apec. Y yo lo primero que diría es que las reformas que hemos venido impulsando de carácter estructural en México tienen una orientación fundamental, que es asegurar mayores oportunidades de empleo, especialmente para las nuevas generaciones. Cuando hice referencia a la reforma educativa, que ahora corresponderá al gobierno instrumentar su aplicación y que recientemente fue aprobada en México, esto dará frutos seguramente en 5 o 6 años, cuando empecemos a ver a generaciones que estén mejor capacitadas, mejor formadas, con mayores habilidades precisamente para incorporarse a la actividad productiva. Y las otras reformas, la financiera, la de telecomunicaciones, la de competencia económica, todas están orientadas a asegurar que México pueda detonar su potencial, sobre todo en materia económica, que pueda tener un mejor desempeño en su economía. Al final de cuentas, advirtiendo que es el desempeño de una economía lo que abre espacios de oportunidad para las nuevas generaciones. Si no logramos esto, estaremos logrando, o más bien, lamentablemente estaremos llevando a cuestas el que los jóvenes que estén egresando de sus estudios profesionales solamente estén encontrando frustración por no encontrar espacios de oportunidad y de trabajo que además sean dignamente remunerados. Esto implica que México tiene que lograr crecimiento económico y tiene potencial para ello. Las reformas que se están procesando y que se han procesado en México fueron varias que estuvieron pospuestas por muchos años y que hoy precisamente a un acuerdo nacional, el Pacto por México, como es conocido, ha posibilitado que distintas visiones y distintas fuerzas políticas encontremos un espacio común, un punto de coincidencia que está orientado a la transformación y a la modernización de nuestro país. Y eso abrirá espacios de oportunidad, especialmente para los jóvenes. Algo que me gustaría finalmente destacar: México, en contraste con otros países de importante desarrollo, es un país predominantemente joven. La edad promedio de México es de 27 años. Esto asegura que en las próximas 2 o 3 décadas tenemos un amplio sector de la población en aptitud de incorporarse a la actividad productiva, de generar riqueza y de tener o deberían tener espacio de oportunidad. Pero para asegurar esto tenemos que lograr un mejor desempeño de nuestra economía. Creo que las reformas con esta orientación estarán dando mayores oportunidades, amplias oportunidades a los jóvenes de hoy y a las nuevas generaciones que estarán teniendo una mejor educación.
I'm going to ask one follow-up question, Mr. President, especially with regard to the reforms you talked about. I noticed, I think I read it on Bloomberg, only plug for Bloomberg, but about the taxes and the value-added taxes and convincing your own party to be making these reforms. Do you think that you could have to adapt a little bit to some of the political pressures, whether it's things like the tuition tax, the mortgage interest tax? Is that okay just to get it through, that you'll still achieve the ultimate goals, or what should we be expecting from that?
Bueno, es evidente que las reformas que se han venido postulando han encontrado resistencias en varios sectores, y una que evidentemente no es nada popular en ninguna parte del mundo es una reforma fiscal que está orientada a fortalecer la capacidad financiera del Estado mexicano, no solo la del gobierno federal, sino de los gobiernos estatales y la de los gobiernos municipales, que son los 3 órdenes de gobierno que hay en mi país. Esto implica, sin duda, un desgaste para el gobierno, pero asumimos la responsabilidad que tenemos si realmente queremos invertir más en infraestructura, más en educación para los jóvenes. México está rezagado en la oferta educativa que hace, sobre todo en el nivel superior, y si queremos realmente ser más productivos, que ha sido una de las razones por la que nuestra economía no ha logrado un mejor desempeño y por la que hemos perdido competitividad, tenemos que hacer mayor inversión en educación superior. Esto demanda capacidad financiera para el Estado. Y evidentemente, como gobierno, asumimos la responsabilidad y evidentemente el costo político que esto pueda representar ante la sociedad. Yo vuelvo a ser muy claro, hay en el país, y tengo que reconocerlo, un ambiente de acuerdo entre las distintas fuerzas políticas, que no significa que no tengamos diferencias. Y sobre todo, para quien tiene la responsabilidad de gobernar, tiene que encarar su responsabilidad adoptando medidas que a veces no resultan ser las más populares, pero también y lo dejo muy en claro, hemos sido un gobierno que ha actuado con disposición a escuchar y a recoger inquietudes y propuestas de los sectores que eventualmente se sientan afectados. Creo que todo esto es parte de un procesamiento y será en los próximos meses o en las próximas semanas que se lleva a cabo el debate sobre las últimas reformas que hemos planteado en este año, especialmente la hacendaria y la energética, que, insisto, están orientadas, por un lado, a que el Estado tenga capacidad para poder hacerle frente a las necesidades que tiene el país, y segundo, la que tiene que ver con la reforma energética, que México pueda desplegar su potencial en esta materia. Somos un país con amplias reservas energéticas, pero con una incapacidad para poder explotarlas suficientemente. Y esto alinea muy bien o concilia muy bien, por un lado, que el Estado mantenga la propiedad de sus hidrocarburos y de su energía, pero encuentre otras formas de poder explotarlos, que asegure que la energía sea más barata para la población, que sea más barata para las pequeñas, medianas empresas, que son las que generan el empleo en México y que hoy lamentablemente tienen acceso a una energía muy cara.
So I'm going to ask each of you to, very quickly give some parting thoughts to this audience. We have to end now, but also in terms of the message you want to give to the business community and APEC right now, give us a sense of what we will be talking about in terms of Malaysia or, the region this time next year when we gather in China, and your own thoughts of what you think is important to be stressing right now as a group.
It's important for us to make sure that this entire Asia-Pacific region will be a crescent of stability and prosperity. Given the uncertainties and the turbulence that we see in the Middle East, North Africa, and Europe is struggling, and so forth. So this is the hope for the global economy, for the world, and we must make it happen. And it's incumbent upon all APEC countries to really work closely together, strengthen our collaboration, underpinning by the strong drive from the private sector, the business community, to lend us the support, to increase investment, trade, and all the other initiatives like connectivity, human capital development, SME, even women. All these are important issues.
Even women.
Even women. Women are important. Where will we be without women? So,
nowhere.
So we do need to work hard on making these things happen. And I'm optimistic, actually, that we will see a better future in this part of the world.
And President Peña Nieto, your message, what will
Muchas
we be?
gracias. Primero, México es una economía emergente, es una economía con un gran potencial para generar crecimiento en los próximos años, para abrir oportunidades, insisto, para las nuevas generaciones y para la sociedad del presente. Y algo que está proyectando México es precisamente este cambio, este deseo de moverse y de transformarse, de romper con paradigmas, de romper con modelos o estereotipos que hoy ya no funcionan. Otras partes del mundo, otras naciones que han logrado un desarrollo acelerado en las últimas décadas, han hecho ajustes y cambios a tiempo. México se rezagó en esta parte y hoy precisamente estamos impulsando esas transformaciones y esos cambios. Estamos encontrando, como es natural e inevitable ante cualquier cambio, resistencias en algunos sectores. Pero entendemos muy bien que en este clima plural, democrático, de acuerdo y de búsqueda de coincidencias, será posible, y estoy yo muy optimista, de que podemos concretar importantes reformas que van a favorecer a que México pueda desplegar su potencial, su capacidad y sus grandes fortalezas. Somos un país con una gran riqueza en nuestra gente, en recursos energéticos. Somos un país con una espléndida ubicación geográfica, con acuerdos con muchos países, con 45 países. Somos un país con estabilidad económica, con estabilidad macroeconómica. Todas estas son ventajas y fortalezas que por sí mismas son insuficientes para que México pueda tener un mejor desempeño en su economía. Por eso los ajustes y cambios estructurales que estamos haciendo y que se han venido además materializando. Yo estoy optimista y creo que si logramos procesar y conciliar los puntos de diferencia que tienen algunos sectores de la sociedad, será posible realmente materializar los grandes cambios para bien y transformación de México.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Terima kasih, Dato Sri Najib. And please join me in thanking both these gentlemen for generously giving their time. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Diane, our moderator, senior editor, Bloomberg Business Week. Ladies and gentlemen, closing out session 10, we now have the departure of the Prime Minister of Malaysia and the President of Mexico. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now break for lunch, and we'll begin our next session at 2:45. That'll be our discussion on emerging markets. That should be a very dynamic discussion. We have a presentation after lunch by the author of Breakout Nations, and then we'll have some viewpoints and, of course, more interaction. So with that, we'd like to invite you all to enjoy your lunch at the marketplace. Once again, same place as yesterday on the first floor, and we hope to have you all back in the room ready to start our session 11 at 2:45. Once again, please leave all your headsets on the chairs and please bring all your belongings with you. Once again, all your belongings with you. Enjoy your lunch. We'll see you just before 2:45.
happening to the emerging markets is an important question. This session will proceed in the following way. We will begin with a presentation by Ruchir Sharma, investor, author of the best-selling book, Breakout Nations, In Search of the Next Economic Miracles, and part-time sprinter. Following Ruchir Sharma's presentation, we will have an open forum discussion led by 3 distinguished discussion leaders. Ibu Karen Augustiawan, who is the CEO and President of Pertamina. Under her leadership, Pertamina, as most of you know, recently became the first Indonesian company to join the Global 500 list of major companies. Ibu Karen will be joined on stage by Kevin Liu of the World Bank and a close observer of developments in China. And they will be joined on stage by Pierre Guignac, who is the President and Chief Executive of Export Development Canada. So we will have a lively discussion different perspectives on this important subject of emerging markets. This discussion will go to the floor. So if you have questions in the course of the discussion, please indicate that you have a question, and we will try as best as we can to include you in this discussion. But welcome to session 11 on emerging markets. And now I would like to invite Ruchir Sharma to deliver his presentation, following which we will have our open forum discussion. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much, everyone. The fascinating thing about following global macroeconomic trends is that they are so impermanent, which is, I was thinking to myself as I was preparing this presentation that had I been invited a decade ago to speak on this topic, I would have said exactly the opposite. So that's why I've always said that a rule that I have for myself is that never make very long-term forecasts, because for one, neither you nor I'll be here to know whether we were right or wrong about those. And secondly, that as practitioners, they have very little practical value. So the time horizon that I try and look at how the world is shaping up or what the big trends are is typically about 5 to 10 years. Anything longer than that I find to be sort of almost irrelevant for most practitioners, whether it's investors, it's politicians, or business people. So with that in mind, I wrote the book, and I've prepared a presentation on the back of that in terms of which are the next breakout nations. But to put this in context, as you will see here, I find this quite fascinating, which is that every decade there is some theme which captures the imagination of the world. That theme leads to extraordinary returns, only for that theme to peter out in the subsequent decade. So the 1970s was all about the rise of commodity prices, natural resources, gold, oil, which all went up about 500 to 1,000%. And then for the next 2 decades, those were terrible investments. In the 1980s, it was about the meteoric rise of Japan. At the peak of the Japanese bubble in 1989, the Japanese stock market was 50% of global stock market capitalization. And since then, the Japanese stock market and the Japanese economy have been a real disappointment for 2 lost decades. The 1990s then saw the rise of technology as a major force. The NASDAQ came into being. TMT was what the acronym that we all spoke about for that decade. And then you got the big bubble which burst in the subsequent decade. Similarly, I think that last decade, what came to capture the imagination of the world was the rise of these brick economies. Last decade, every single developing country did well. And this has never happened before, in that never before had so many emerging markets risen in unison, in a synchronous manner. And that's what happened last decade. And the acronym which captured everyone's imagination was BRIC because it featured the 4 largest emerging economies. But the fact was that every single emerging economy was doing well, and we had the rise in commodity prices on the back of this huge rise in these BRIC economies. But as you will see now, that what happens is that in every subsequent decade, these things just don't do that well. So as you can see that over the last few years, these BRIC stock markets, for one, have lost 40% of their value. And this is in keeping what we have seen in the last few decades, which is that what's hot one decade is rarely hot in the subsequent decade. And this is not happening for any random reason. It's happening because these economies, their growth rates are all slowing down. As you can see here, that on average, the economic growth rates of all these large economies has been cut down by half. In fact, the likes of Brazil, Russia, and South Africa are currently growing at only 2% a year, which is no different than the United States, and a very disappointing outcome given the fact that these economies have a per capita income level which is only a fraction of that of the United States. So the process of convergence between these economies and the United States has come to a halt. And even India and China's growth rates have slipped quite a bit, with India in particular disappointing with a growth rate of only 4.5% this year, which for an economy with a per capita income of only $1,500 is again a disappointing outcome. So what's exactly happening with these economies? So if we look at China, China's path today is very similar to where Japan was in the 1970s. China today is a middle-income country. It no longer is a young economy that can sprint at a very rapid pace. China's economy today has a per capita income of over $7,000, and this is exactly the level at which the Japanese economy in the 1970s downshifted to a much lower growth plane. The Japanese economy in the 1970s downshifted to a pace of about 5 to 6%, and I suspect that that's the best case scenario for China now, which is that its economic growth rate slips to levels of 5 to 6%. And I say best case because remember, Japan, Korea, Taiwan, the gold medalists of growth, these were the economies that were able to keep growing and go past middle income levels, whereas there are many other countries that at similar income levels hit the middle income trap and were never able to carry on the process of convergence. But hoping that all goes well for China, a 5 to 6% economic growth rate over the next 5 to 10 years on average is the best that we can expect out of China, as it now is a middle income country. China's main problem today is the fact that its debt levels are very high. A lot of people speak about debt without quite getting this concept very clearly. The point here is that debt is positively correlated to per capita income levels. The richer a country, the more debt it typically tends to have. And in China's case, as you can see, that for a country with a per capita income of $7,000, its debt to GDP ratio of over 200% is very high. It is in fact higher than what it should be for other countries in the middle income league. So in some ways, China's debt situation today, especially as a share of its overall economy, is more worrisome than the United States, even though the stock of debt in the United States is much higher, but so is the overall per capita income level and the wealth level. Just trying to get the slides going here. This, we think, has major implication for commodity prices. Now, in commodities have followed a very predictable history over the last 200 years in terms of commodity prices, which is the rule for commodity prices is 1 decade up and then 2 decades down. So therefore, the long-term return for commodities has been zero in inflation-adjusted terms. And after we got a great decade, last decade, where prices increased very sharply, we now expect a sharp slowdown in commodity prices. This is also because a whole new bunch of capacity is coming on stream on commodities. Just to put this in perspective, over the last few years, the increase in new capex in the energy and material sector has been 600%. And the increase in capex of the other sectors has been 200%. So there's a massive buildup of new capacity in commodities, which is now coming on stream in both mining and in energy. At the same time, Chinese demand on an incremental basis for these commodities is slowing down. This does not bode well for countries such as Brazil. As you can see, as far as Brazil is concerned, Brazil's incremental growth rate has been very dependent on commodity prices. The typical rule for Brazil has been that its average economic growth has been 2% a year. When commodity prices do well, it gets up to 4-5%. When commodity prices are not doing too well, Brazil's growth rate comes to a near stall. Last year, Brazil's economy grew at only 1%. This year, it'll do barely better than 2%. So the big Brazil economic dream seems to be behind us, and Brazil is reverting back to its history, where for decades it has remained locked in terms of its per capita income in relative basis versus the United States in a broad range. It really is in many ways the un-China, which is that the big difference between Brazil and China is this, that whereas China invests a lot in physical infrastructure, Brazil has amongst the worst physical infrastructure in the world. And so, therefore, in many ways, Brazil and China are the two opposites of each other. As you can see, that China has made a real success of its economic model because of the investments it makes. In Brazil's case, a lot of the spending goes into social welfare spending. So government spending as a share of GDP in Brazil is very high, but it is very little on infrastructure. Now, subsequently, if you look at the case of Russia, a decade ago, the break-even price in Russia's budget for oil was $20 a barrel. Today, at $110 a barrel, Russia's budget does not balance. So what we see is that a lot of incremental spending in Russia has gone on welfare spending, and today its budget is quite stretched, and its economic growth rate has slowed down to just 2% this year. Briefly on India, before I sort of finish my demolition job of the BRICS and move on to which are going to be the next breakout nations. As you can see, in India's case, its growth rate has been very linked to the global economy. Its rankings of the 150 economies we track has been remarkably stable, which is India's ranking has been about 24, 25 of 150 countries, partly because its income level is so low, so there's ample scope for catch-up. But it is, India's trajectory has been very global in terms of its growth rate. The simple rule for India's growth rate is whatever is the emerging market average, add about 1 to 1.5%, and you get India's growth rate. But in India's case, one of the big problems has been inflation. As you can see, there's been a remarkable deterioration in India's inflation rankings over the past few years. That of the 150 odd economies in the world, India now ranks in the bottom quartile of its inflation rankings after having an inflation rate that was much better than the global average for many years. So in emerging markets, what's happening is this, that last decade, we saw this synchronous boom where every single emerging market did very well. In fact, in 2007, there were only 3 economies in the world which reported a negative GDP growth rate. Typically, in any year, about 15 to 20 economies at least report a negative GDP growth rate. In 2007, only 3 did. Fiji, Zimbabwe, and Congo. Basically, who cares, right? So the whole world was booming, and we had this massive boom in emerging markets where the rising tide of global liquidity was lifting all these countries together. Now the tide is running out, and emerging market growth rates are slowing down to their old normal of about 4% or so. Ex-China, though, this number is closer to 2.5% to 3%. So this is a major slowdown taking place across all emerging markets for some very fundamental reasons. And those fundamental reasons really are the fact that export growth in all these emerging markets is slowing down, and capital flows to emerging markets are now not doing too well. So as you can see, export growth has come off a lot after last decade, and capital flows too have come off a lot in terms of the last decade's very strong capital flows to emerging markets. Always an issue with the ticker. Let's try to get this going. So the concept that I try and sort of lay out here then is that if all these economies are slowing down, which are the economies that are going to do well in the subsequent years? Because that's really the global growth game, which is that it's very hard to sustain economic growth for a long period of time. As you can see here, that in any particular decade, only about 1/3 of the economies in the world are able to grow at 5% or more. The odds that those same economies can sustain these high growth rates for 2 decades or 3 decades goes down. Only 6 economies in the world have been able to sustain an economic growth rate of 5% or more for 4 decades in a row, and only 2 have done so for 5 decades in a row, and those 2 being Korea and Taiwan. The economies that I call the gold medalists of growth. And this really is because most economies are stuck in this circle of life. And the circle of life really is that economies tend to have an economic boom, but that economic boom then leads to complacency. That complacency sows the seeds for crises, and most economies only reform in a crisis mode, when their backs to the wall. So therefore, we have this phenomena where there are 150 odd emerging markets in the world and only 35 developed economies. And many of these emerging economies from Brazil to Mexico have been emerging forever, so that they're not able to break out of this circle. Because very few countries reform in good times, and they wait for crises to come when they've lost the economic advantage to reform. In fact, I think the Indonesian finance minister had a very good line about this, saying that good times make for bad policy. And I think that's what happens, that bad times conversely make for good policy. Now, I'll go through a few rules of the road that I look at in terms of what to look at as to when an economy may do well or may not do well. Now, this is one of my favorite rules to do with politics. Typically, what we see is that the first term of a new government is the best time for economic reforms in a country. And we get diminishing returns of power if a leader stays in power for a decade or more. So it's very interesting that if you look at the incidence of protests this year, which have taken place over the last couple of years across the emerging world, they've almost all taken place where the ruling party or the ruling leader has been in power for a decade or more. And the best reforms are taking place in countries that have elected new leaders. So, good time to invest in a country or to engage in a country's economic growth rate is when there's new leadership that comes into place. In countries where the leader's been in place in power for a decade or more, you typically get diminishing returns for power. And here's the other rule that I find very important. People ask me that is there any way that you can predict crises? I say my favorite rule is credit growth, which is that when any country extends too much credit in a short span of time, that almost always leads to trouble. And that's one of the sort of issues I think the Chinese government today is grappling with, which is that if you look at what's happened in China, that the last 5 years, China's debt to GDP has increased by 60 percentage points. This is unprecedented. And to sustain a higher and higher economic growth, China is being forced to take on more and more debt. To put this in numbers, 5 years ago, it took $1 of debt to generate $1 of GDP growth in China. Today, it's taking $4 of debt to generate $1 of GDP growth in China. And that's something which we are obviously concerned about. Here's a more fun rule, that following the list of billionaires on the Forbes list is usually something that we do for voyeuristic pleasure. But in fact, there's some economic meaning as well to this, that if a country has too many billionaires relative to its economic size, that's not a good sign. Or if a country has like too many billionaires coming from the wrong sectors, which is like just sectors which rely on government contracts, that's not a good sign. And you also need increased churn, which is that you need new billionaires to come up rather than just the old billionaires to keep featuring on the list. In this regard, the countries that don't score that well include Russia, Malaysia, India, Mexico. And the countries that score quite well, in fact, include the likes of China, Japan, Korea, where you see many new billionaires come up. You don't see the billionaires coming up in the so-called wrong sectors that often, and also the fact that as a share of the overall economy, that's not too high. So that's another rule to look at. The other rule is manufacturing, that every single economic boom in history has been sustained by manufacturing. This is the heart at the boom of any economy. And here what we see is that this is where East Asia is really competitive and why the likes of Thailand still look quite good. Of course, China's manufacturing prowess we know about quite well. But the real problem is to do with these other countries, as you can see, that the likes of Russia, India, Brazil, South Africa, where manufacturing as a share of GDP is very low. Then what I call the helicopter rule, which is investments as a share of GDP. And the reason I call this the helicopter rule is a bit intriguing, which is that whenever I go to Brazil, I always feel like James Bond. And the reason for that is that I go to Sao Paulo, and if I'm running late for a meeting in Sao Paulo, the advice that I get from the CEO is, come to my rooftop, here's my helicopter, that'll take you from one building to another. So basically, you can completely sort of get past the road infrastructure if you are a rich enough person. But that's the bad thing for the country, because for the country, it means that not enough investments going on, and the top people are just busy sort of flitting from one building to another in a helicopter. So you need high investment to GDP to sustain high economic growth rates. And of course, you need it to be productive, but you need high investment to GDP. So just coming to the end of this session of my presentation, which is that which are the countries, when I use some of these rules, that I think can be the breakout stars of this decade. Well, the countries that I like here include Philippines, Thailand, Colombia, Peru, Mexico, Poland, as just some examples. Now, many of these countries, especially here in East Asia, you can see have some common factors. The likes of Philippines and Thailand didn't do well last decade, but now their chance is coming because they have got new political leadership, which has done something to at least bring about some political stability in the case of Thailand, or in the case of Philippines, to actually carry out a fairly meaningful reform agenda. Now, things take time to change, but at least it's moving in the right direction. Colombia and Peru, the good news about these countries compared to the likes of, let's say, Brazil, is that they've used the commodity windfall to make a lot of investments. So investment to GDP in these countries is increasing, unlike in Brazil, where like the entire commodity windfall was used in consumption expenditure. Mexico, also new political leader carrying out economic reforms. So we're likely to see an increase in Mexico's growth rate. And Poland is really the solid country of Eastern Europe with very good fundamentals, which is likely to benefit from the fact that Europe finally seems to be exiting its recession. So briefly, as you can see, that Philippines was really the joke of the region for many decades, and this is the problem with long-term forecasts. As you know, in the 1960s, people thought that the stars of East Asia, the IMF World Bank projections, were that the stars of East Asia would be Philippines, Burma, and Sri Lanka. We know what happened to that forecast. So Philippines was a basket case for about 3-4 decades. Now we're seeing signs that Philippines' investment to GDP is picking up. In Thailand, I think that the big competitive advantage has to do with its manufacturing sector. That manufacturing in Thailand has been increasing and is the second highest in the world of any country at about 30%. And both Philippines and Thailand are benefiting a lot now from the fact that wages in China are going up. And the increase in wages in China sort of shifts the competitive advantage to some of these economies. In the case of Mexico, as I said, that we have a new political leader, and manufacturing as a share of GDP in Mexico currently is 18%. That's the highest for any economy in Latin America. The big problem of economies in both Latin America and in Africa has been that manufacturing as a share of GDP in these economies has been rather low. And that is really a problem for those economies, whereas Mexico, manufacturing has been higher and now the wages are much more competitive out there. If I can just get this going. As I said, in Thailand, that manufacturing is relatively high as a share of GDP. And as you can see here, that both these countries are gaining on China in terms of their wages. Poland's fundamentals look good because its costs are quite low, its currency is quite flexible. Mexico, I just spoke about as to why it's the best story in Latin America currently, because its manufacturing is showing some signs of coming back after losing ground to China incredibly over the last decade, because wages in Mexico, as you can see, have now converged with that of China after being far higher than China a decade ago, as Chinese wages have been going up. In Latin America, it really, like the Andes run through the center of Latin America, and my sort of rule about Latin America, left side good, right side bad. So like left side, you have the countries which are doing well, Chile, Colombia, Peru. Right side, Venezuela, Argentina, and possibly Brazil have been following a different economic model with much more sort of wasteful spending and not much in terms of new infrastructure or new investments. So this is what I said, that the commodity windfalls were used to boost investments in these countries, as you can see in Peru, Chile, Colombia, and not in the likes of Brazil and Venezuela. So in summary here, the winners of one decade are rarely the winners of the next. This is what makes the global growth game so dynamic and impermanent. And so we always need to be on the lookout as to which are going to be the winners of the subsequent decade, and to sort of take it that if countries have done very well for a decade, the odds are, not everyone, but the odds are that those countries will not do well in the subsequent decade. What we're seeing now is that all the BRIC nations are running into some domestic structural problems of their own. These are particularly more severe in countries ex-China, such as Brazil, Russia, South Africa, and even India. This decade will be defined, I think, by a return to more normal growth rates in emerging markets, which is some will converge, some will not converge. As these BRIC economies fade, new breakout stars will emerge. So we need to be nimble, keep a lookout as to what the various rules of the road are in changing our assessment. Like 2 countries, since I wrote the book on which I've had to revise my assessment already, are Indonesia and Turkey. In Turkey's case, partly because you've had a political leader now who I think is overstaying his welcome in power after being in place for a decade and doing a lot to reform that country. And in like Indonesia's case now, we have to wait for the new political cycle to come before we see a fresh impetus towards reform that Indonesia badly needs. So this is not the end of the high growth period for emerging markets. The developing world still represents a very sizable portion of the global economy. It just is that we are now like in an era of differentiation, where some countries will do well, some will not do that well. And in this area of differentiation, we have to pick out the winners and losers and be very active about changing our preferences rather than sticking to very long-term forecasts which are not practical and likely to be wrong. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Rusher will take a seat on the stage, and to join him for our 11th session, our panelists, and back to our moderator, Dr. Timothy Yong.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now go into the open forum discussion part of this session. Rushil Sharma makes the point that economies that have done well in the last decade are unlikely to be the economies to watch out for in the following decade. I noticed that in his slide on economies to watch, in the next decade, he doesn't have Indonesia, and he doesn't have China. So I think it would be good now to have an Indonesian view on this. Ibu Karen, as the head of the largest company in Indonesia, and as someone who has played a key role in the economic development of this country, what is your perspective on this? Do you see Indonesia as a breakout nation? If so, why? If not, why not?
Thank you, Timothy. I think I'm here to change the Rushil Sharma's perception on leaving out Indonesia to be a breakout nation. And one of the definition of a breakout session is that the country can grow faster compared to other countries per income commodity. Now, if you read the Asian Development Bank's report, that they argue that there are only some countries that can sustain the high growth for 10 to 20 years. And that is because two factors. It's because of political stability, it's because of governance, and it's because of policy failures. Now, and they are considered to be the middle income trap. And it will be very expensive if you have reached those 2 decades and get stuck in the middle income trap, because you don't have the right skills, you don't have the right innovations, and you don't have the right management excellence. So if you ask me, what does it take for Indonesia to be a breakout nation? I see that Indonesia will have a more difficult time, or should I say challenge, to become a breakout nation, because the global economic growth is now more modest. And of course, emerging countries need to reduce their growth expectations as well. But I do like Rushil's definition that there is no rule for a general rule for a nation breakout. And he said that if the leadership in Indonesia slips and strives to create a family dynasty like Argentina, the country could quickly lose its momentum. And I do agree with you in that sense. But I still see that Indonesia can be a breakout nation due to 4 facts. One is because Indonesia has improved its governance. It has handled the transfer of power from one rival party to another in a so-called calmly way. And the democracy has been tested into several tests, like the terrorism, the tsunami. So for me, I think a tried and a tested democracy is a factor that can help deliver the economic breakout. Number two is, I think Indonesia has been gradually accelerating the economic growth, around 6%. And number three is the economy is very highly open and being deregulated. And I do hope that with the Asian economic community, there will be other Indonesian companies to keep up moving the value chain to compete with the likes of China and India. And the last thing is that the country is more resilient in stocks, and also before it was thrown off in 1997 and 1998. I think the macroeconomy is more stable, and the banking sector is also much stronger. But those are the good factors that we have in Indonesia. What needs to be improved is the infrastructure remains very poor. Business environment remains poor. If you look, and this is because of the corruption problem. The World Bank's report, in 2007, we are ranked 143. We have moved to 118, but that's not enough. It is still at a poor level, though the direction is already improved. And the competitiveness needs to be improved as well. In the World Economic Forum, we were ranked 17 for best manufacturing. And although in 2010, Indonesia was unranked, and on the Logistic Performance Index, it has moved from the 75th rank in 2010 to the 59th rank in 2012. So if we can overcome these challenges, I think we can be a breakout nation. Thank you.
Thank you. So Indonesia can be a breakout nation, but there are some conditions attached. I think it's useful to turn to look at China. According to Rochelle's presentation, the forecast for China over the next decade is 5-6%. Now, 5-6% is a wonderful rate of growth for most economies, but certainly not for China. There is a lot of talk now about China needing to move from an investment-driven economy to a consumption-driven economy. Will this have a major impact on the growth rate? Will it work? Do you agree with the forecast? 5-6%. That's the lowest number I have heard for a long time. Do you share that view? Kevin.
Thank you, Tim, for that question. After I heard Rochelle's presentation, I changed my talking points. I was originally planning to make one, and now I have to make 3 points on China. Maybe let me start with your question, Tim, on the issue of economic rebalancing, investment versus consumption. Right? People are talking about that for the last 2 or 3 years. I think the general gist you get from the Western media and Western economists is that China used to have this investment and export-driven model. Now that model has running out of steam. You need to really switch it off to another model, which is driven by domestic consumptions. Okay, that view, in my opinion, is misguided for 2 reasons. One is that view is based on an argument that the marginal economic return of additional investment is low. Right? So because China has made all this investment, if you throw more money at that, it will not return as much as it did before. Again, that view, in my view, is misguided, because if you look at the capital in terms of per capita capital stock of China today, even after 35 years of heavy investment, heavy development, it's still very, very low. Even compared to middle-income East Asian countries, the capital stock per capita of China is 40% lower. And if you compare to the United States, China's per capita capital stock is 10%, right? So the idea here is that the capital accumulation process that China has been going through for the last 35 years can continue through investments, and those investments, if you select them properly, will continue to generate returns. That's the first point on that. The second point is the flip side, right? What about consumption? People think, why don't we just switch to household consumption and then China will become a consumption-driven economy. That is also an incorrect sort of perception. The mathematics are very simple, right? If you look at the past 35 years, the average GDP growth of China is roughly 10%, give or take. And if you look at the consumption, it has been growing about 8% a year, right? So when you have GDP growth at 10 and consumption growing at 8, obviously over the long run, the share of consumption is becoming lower and lower. So that's why that number in terms of a share of GDP of consumption in the 80s was about mid-50, 55, 56%. Today it's about 35, 36%, because that 10%, 8% differential accumulated over the number of years, right? So the point is that if you want to reverse that, right, what has to happen? Number one, the GDP growth is already coming down to 7 to 8%, okay? But even that level, unless you dramatically increase your consumption, the share of consumption GDP will not change dramatically. So that's why I think this rebalancing, some sort of immediate switch on, switch off type of rebalancing is not happening, right? Which leads to one of my conclusions is that, what's happening in China today is certainly towards consumption, a little bit away from investment, but it's a very long process. China is not going to a different development model. It's an upgraded model. It's probably a better model to move towards that direction, but we're not going through a risk of going to some entirely different consumption-driven model. It's like China has been playing ping pong for 35 years. They play that very well. They're not going to switch to play tennis tomorrow. They may make the ping pong ball a little bigger, the platform a little bigger, but they're not switching. So the risk of that abrupt switch is very, very low. Therefore, I'm actually quite bullish that China will continue to be on a growth trajectory, right? Quickly, two other points, just to challenge Rishi a little bit. The first is your comment on debt. I think the last couple of years, there are quite a few Western economists are really looking at the debt problem in China. The number does look negative. But if you look at China in the last 10 years, right, people have been worried about the ghost towns. 10, 12 years ago, Pudong was named as the biggest ghost town of China. And if you go to Shanghai today, look at what Pudong looks like. And then more recently, people worry about the banking crisis in China in terms of the bad loans, and actually the government in the end cleaned up it very swiftly. So the point I'm making here is that it's not like there is no debt problem. I think there is a debt problem. The question is that, do we think the Chinese government, with the help from the private sector, have a way to solve that, right? Do they have a way to solve that? The way I see it is, if you look at the government side, right? If you compare the Chinese government with the traditional Western government from a financial side, what's the biggest difference, right? If you're a Western government, if you're a United States government, in the financial sense, your biggest thing is you collect taxes, okay? But in China, the Chinese government not only collects taxes, it owns all those large state enterprises. Many of them are in monopoly situations, so that generates a big additional income for the government to deploy. And finally, the government owns all the land, right? So this is a very different. If you look from a Western lenses, only a tax collecting authority, then the debt problem is very hard to resolve. But if you look at it in the Chinese context, that the Chinese government collects taxes, own the SOEs, own the land, it has a far deeper pocket to solve that problem. Finally, my last point, which is also about Rushir's point about how many countries can grow in a fast manner over a long period of time, right, 3-4 decades. I think the key here is one word, really, is about adaptability. I think any economic model that doesn't adapt itself will not grow for 20, 30, 40 years. Okay, so the key question on China is, do we think China today has an economic and political system that can adapt itself to whatever new challenges that is coming, right? Which also linked to Minister Basri's point yesterday about the intangible assets, what he called, right? The soft sort of political governance system. Is the system in China today is conducive to solving economic challenges, or is it a problem, right? The interesting thing, obviously, in China today is you do actually compare to the United States, you do see long-term vision, long-term even government tenor, right? And you do see state capacity to do what they want to do, to execute. You do see a system of plenty of feedback loops in terms of getting what works, what doesn't work, how do you adapt to that, how do you expand certain policies. So that all these elements points to me that China actually has a very adaptable system. It's not a traditional electoral democracy to get the feedback from the voters. It's not a traditional market economy. You get the feedback from the markets, but it's a very adaptable system that may allow itself to increase the chance to solve some of the problem and continue to grow its economy. Thank you, David.
Thank you very much. But 5 to 6%, Kevin?
My personal view, actually, the World Bank today, this morning, we just issued our East Asia economic updates where we predicted 7.5 for this year and 7.7 for next year. 5 to 6 sounds low to me, but as Rashir said, there's no way you can predict those numbers. But my personal expectation is by 2030, China will be the high-income country. And it has many challenges, right? Income disparity, environment, and many others. But China will be a high-income country by 2030.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Pierre, you have flown a long way to be at this meeting.
Yeah.
You've come from Ottawa.
Yes.
You drive Canada's export development. An important part of the world for you are the emerging markets. So when you look at the emerging markets, what do you see? What do you see as driving growth? What do you see as impeding growth?
All right, thank you, Timothy. Let me be clear. I'm not a quant analyst, and I will not challenge Rashir all the slides that he's presented. I'm the president of Export Development Canada. Last year, we supported in excess of $87 billion of business. About a third of that is in emerging markets. So what I wanted to do today is just to share with you a down-in-the-weed business day-to-day perspective in terms of what's the outlook for the emerging markets, obviously from a Canadian perspective. For Canada, and this is talking with the business people, the biggest opportunity in terms of the emerging market is here in the Asia-Pacific region. For two reasons that were actually discussed yesterday and today. The first one being the need for infrastructure. Several times we've heard that concept before. We're talking about energy, transportation, road, telecommunication, so on, so on, so on. The second element that is at the back of the mind of all the business people in Canada is the middle market. It's booming. It creates consumption, it creates demand, new market, okay? There's a third element as well, as there's been a shift in the last 10 years in terms of the pattern in trade. In the last 10 years, north-south trade increased roughly by maybe 10-15%, whereby south-south roughly 20% a year. So essentially, from a Canadian perspective, we see Asia-Pacific as an area where we can grow the footprint, where we can have the biggest opportunity for Canadian people. It's not going to be easy. There are roadblocks, okay? The trade world is very integrated. What's happening in the developed market will obviously impact the emerging market. When U.S. got a cold, we feel it. We all feel it. The world, the trade is slowing down. It's impacted the region here, obviously. However, when we talk to our companies in Canada and we sit down with them and look at our future, the next 3 years, 5 years, we are of the view that our emerging market support will grow anywhere between 5 or 6% over the next 5 years. This is what I would call is our more realistic kind of approach. Some days we think it'll go back to normal, 3, 4, 5 years down the road to higher growth. But for now, we're saying, from our Canadian perspective, we're saying the growth rate is expected to be around 5 or 6%. We follow the situation very, very, very carefully. We think there's value for Canadian companies, but I would say also that the concepts of what I just discussed are also valid for other countries. So for us, growth, Asian Pacific, we see this as modest growth temporarily, but hopefully we'll be back to normal sooner than later. So I do have to say that I contradict a little bit what Rashir just pointed out in his initial remarks. However, I'll just say to you that this is just coming from business people interacting in about 180 countries in the world. But essentially, we've supported in excess of 30 billion of business in emerging markets, and we expect that to grow significantly over the next few years.
Thank you, Pierre. When I was listening to Ibu Karen and Kevin's comments, Rushir, it suddenly occurred to me that one of your rules for the road is that the best time for reform is when there's new leadership, the first term. Well, in the case of Indonesia, there will be new leadership next year. In the case of China, there is new leadership as we speak. President Xi Jinping will be addressing this summit in a little while. So does it follow from your rule of the road that this is actually a time when we can expect reforms in both these countries and time to take a closer look because it would seem from your comparative analysis that this is the most fertile time for positive change?
Yeah, no, I mean, that's a great question. I think, just a point here. When I wrote the book, in fact, Indonesia was one of my breakout nations. And it's an economy that I do remain fundamentally positive on. Like its investment to GDP profile is like very good compared to other countries at above 30%, particularly compared to other sort of emerging markets and commodity producing countries. As I said, that my judgment on Indonesia today is suspended because of the fact that they have not, because the reform momentum in the last couple of years has really slowed down. They've been very dependent on foreign capital to try and fund their growth model. Inflation's been also creeping higher. So yes, if we get a new political leader after next year's election who seems to be sort of reformist, I think that is a good thing. But we have to wait to see, because there are enough instances when you also get bad political leaders who take the country in the wrong direction. Like you get populists, we've seen this in Latin America or other places, you get populists who take the country in the wrong direction. So it's a question of who will be the political leader. Regarding China, as I said, that in China's case, what I'm saying is that China will follow the model of the other successful East Asian countries, which is Japan, Korea, Taiwan. And that is that once they became middle-income countries, their growth rates slowed down to 5 to 6%. It just is the anchoring bias of people that a slowdown to 5 to 6% is seen as a mini catastrophe because expectations have been so high. So, but my forecast is that over the next 5 to 10 years, China's growth rate will be 5 to 6%. And that is the most successful economies in the world achieved that growth rate after they got to a middle income country. If I was really bearish on China, my forecast for China would be 2% growth or something, which is basically no more convergence with the developed world. So it's a sort of thing that, but so many people are wedded to 7 to 8%. From where they get this number 7 to 8% is beyond me. It's because it's the government's target and it must be achieved by 2020 or something. But those are old targets. The government, I'd say the single most important thing that China needs to do, if you were to ask me today, is to revise this target, which is that because you're forced to grow at a target which is above your potential currently, you're taking on more and more debt to achieve a target that is unsustainable. So if you were to have a lower target, you would possibly get to your final destination in better shape, as that traffic sign goes, that better to arrive late than never.
Thank you very much. I'm going to invite 3 questions one from that end, one from the middle, and one from the right. So if you have a question, any questions? Gentleman over there, please identify yourself. Please identify yourself and. Tan Sri Munir. Yep.
Thank you, Timothy. My name is Munir Majid. I'm chairman of Bank Muamalat in Malaysia. I think Rush's Sharma's analysis and presentation is bold and sweeping. I'm sure we all will not agree with everything that he had to say. But I think there's one gap in your presentation, and this is in respect of financial flows and crises. The advent of financial crises causing, economic disablement in many economies. And, if you look back at 97, 98, of course, and 08, 07, 08, and then, of course, the recent flows of capital out of emerging markets, they have a disablement component on the real economy. And I'm surprised that in your presentation, you did not highlight these flows and their consequences. And at the same time, you have actually not looked at Asian initiatives in trying to ensure sustained financing for some of their development efforts. Of course, it's early days, but there's been the announcement of setting up the infrastructure bank. There's been the Asian Bond Market Initiative, which has been in existence for a long period of time. There's a corporate, there is a corporate guarantee institution, which is just set up. Okay, it's only got about 700, 800 million of funds to guarantee the issuance of bonds by Asian companies which may not have a chance in the bigger bond market, with actually the rating done by Asian companies. So there are financial things that are happening in Asia, even if, and I must admit to this, there are international flows that affect emerging markets adversely. Thank you.
Thank you, Tan Sri Munir. I'm going to collect two more questions before turning back to the panel. A question, Professor Ken Morgan.
Thank you very much, Dato Tim. Professor Ken Morgan from the University of Flinders in South Australia. When I look at where the next breakout nations, there's one nation that has not been talked about that I believe is a breakout nation, where its top 200 corporations have about $3 trillion cash in the bank. In their pensions, they have $4 trillion. They're great innovators. They're now going to be exporting energy, and that's the United States of America. Would you agree that they are probably one of the next breakout nations, all taken there? This morning, there was a lot of talk about shale gas. Its impact, the United States will be emerging. Karen, do you see shale gas, particularly coming out of Canada, the United States, and China and other ways, is it a threat or is it actually positive? Threat being in short term, price cycles, but positive in that it will have long-term extension of your fields. Thank you very much, Dato.
Thank you very much. One more question from that end of the room, if there is one. Yes, gentleman over there. Yes.
This is Karosi from Newcomer Group, China. And I think other analysis based on the current situation. But you must understand that because Apec, such kind of big family relation, and most leaders are improving. So the current situation will change. I think the topic we should talk is how can help the slowly country to be more faster, and how to help the fast country to be more stable. So the economist people like Mr. Shahara should make another speech. And I think the beauty from Indonesia as a company should question, I want to question you, what is your prefer for such kind of Apec CEO summit? What as company we would like to get from such kind of government, association, companies summit? This is my question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to invite Ruchir to respond to the two questions from Tan Sri Munir, and maybe you might want to comment on the point.
The breakout nation you want to know.
Yes, yeah, but just a quick response.
yeah.
I'm going to ask Ibu Karen to comment on the question relating to shale, yeah? And if any other members of the panel want to jump in, you're welcome to.
Right. So regarding your question about financial flows, I was told to keep my presentation strictly under half an hour, so I could not cover every single rule of the road. But as a financial investor, that is one criteria I look at very, very closely. And the rule we typically have is that if a country runs a current account deficit of more than 4 to 5% of GDP for 4 to 5 years, that is another sort of red mark for a country running into trouble. So I completely agree with you that looking at financial flows and their destabilizing effect on economic growth is extremely important. The good news today is that very few countries today are running such huge current account deficits in this region. With the exception of India and Indonesia, in the entire Apec community, there are few other countries running major current account deficits. So, so I'm not that concerned about it today, but it is something to definitely keep a lookout on, that if these countries don't correct their current account deficit to more sustained levels and keep relying on financial flows to fund their growth, it will lead to trouble in these countries, and that's destabilizing. But I think that that compared to 97, 98, there is no doubt that the region is much stronger. The short-term debt, everything else is much stronger. The only fault line is that the debt levels in terms of domestic debt are much higher, particularly in places such as China, and I've pointed that out as a fault line. But in terms of the region otherwise, and the initiative that you mentioned about, there's no doubt that the region today is in much better shape than 97, 98, so therefore I didn't go into that. But yes, looking at financial flows is a very important thing. And the other thing is that typically, but here's another rule of the road. I didn't have time to sort of go into this. Even in 97, 98, if you look at it, the first people to leave a country when there is trouble are not the foreign investors, but the domestic investors. The domestic investors have their nose to the ground. They know when trouble is coming. So even in Indonesia back in 97, 98, I was here in the East Asian financial crisis covering that. A lot of the domestic business people, domestic investors were the first ones to try and take money out of the country, and the foreign investors do it later. That is generally a rule that I tend to follow. So that's as far as that's concerned. Regarding your question about US as a breakout nation, I completely agree. In fact, when I first wrote the book was meant to cover the developing countries. Then I was, like when the new edition of the book came out, I wrote an epilogue in which I was told to extend the concept of breakout nations to the developed world. And there I did cite the United States as a breakout nation for some of the reasons you mentioned, and one very important reason which still goes sort of underappreciated, which is the fact that the largest spender on research and development in the world is the United States, which is that 1/3 of global R&D in the world is done in the United States. And you see that difference. For example, you look at a company such as Apple, the largest market cap company in the world today. It employs only 50,000 people. The people who make the products in places such as Taiwan employ more than 1 million people making the parts for Apple. But Apple's productivity is so high and its global franchise is so strong, and it's on the back of R&D. And I think that the research and development focus and the edge that the US has on technology is really underappreciated, and something which I think does make the US a potential for a breakout nation among the developed world. But you have to compare growth rates based on per capita income, because the US can never grow at 4 to 5% because it's a developed country. But can the US grow above the average growth rates of the other developed countries? I think the answer is yes, which makes it a potential for a breakout nation.
Thank you very much. Ibu Karen on shale. And then I would like to ask Kevin whether you have similar thoughts on the United States as a breakout or comeback nation. After that, I'm going to invite another 3 questions, starting from that end, over here, and over there. So if you have a question, raise your hands.
Before I answer whether shale gas is a threat to Indonesia, my questions will be to the US, actually. What is the US export policy on shale gas? And what is the total volume to be exported? And what is the total volume that is needed for the domestic demand? If I looked at Indonesia, it has great potentials of gas, and we have one huge asset which is yet to be developed because of the high investment and also high technology that is required. But there is a rule of $12, which is presented by a consultant, Feridun Saragi. Shale gas may be cheap at the Henry Hub, but you need to take account of the liquefaction and also the transportation side. And at the end, it will converge to $12. And it is the same as, developing an asset as complicated as Natuna, with an investment of around 30 billion. And so I don't see that, shale gas will be a threat to Indonesia unless we don't get our act fast enough to develop Natuna. Because if you miss that one cycle, you will miss for the next 20 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Kevin, a quick comment on whether you have that same optimism about the United States?
I think I personally think there are a number of reasons you can be optimistic about the United States. I lived there for almost 20 years. Fundamentally, if you look at things that a country needs to do well, that it does have political and economic stability, usually in most of the days. And it does continue to have a number of economic drivers. I think innovation and R&D, as Ruchir mentioned, one of them. I think on the worrisome side is really the ability, as I mentioned, which on the China side, the Chinese government does adapt, the US government does not seem to be able to adapt, right? And in terms of time horizon, the politicians in the United States live for 2 or 3 years of election cycle, or what they look like on TV tomorrow, or the next fundraising event. It's very hard for them to have that long-term horizon. Therefore, on the political side, they may be making suboptimal decisions. So that's my worry. But there are reasons to be optimistic about the United States.
And Timothy, I just want to mention to you that, we cannot overlook U.S. It's an important trade partner for Canada, and we do share also the same kind of a positive sentiment for the same reasons that were explained here. So,
thank you very much. 2 quick comments from the floor before we start wrapping up. Are there 2 quick comments, questions? Yes.
Break.
Over there.
Hi, I'm Scarlett Chang from China.
Can you speak a bit louder? Identify yourself, yeah.
It's worked. I'm Scarlett Chang from Beijing, and I'm from Metro Exchange. I have some questions about Shanghai Free Trade Zone. May I have your comments, Mr. Sharman and Mr. Lu? Do you have some comments with the Shanghai Free Trade Zone? Even there is not enough details for the policy, not right yet. And do you think it's a big challenge to the foreigners to invest in China, or there is a big challenge to Singapore and Hong Kong?
Wow. Another question before we return to the panel? Yes.
Thank you. I'm Major Frega Wenas from the Indonesian military delegation. I would like to address my question to Mr. Sharma. The emergence of new potential market in some region, to some extent, has stimulated the flow of people, which also influence in creating a more diverse population. In regard with this issue, I would like to know your perspective on the influence of diversity and size of population in contributing in becoming a breakout nation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You want to quickly respond?
Exactly. Just very briefly, I think that the Shanghai free trade zone sort of rhetoric so far is very positive. It shows that China is willing to sort of keep opening up, keep reforming. The good thing about China, which I sort of didn't mention in the presentation, is the fact that China has historically been able to carry out economic reforms even in good times. So it's not always waited for an economic crisis to hit it before carrying out economic reforms, which is what most emerging markets do. But having said that, the details of this are still quite sketchy. We don't know enough about this, but it definitely sounds like a positive thing to do. And I don't believe that it's a zero-sum policy that will hurt Hong Kong, Singapore, because of the fact is that the more such trading centers, the more such free trade zones we have in the world, the better it is for the global economy. And it's only natural that given China's size, that something like this comes out of China. In China, my main concern, as I said, just remains the fact that the growth target is very ambitious, and that needs to be tweaked in terms of rather than the level of debt that they're piling up at a very aggressive pace, especially in the last 5 years. This was not the case 3-4 years ago. This has changed post the 2009 stimulus. Regarding the question about population, you said, in terms of the impact that it can have, my entire concept of breakout nations is that let's stick to a reasonable time frame, which is about 5 to 10 years. And I think over 5 to 10 years, that thing does not really have much of an impact. It has an impact over much longer time frames than over the kind of time frame that you're speaking about. But I think that this has been one of Japan's major pitfalls, as we know, that in Japan's case, they also spend a lot on R&D, but the entire R&D goes into the domestic market and not enough of it goes into catering to the global marketplace. So having a sort of diverse population, much more, friendly immigration policies definitely helps you make you more globally competitive. But these are very long-term sort of things which happen, like education, and not factors which influence growth rates, I think, over the kind of 5 to 10 year time frame that I'm speaking about.
Thank you very much. I'm going to start winding up the session, but what I'd like to do is to invite each of you to answer as briefly as you can when we think of the future of emerging markets. What is the one most important thing that we should start in our minds when we think of the emerging markets? Because this is a time when there's a lot of uncertainty. There are different views. We know that the future will not be the same as the past, but what exactly is it going to be? So I'd like, as the concluding round to this discussion, if each of you would just share some quick thoughts on how we should think about emerging markets so that the people in this room, as part of this discussion, can have something to take away with them, apart from everything else we've discussed. Ibu Karen.
I think as a country, you need to identify your constraints.
Constraints, to be aware of your constraints. Kevin.
I think obviously there are many things you can think of for emerging market, and every country is different. For me, I think in the near term, the tangible things for all emerging markets is infrastructure. The importance of infrastructure development, the importance of getting them financed, and I think we can always talk about knowledge economy, another thing, but infrastructure, physical, hard infrastructure, I think is still the name of the game. And let me add on that, for China, I think, which is related, I think the single keyword for me is urbanization. Because in the next number of years, there will be 500 million more Chinese people who are going to move from rural to the urban area, change their lifestyle, create economic demand as well as challenges. And if you look at the Chinese history, right, thousands of Chinese history, every dynasty is different, but there's one thing that is in common, is every dynasty in Chinese history ended because of the inability to solve the rural and urban problems. And I think that there's a real chance today that to actually, through urbanization, to solve that problem. I know this is very high on the Chinese leadership mind. In fact, the World Bank is working, as we speak, a major urbanization report together with the Development Research Center of State Council. We're hoping to use urbanization as a lens to look at all the problems and challenges in China. So I think urbanization is this fundamental economic driver. It's the most important keyword for me to China.
Thank you, Kevin. Here.
Kevin read my mind. For me, emerging market is a code for infrastructure investment, infrastructure need. So everything that is related to it, you got to look at an opportunity. But essentially, it's infrastructure related.
Thank you.
Yeah, for me, the most important thing is to stop talking about emerging markets as a homogeneous entity. This is 40% of the global economy, and these are countries which are very diverse, with very different needs, with very different per capita income levels. You have India, Nigeria, which are still quite poor, with a per capita income of only $1,500. You have countries like Korea, Taiwan, still called emerging markets, even though their per capita income is more than $20,000. Brazil and China, are so different from each other. So we'll have to speak about this as a homogeneous entity, but the real thing is about differentiation, that you have to differentiate between these countries. You can't talk about 40% of the global economy as a one single entity. That is just a wrong way of approaching this game.
And for me, as the moderator, it's two things. Firstly, the past is not necessarily the future. The breakout nations of the last decade are not necessarily the breakout nations of the next decade. And the next thing, which came through in the discussion, is that success is not guaranteed. Countries have to do the right things. They have, as Kevin put it, to relentlessly adapt. They have to avoid slipping into complacency, as Rochelle reminds us. And as Ibu Karen mentioned in her conditions for Indonesia to continue to be a breakout nation. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for being here on this Monday afternoon. Join me in thanking our wonderful panel.
Thank you very much, Dato. Thank you to our speakers as we close out our 11th session. Ladies and gentlemen, session 12 shall begin as per our program at 4:35. Thank you.
Not great. Yeah. Glass.
John Kerry, and then he will take out his speech, and then the rest is.
Yep. Exactly. And this isn't the secretary's speech. I just put this here to get a little elevation. So, but we'll bring the speech.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are set to begin our next session in just under 10 minutes' time. Can we invite those of you who are still outside the ballroom to make your way inside? And for those of you who are with us already, be seated, get comfortable. We'll begin very soon. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to invite you all to be seated and prepare for the arrival of the US Secretary of State. Ladies and gentlemen, the arrival of the US Secretary of State, John Kerry.
Mr. Secretary, it is a great pleasure to welcome you to the Apec CEO Summit and to Bali. Delegates, Secretary Kerry comes to this summit with knowledge of Apec from its early days. He has been at the forefront of foreign policy making in Asia and the world. As a US Senator for 28 years, a member and chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, and now as the US Secretary of State. But more than that, Secretary Kerry brings with him a deep personal understanding of every one of our 21 economies. This has been acquired through first-hand experience and countless visits to the region. All of this enables Secretary Kerry to provide special insight on both the economic and foreign policy dimension of APEC's future in the wider global context. Delegate, please give a warm welcome to the US Secretary of State, the Honorable John Kerry.
Thank you, Vishnu, very, very much. It's a great pleasure for me to be here and an honor to be able to address you. And on behalf of President Obama, I want to thank our hosts in Indonesia for an absolutely extraordinary, generous hospitality. And I think you will join me in feeling that they have been remarkable in their leadership in the course of this summit. So I thank them. Let me echo the regret President Obama expressed personally to President Yudhoyono that he could not be here this week. I know he really was looking forward genuinely to being here. I want you all to know that in 2004, obviously, I worked very, very hard to replace a president. This is not what I had in mind. But I also want to make it very clear to everybody, no one should mistake what is happening in Washington as anything more than a moment of politics. We've all seen it before. We'll probably see it again. But I guarantee you we will move beyond this, and we will move beyond it with strength and determination. One of the things that encourages me enormously is the recent news that the United States of America is now the world's largest energy, oil and gas supplier, and we are renewing manufacturing. Our innovation is strong, our debt is coming down, our deficit is coming down, and I am absolutely confident that the innovation and strength that has characterized our economy for some period of time will continue well beyond this moment being considerably forgotten by all of you. I want to emphasize that there is nothing that will shake the commitment of the United States to the rebalance to Asia that President Obama is leading. And I think it's fair to say to all of you that we are very, very proud to be a Pacific nation. We are inextricably linked to this region by ties of geography, of history, culture, economics, and frankly, the blood and the treasure that we expended to help lay the framework for the architecture on which prosperity is now being built. The Asia-Pacific region, which we are all part of, is by far the largest, the fastest growing, and the most dynamic economic region in the world. But in the 21st century, happily, our lives are defined not just by the work of troops or of diplomats, but increasingly by the efforts of entrepreneurs and executives of the private sector, of those of you and the businesses you build and the workers that you employ, the places that you invest, the partnerships that you forge, and the students who represent the future of this multinational, multicultural, and multi-generational relationship that is being built in the dawn of the 21st century. This is an exciting time. It's an extraordinary time of transformation and change. And I know that every one of you come here with a sense of excitement and a sense of the possibilities that come with that. Quite simply, how this region grows and how we engage the 2.7 billion customers who live here, that will shape the future of the world's economy. And the numbers tell a very important part of this story. More than half of global GDP is represented by this region. Half of global trade happens in this region. When you list the United States' top 10 trading partners, half are Apec economies. We send more than half of our exports to this region. And over the next 5 years, nearly half of all the economic growth that will happen outside of the United States will happen in the Asia-Pacific region. So if you put it all together, it is obvious why all of us, the private sector and the public sector, have a stake in the choices that we will make in the days ahead. But make no mistake, they are choices. And they will require the private sector and the public sector to work together like never before in order to make the right choices. As you know, when President Obama took office, the top priority had been creating new jobs and security for America's middle class. And he also knows that that can't happen and it won't happen, and to the degree it's happened, it hasn't happened without your participation. What you sell, what you buy, where you invest, these are all major parts of the equation. And that's why President Obama has worked hard to grow our exports by more than 50% since taking office, and two-way trade between the United States and other Apec economies has grown by nearly the same amount during the same period. Today, both American exports and American trade with Apec stands at record levels. Now, when I became Secretary of State, I reminded my colleagues in the Senate during my confirmation hearing that foreign policy today is more than ever economic policy. National security is not just about the threats that we face, and we're all familiar with those threats, but it's about what we can do to prevent the seeds of tomorrow's threats from being planted today. In a world where vast populations of young people are exploding on the scene with aspirations and demands, all interconnected by the social media, at that time, anarchy and terror are sometimes offered as alternatives to the fulfillment of those jobs and opportunity, to the fulfillment of good governance. And so we have a special challenge, all of us together. Nobody's exempt. There's no business sector over here and government over here. It's joined together, and it is critical that we act together and work together. The consequences of failing to do so are staring at all of us in Syria, in Egypt, in Afghanistan, Pakistan, and other parts of the world, where young people, remember what happened in Tunisia was a reflection of the aspirations of a fruit vendor who rebelled against corruption simply because he wanted to be able to live his life and sell his goods. What happened in Tahrir Square was without any religious overtones or connotations. It was, again, young people texting each other, using smartphones, talking about the possibilities of the future. And so it was in Syria, too. where young people wanted a voice in the future and were met instead with violence. So I would say to you that with all of their potential, it screams for the chance to fulfill their basic aspirations, and that is what we have to think about even as we make bottom-line economic choices. So it is clear, we have a stake in each other's success. And that's one of the reasons why multilateral fora like Apec and ASEAN are frankly so important in this modern context. And it's why we are working to complete the Trans-Pacific Partnership negotiations by the end of this year. TPP, which is so critical, and to emphasize how critical it is, President Obama has sent our Secretary of Commerce, Penny Pritzker, who is here sitting in the front, and our U.S. Trade Representative, Ambassador Mike Froman, sitting over here, because we understand how critical this is. At its core, TPP is about generating growth for our economies and jobs for our people by unleashing a wave of investment and entrepreneurship all across the Asia-Pacific. And at a time when all of us seek strong and sustainable growth, TPP is creating a race to the top, not to the bottom. It's reaching for the highest standards of any trade agreement in history. And I will tell you that is good for businesses. It's good for workers. It's good for economics. It's good for stability. It's good for relationships between countries. It's important to remember that all of the impressive statistics that we cite about this region and all of the exciting projections about our shared future, they're not just an accident. APEC economies are thriving because over the last 25 years, countries of the region lowered barriers on trade and investment, and that has accelerated growth as much as any other single thing. APEC has played a critical role in that success by helping governments to align their standards and their practices, by lowering the barriers for women to be full participants, and by making it easier for businesses to reach across borders and find new markets. But the truth is, that is not enough. That alone will not produce success. In this constantly changing marketplace, governments have a huge responsibility to become even more agile, more responsible, and even more responsive to people and to the demands of the business community. And that means we need to listen carefully to all of you who are on the front lines, making the investments, making the decisions, and doing the business of creating businesses and jobs. I want to emphasize, we in governance need you, the leaders of commerce. We need your creativity as the drivers of gatherings like APEC and like the CEO Leaders Summit. And we need you to keep pushing governments forward and urging them to adapt. Just last night, I had the privilege of having dinner with a group of the CEOs, as many of you all did, and I listened to some of them express frustration with policymakers who accept in principle certain notions about how we should do business, but in practice often revert to other choices, including protectionism. Protectionism, my friends, is not a problem because it shuts someone out of the market, though that is a problem. Protectionism is a problem because it stifles opportunity, because it narrows the market, because it crushes the energy of the marketplace, where new solutions are created through that energy. And history has proven again and again, a freer market creates more opportunity, more growth, more dynamism, more innovation. And no one knows that better, I think, than the CEOs who are gathered here. But I also want to emphasize something. You've heard many speakers this week celebrate the economic vitality of this region, and well, they should. But I hope it's not a secret to say to you that there is nothing automatic that says that that will be the future. Nothing automatic. The prosperity that you share today and we are witnessing today did not arrive by accident, and neither is its continuance inevitable. You know as well as anyone that capital looking for a place to invest will seek either the fastest or the safest or a combination of the two for the return on investment, regardless of geography, regardless of nationality. Capital wants certainty in the political process. And the battle for the future is a battle about competitiveness. And part of what makes a region competitive for investors is obviously the consistent, predictable business climate that is conducive to success. There is no question that the most successful markets of the next 25 years will be determined in large measure by how well they demonstrate openness, transparency, inclusivity, and accountability. Now, I'm not talking just about high-minded principles. I'm talking about pragmatic choices that will define this region and other regions around the world. I'm talking about a path to long-term shared prosperity. In your businesses, you all know that connectivity and innovation are the key to success. And you know the kind of environment that you need for innovation to be able to thrive. In the United States, I'm proud to say to you, not arrogantly, but just as a matter, I think, of a reality, that the key to our productivity over the last 50 years has been the freedom of this innovation, the entrepreneurial spirit that allows somebody in America to take a risk and take a chance and to find a Google or a Apple or any other number of great businesses historically. That really is what has defined America, and it's the centerpiece of our continued growth and success even today. The gas that we are currently using from shale is the result of new technology, of pushing that curve. And our world-changing businesses and our world-class universities, schools like the one that drew Vishnu across the Pacific to study in Los Angeles, these are a critical component of our economic foundation. It has been proven again and again that the next innovation in technology or the next great stride in medicine is most likely to be created in countries where citizens are free to share ideas, move capital around, free to try new things, free to fail, and where the laws are clear and equitable, and where you know that the profits that flow from your ideas will be protected. In order for businesses to fully unlock the premise of the great Asia-Pacific market, or to realize the potential of a booming middle class, 1 billion people strong, we need updated rules that protect not just the basic decisions about moving goods and services, but also protect the spirit of innovation on which the economies of the future are already being built. We need modern rules for a changing road, rules that keep pace with the speed of today's markets. We need norms that protect us from competitive disadvantages. We need a level playing field, predictability, transparency, so that when you invest and do business, you can have a reasonable expectation of the risks and rewards in front of you. And that is one of the promises of the TPP. And as I mentioned, it is about breaking down barriers and raising the bar, the standards, in a way that protects everybody and works for everybody. You've all heard American officials talk about the importance of intellectual property. But the truth is that every economy that wants to be an innovation economy needs to defend their innovators. It's not just Americans. Every entrepreneur and business in the Asia-Pacific needs to know that they can reap the benefits when they develop the next big thing. Economies that can make that guarantee are inevitably going to be stronger. And those that can't make that guarantee, if your ideas are at risk of being stolen and your innovations can be ripped off, you will never reach the full potential of that country or economy. As you know, the Asia-Pacific region is increasingly reliant on complex supply chains. Think of an iPad that is designed in California, with its parts made in Taiwan, assembled in China, shipped through Singapore, loaded with apps from Korea, and sold in Jakarta. All of the businesses and investors along the way, that must be the crowd from Jakarta, because they get the profit. But all of the businesses and investors along the way clearly need the consistency and the certainty of transparent policies and predictable regulations. And I want to recognize the cutting-edge work of Apec, which is leading on supply chain connectivity, all of the while ensuring that the rules are made with the input from the public and the stakeholders like you. And that's why I want to pay tribute to the synergy. I really felt it last night at dinner with the group that I had dinner with. There's a great synergy here. And I think that it would be very valuable, frankly. One of the greatest assets of this gathering is the interaction between those of us who are privileged to be leaders in our countries and those of you who lead in the business world. On behalf of President Obama, I would urge APEC to find more ways to increase the interaction between the leaders here and the private sector, because I think that in the end will result in better policy faster. Beneath the surface of the success that we celebrate, though, there is also an undercurrent of concern, and I would be remiss if I didn't say something about it. When we talk about rules, predictability, and the sanctity of contracts, we cannot forget that corruption corrodes our markets by raising the cost of doing business. It brews uncertainty. It creates inefficiency. It undermines good governance. And it frightens away capital. Put simply, it slows down growth. It doesn't speed it up. It doesn't expand growth. And it certainly doesn't meet the standards of a world that is increasingly looking for more transparency and accountability. It creates a fragile system instead of a strong one. President Obama and I commend APEC for its close work with the private sector to develop ethics for businesses large and small. We also commend APEC's recent work to shine a light on money laundering and illegal trade, including wildlife trafficking. Our economies, simple bottom line, our economies will not reach their full potential, and we will not meet the demand of all those young people looking to us for good choices and for the future. We will not do that unless we eliminate criminal enterprises that undermine the legitimacy of what we are all trying to achieve and the rules by which we are all trying to work. APEC can advance its efforts by continuing to build capacity among customs officials, connecting law enforcement agencies, and reducing demand. And these days, if governments don't step up to tackle their responsibility, guess what? Citizens will. Because with the global use of social media, everybody in the world has an instant communications tool, everybody has a camera, and increasingly we are seeing people hold people accountable. Pictures, videos, stories that anyone with a video can share with millions of people in milliseconds will actually help to create accountability. There is a new cop on the beat. Finally, I want to say one last word about another value that we need to defend. And it is one that, like the others that I mentioned, will actually benefit businesses and economies. And it's one we can only address multilaterally. And some of you may think it strange that the Secretary of State of the United States picks this issue to say something about here at this Apec conference. But I think it is a moral responsibility as well as a practical business one, and that is the urgency with which we must all come together to deal with the issue of climate change. I know that when people talk about climate change, eyes still glaze over, and against all evidence, there are still some people who wonder if it's real, and many wonder what they can actually do about it. Well, the fact is that the absence of a concerted global commitment to address this is inviting catastrophe. And for everybody's business, it is inviting uncertainty. For insurance companies, it is inviting insolvency. The recent United Nations report, with its nearly unanimous conclusion that human beings are to blame for what is happening, warns us of the consequences and makes clear our responsibility. As the world's biggest consumers of energy and the biggest emitters of greenhouse gases, Pacific nations, including my own, we're number 2 in the world. Pacific nations, including my own, have an enormous responsibility to lead a transformation that can not only save lives, but create millions of jobs. I will just tell you, after 29 years of following this, that the extreme weather around the world, the flooding, the fires, the drought, the intense storms are nothing compared to what will come if we don't act. The reduction in some of our fisheries, the melt of ice, the rise of sea level, the Pacific Islands that are threatened, all of this will present us with refugees such as we have never seen before, and with food shortages that may boggle the mind. What's astounding to me is this: staring us in the face is an economic revolution that could solve all of this. There is a $6 trillion market out there for energy, with 6 billion to 9 billion additional users over the next 20 to 40 years. And that is the marketplace of all time. The market that created the great wealth of the 1990s was a technology boom. It was a $1 trillion market with 1 billion users. Compare that to the 6 trillion and 6 to 9 billion users. Energy is the solution to climate change. And the energy market is staring us in the face with an enormous amount of opportunity, and despite the amount of gas that is becoming available, we still have a responsibility, particularly those 20 major emitter nations, to deal with this issue. I think APEC understands that doing nothing is not an option, and that's why it's been a leader in increasing energy efficiency, reducing inefficient and market-distorting fossil fuel subsidies, and we need to continue to move in that direction. But this is a visible and tangible change in this part of the world. And tomorrow I look forward to meeting with President Yudhoyono and representatives of the Pacific Island countries and APEC leaders to talk about how we can ensure a more sustainable economic development program around this. Yesterday I had the chance to visit Benoa Port, where America is engaged in a public-private partnership with some fishermen here in Indonesia. And we are engaged with universities, UCLA and 3 universities out here trying to build a sustainable fishery and sustainable future. These are fishermen who work for a Tampa Bay, Florida company. Fish are shipped from here every day, and it goes to Outback restaurants in America, to Walmart, and to Whole Foods. This is the world we're living in today. But if there's too much money chasing too few fish, and we don't have sustainable practices, then we will obviously inherit crises beyond recognition. 60 million people in Indonesia depend on fishing and on the marine resources for their livelihood, and 60 million Indonesians get most of their protein from the sea. So these are examples of the ways in which APEC and all of us can come together. This is the new norm. This is the future. This is the way the world is going to have to work in order to deal with these problems, but to grab the opportunities that are staring us in the face. In bringing together businesses and governments, NGOs, students, and all citizens to address these issues, APEC does the seemingly impossible. It makes one of the largest regions in the world smaller and more connected. And because APEC gives economies such an effective forum to talk about and tackle these challenges, and thanks in large part to the business leaders like you, tomorrow we will be able to innovate more imaginatively, think more freely, grow more equitably, consume more sustainably.
Okay. Two channel, okay? Угу. Так. Okay. This correct?
Yes.
121, 122, окей, окей. 123, 124, 125, 126. Так, окей. Мистер Костин, окей. О. Окей.
Zero.
Ну, ну. Окей. And one this. One this. Okay. Okay. This microphone. Okay, signal. Okay. Good. Ага. Ага. 121, 122. Все. Окей, thank you. Все.
Ladies and gentlemen, kindly take your seats. We are now getting ready for session 13. That's our conversation with the President of Russia on sources of economic growth. Do get yourselves comfortable. Ladies and gentlemen, the arrival of President Vladimir Putin of Russia.
Thank you so much. Уважаемые дамы и господа, дорогие друзья, признателен организаторам делового саммита за приглашение выступить перед бизнес-сообществом Азиатско-Тихоокеанского региона. Такие встречи, наверное, являются ключевым событием всего мероприятия. Мы, кажется, совсем недавно собирались в России, во Владивостоке. Всего год назад. За прошедший год в мире произошел ряд изменений. Наиболее острая фаза кризиса, о котором мы говорили и в России еще, преодолена. Однако рассчитывать на быстрое выздоровление глобальной экономики не приходится. Проблемы действующей экономической модели носят структурный и затяжной характер. Темпы роста замедляются или стагнируют. К сожалению, в том числе и в нашем Азиатско-Тихоокеанском регионе, который до последнего времени выступал движущей силой глобального развития. Собственно говоря, он и сейчас является такой движущей силой, но тем не менее снижается прогноз роста развивающихся стран Азии и в 2013 и в 2014 году. Видим основные причины в накопленных глобальных дисбалансах. Для их устранения нужна новая долгосрочная модель экономического развития. Она должна быть ориентирована на рост реального сектора экономики, создание качественно новых рабочих мест и на структурные реформы. Параметры такой модели подробно обсуждались и год назад во Владивостоке, и вот совсем недавно в России мы проводили еще один крупный саммит группы 20. Лидеры двадцатки пришли к консенсусу. Необходимо сочетать меры стимулирования экономического роста с фискальной консолидацией. Это трудная и, казалось бы, даже разнонаправленная задача. Тем не менее, лидеры двадцатки посчитали, что это можно сделать. Именно такая цель зафиксирована и в Санкт-Петербургском плане действий. Экономическая политика должна быть тесно увязана с решением социальных проблем. Этой теме была посвящена первая в истории двадцатки встреча министров труда и финансов. Важно обеспечить источники финансирования капиталовложений, сделать более справедливым распределение их рисков. Нам в Петербурге, как мне кажется, удалось согласовать базовые принципы привлечения институциональных инвесторов и укрепления рынков облигационных заимствований. Привлечь капиталовложения в экономику поможет развитие государственно-частного партнерства. В России на этой основе уже реализуется несколько крупных проектов, в том числе по совершенствованию транспортной инфраструктуры в Сибири и на Дальнем Востоке. Приглашаем бизнес из стран АТР присоединиться к этим начинаниям. Например, к масштабной модернизации Транссиба, Байкальской магистрали, к наращиванию потенциала Северного морского пути. И я знаю, что многие азиатские страны проявляют очень большой интерес к развитию этого транспортного коридора. Для иностранных компаний в России создаются необходимые условия. Приемлемое, если не льготное финансирование готов оказать и Российский фонд прямых инвестиций, который наладил хорошее взаимодействие с китайскими и японскими партнерами. Многое зависит от адекватной налоговой системы. В группе 20 уделили данной теме большое внимание. Договорились сообща бороться с уходом от налогообложения, в том числе через офшоры. Проблема фискальной дисциплины актуальна конечно, и для экономик АТР. Поэтому будем думать в АТЭС об улучшении обмена налоговой информацией. Еще одним перспективным источником глобального развития является наращивание мировых товарных потоков. Следует расширять сеть региональных и субрегиональных соглашений о свободной торговле. И сегодня на первой части саммита практически все лидеры, выступавшие здесь на Бали, уже об этом говорили. Одновременно необходимо укреплять глобальную торговую систему, сохраняя центральную роль ВТО, и разблокировать необходимо, конечно, Дохийский раунд переговоров. Россия активно участвует в интеграционных процессах в Евразии. Как вы знаете, мы создали вместе с партнерами Таможенный союз, единое экономическое пространство, работающее четко в соответствии с принципами Всемирной торговой организации. Рассматриваем это как наш вклад в укрепление многосторонней торговли. И, наконец, нельзя оздоровить глобальную экономику без вложений в человеческий капитал. Необходимо открывать новые возможности для получения современного и востребованного образования, укреплять социальные гарантии для молодежи, женщин, инвалидов, других уязвимых категорий. В прошлом году саммит АТЭС проходил в комплексе зданий Дальневосточного федерального университета России. Этот современный вуз становится одним из крупнейших образовательных центров в Азиатско-Тихоокеанском регионе. Уверен, что открытость в области образования – это один из важнейших факторов устойчивого роста в будущем. Уважаемые дамы и господа, интеграция и объединение усилий в рамках АТЭС содействует формированию открытой и справедливой системы роста в Азиатско-Тихоокеанском регионе, укрепляет экономические и гуманитарные связи между нашими странами и народами, вносит вклад в повышение уровня жизни граждан наших государств. Уверен, бизнес-сообщество продолжит играть самую активную роль в развитии региональной и мировой экономики. Государства со своей стороны будут создавать все необходимые условия для улучшения делового климата, будут снижать административные и торговые барьеры. Вижу в этом взаимодействии предпринимательских кругов и правительств залог наших общих с вами успехов. Благодарю вас за внимание. Спасибо большое.
Спасибо, господин президент, за столь интересное выступление. Дамы и господа, у нас есть возможность, у вас есть возможность задать вопросы господину президенту. У меня только просьба называть свое имя и страну, которую вы представляете, и также постараться формулировать вопросы кратко, поскольку времени у нас немного, а интерес, я думаю, к вопросам будет большой. Спасибо. Пожалуйста, давайте начнем ответы на вопросы. Да, пожалуйста. Тут. Где у нас микрофоны? Вот слева. Давайте, пожалуйста, давайте. Okay, let's go. Let's start. Don't have much time.
Yes, Liu Dongguang from Taiwan. I'd like to ask President Putin. Russia is one of the biggest oil producers. We just heard Secretary of State talk about climate change and how it's very important to see what we can do about carbon and so forth, how to control it. What is Russia planning to do in regards to carbon, CO2? Thank you.
Вы знаете, Россия, как известно, изначально заявила о своей готовности принимать согласованные со всем международным сообществом действия в направлении ограничения выбросов в атмосферу. И мы присоединились к многосторонним международным соглашениям в этой области, в том числе и к Токийскому процессу, к Киотскому процессу. Мы изначально взяли на себя очень жесткие обязательства по ограничению этих выбросов. Разумеется, для того, чтобы этот процесс шел и дальше так же успешно и согласованно, мы должны действовать консолидированно со всеми участниками международной экономической деятельности, прежде всего с теми странами, которые являются наиболее мощными эмитентами. Это и сами Соединенные Штаты, это и Индия, Китайская Народная Республика, другие страны. Разумеется, у каждой страны есть свои особенности. Нужно относиться к этим особенностям с уважением. Нужно искать консенсус при каждом совместном шаге. Мы очень хорошо знаем позицию всех наших партнеров. Исходим из того, что нам удастся согласовать и дальше согласовывать совместные шаги. В любом случае Россия привержена всем целям, касающихся сохранения природы, и будет строго следовать всем взятым на себя обязательствам.
Спасибо. Следующий вопрос, пожалуйста, коллеги.
Здравствуйте.
Да, пожалуйста.
Здравствуйте. Your Excellency Vladimir Vladimirovich. I am Pearly Chen from HCC, a smartphone innovator based in Taiwan. I really enjoyed reading your article on New York Times and appreciate all that you're doing for world peace. As you mentioned in your remark, to achieve sustainable economic growth, it is absolutely necessary to increase the inflow of investments and improve the business climate. Thanks to this visionary direction, a lot of foreign companies, including ourselves, have really experienced tremendous growth in Russia, which is truly a dynamic and exciting market. Could you specify what measures you have taken in Russia to make this happen? Thank you.
Знаете, вот сейчас только коллега спрашивал по поводу выбросов в атмосферу. Ну, вообще проблема окружающей среды, загрязнение окружающей среды, безусловно, связано с развитием. И, разумеется, мы должны переходить к новейшим технологиям, которые будут способствовать сохранению природы с одной стороны и будут давать возможности для развития с другой. Но для нашей страны, конечно, естественным конкурентным преимуществом является большое наличие минеральных ресурсов, и нефти, и газа. Но самое главное преимущество конкурентное в сегодняшней экономике и в перспективе в экономике будущего, конечно, заключается в улучшении качества государственных институтов, в уровне подготовки кадров, в образовании, в здравоохранении и государственных институтов. Вот что касается государственных институтов, должен честно признаться, несмотря на вашу положительную оценку, и я вам очень признателен за добрые слова в адрес России, но мы сами к себе относимся достаточно строго и полагаем, что нам еще очень многое нужно сделать для улучшения качества работы наших институтов, для совершенствования нормативно-правовой базы, которая создавала бы наилучшие условия для бизнеса. В этой связи мы наладили прямой контакт, прямой диалог с нашим российским бизнес-сообществом. И при прямом участии крупнейших объединений российских предпринимателей выработали так называемую дорожную карту или дорожные карты по улучшению условий для предпринимательской деятельности в Российской Федерации. Не думаю, что вот рейтинги в этой сфере являются истиной в последней инстанции, но тем не менее, все-таки вот по этим рейтингам мы сделали достаточно большой скачок вперед. И по мнению самого предпринимательского сообщества, сдвигается ситуация к лучшему. Вместе с тем мы анализируем то, что происходит в реальной экономике в каждый конкретный момент времени. И хочу повторить еще раз, вместе с вашими коллегами из России вырабатываем новые методы, которые позволят нам улучшить предпринимательский климат. Это касается и разбюрокрачивания принятия решения. Если конкретнее говорить, это касается, допустим, улучшения в сфере строительства, снижения количества времени на получение всякой разрешительной документации. Это касается ускорения и упрощения вопросов, связанных с подключением к инфраструктуре, в том числе к энергетической инфраструктуре. Это касается развития инфраструктуры в целом. И в этой связи хочу вас проинформировать, мы приняли решение поддержать процесс развития инфраструктуры в России, в том числе из источников, которые мы до сих пор до сих пор просто наращивали и старались их не трогать. Это резервные фонды правительства Российской Федерации. Мы накопили достаточно большие резервы и исходим из того, что сейчас часть этих резервов может пойти на поддержку развития инфраструктурных проектов. Это железные дороги, в том числе в восточной части, и в своем вступительном слое я об этом сказал, это так называемый Транссиб, Байкало-Амурская магистраль, это развитие аэропортной системы, это развитие портовой инфраструктуры, дорожной, это развитие высокоскоростных железнодорожных магистралей. Вот это все вместе, плюс мы, конечно, будем стремиться к тому, чтобы создавать условия для доступа к финансовым источникам, кредитным источникам. Все это вместе, надеюсь, позволит нам говорить о том, что мы будем и дальше двигаться в направлении улучшения бизнес-среды. Спасибо большое за этот вопрос.
Спасибо, Владимир Ильич. Yes, please. Пожалуйста.
I'm Anthony Nightingale from Hong Kong, Mr. President. Energy security is a critically important issue for the Apec region, and natural gas, as one of the most environmentally friendly forms of energy, is particularly important. What role can Russia play in providing gas to the Apec economies? Thank you.
Россия является, наверное, крупнейшим экспортером природного газа в мире. Значительные объемы природного газа экспортируются нами в европейские страны. Вместе с тем мы понимаем, видим, что роль, значение энергетических ресурсов в обеспечении ускоренного экономического роста в Азиатско-Тихоокеанском регионе приобретает все большее и большее значение. Мы понимаем свою ответственность в этом секторе, и именно поэтому планируем расширить наше взаимодействие с нашими партнерами в Азии в сфере энергетики. Это касается сразу нескольких направлений. Это касается и углеводородов, это касается и высоких технологий. Когда я говорю о высоких технологиях, имею в виду развитие сектора атомной энергетики. Мы активно работаем с нашими партнерами в Китайской Народной Республике, в Индии, в других странах, где строим, успешно реализуем очень крупные проекты в сфере атомной энергетики. И хочу обратить ваше внимание, что все наши проекты в этой сфере построены на так называемых постфукусимских принципах, то есть на принципах повышенной безопасности. Кроме этого, мы реализуем ряд проектов на территории Российской Федерации в области гидроэнергетики, что позволяет нам значительную часть электроэнергии экспортировать в страны Азиатско-Тихоокеанского региона. И мы планируем наращивать эти усилия. Вместе с партнерами будем, безусловно, работать и над проблемой возобновляемых источников. Вместе с тем, вы абсолютно правы, наличие большого количества углеводородов является нашим естественным конкурентным преимуществом. Мы уже построили очень большую нефтяную систему, трубопроводную систему к берегу Тихого океана. Это была рекордно эффективная стройка и в рекордно короткие сроки была осуществлена. Несколько тысяч километров из Сибири до Тихого океана с ответвлением на Китай, на город Дацин. Это позволило сформировать новый для мирового энергетического рынка бренд нефти, смесь, новую смесь. И что касается газа, то и здесь у нас есть большие возможности, и мы уже осуществляем ряд проектов. С чем связаны эти проекты? Во-первых, с трубным газом. И мы с острова Сахалин уже осуществляем инфраструктурные проекты до Владивостока. И дальше, может быть, нитка переброшена и в Корейскую республику через Северную Корею, либо по океану. Может быть осуществлено 2 проекта, как минимум, с поставками газа в Китайскую Народную Республику. И, наконец, это, наверное, очень важная информация для бизнес-сообщества. Мы сейчас думаем и переходим сделаем в ближайшее время шаг по либерализации торговли сжиженным природным газом. Имеется в виду осуществлять такие проекты и на севере Российской Федерации, на полуострове Ямал, где у нас работает одна из наших крупных частных компаний «Новотек». И мы там занимаемся, не только поддерживаем те проекты, которые будет осуществлять «Новотек», уже, собственно, осуществляет. Будем поддерживать также проекты нашей основной компании по добыче, производству и экспорту газа «Газпрома». У «Газпрома» там тоже есть свои большие проекты. Россия с помощью бюджетных ресурсов строит там один из крупнейших портов на севере страны, Сабетта. Мы вкладываем бюджетные ресурсы в подводной канал, и оттуда при реализации проекта по сжижению газа он может быть направлен, имея в виду расширение возможностей использования Северного морского пути как в европейский континент, так и в азиатские страны. Разумеется, будем развивать дальше те проекты, о которых вы наверняка знаете, на Сахалине и в районе Владивостока.
Спасибо большое. Вот рука, которая не опускается в 3-м ряду. Вот здесь, пожалуйста, если можно, микрофон. Пожалуйста.
你好，普京总统先生，我是来自中国东莞浙江商会的陈露，那么非常荣幸在这里可以向你发问。那么今天，普京总统呢谈到了这个能源与经济啊，我想这是世界上一个非常重要的课题。那么现在我们中国啊在高水平的崛起，中国现在的经济啊应该是经济文化从各个领域来说都是一个突飞猛进的一个阶段。我想您谈到的这个能源与经济啊，未来跟中国会有哪方面更广的合作、更广的期望啊？谢谢。
У нас много направлений взаимодействия с Китаем. Я уже упомянул о нашем взаимодействии в области энергетики, в том числе и в ядерной энергетике, в атомной энергетике. Мы уже 2 блока запустили на Тяньаньваньской атомной электростанции. И наши китайские партнеры довольны тем, как они работают. У нас есть перспектива дальнейшей работы по этому направлению. Я уже упомянул о том, что мы построили огромную, очень эффективно работающую на сегодняшний день трубопроводную систему. Кстати говоря, это результат наших договоренностей с китайским руководством. Труба вышла на Тихий океан, но ответвление на Китай, на Дацин. И, как вы знаете, у нас там планы по строительству совместного предприятия по переработке сырой нефти. Но это не все. Самое главное, на мой взгляд, это наши перспективы, касающиеся сотрудничества в высокотехнологичных областях. У нас очень хорошие проекты в области авиации. Это касается и вертолетной техники, Это касается среднемагистральных и широкофюзеляжных самолетов. У нас очень хорошие перспективы в области освоения космоса. Есть конкретные проекты, и я очень рассчитываю на то, что мы продвинемся. Но, конечно, очень важным и для Китая, и для России является осуществление проектов инфраструктурного характера. Здесь мы обсуждаем ряд возможностей и с точки зрения развития железнодорожного транспорта, и с точки зрения развития автомобильного. Но все это очень важно и для работы в рамках Шанхайской организации сотрудничества. Мы с партнерами из Средней Азии самым активным образом прорабатываем целый ряд совместных инициатив. И я очень рассчитываю на то, что такая позитивная работа будет способствовать дальнейшему расширению торгово-экономических связей с Китайской Народной Республикой, которая за последние 1,5-2 года превратилась в самого крупного торгово-экономического партнера Российской Федерации. У нас торговый оборот с Китаем за прошлый год составил рекордную цифру $87,5 миллиардов. В страновом измерении Китай занимает сейчас позицию номер 1 в торговле с Россией. Мы с китайскими друзьями и с председателем Си Цзиньпинем поставили задачу в ближайшее время, в ближайшие года 2, выйти как минимум на 100 миллиардов торгового оборота. Уверен, мы это сделаем.
Так, пожалуйста, вот здесь женщина, дама по центру. Можно микрофон попросить? Можно просить микрофон? Да-да, вы встаньте лучше. Так лучше. It's better. Yes, please.
Hello, Mr. President. Diane Brady, United States. I wanted to ask your reaction to President Obama's absence here at the summit, what impact you think it will have, and when you might anticipate having a personal meeting or conversation with him. Thank you.
Мы видим, что происходит сейчас в сфере, во внутриполитической жизни Соединенных Штатов. И это непростая ситуация. Я думаю, что вполне обоснованным является то, что президент США не приехал сюда. Я думаю, что будучи, если бы я был в его положении, я бы тоже не приехал. И, наверное, так бы сделал любой глава государства. Ведь когда невозможно провести бюджет, когда правительство фактически ушло в вынужденный отпуск, здесь не до международных поездок. Более того, хочу сказать, что все собравшиеся на саммит АТЭС на Бали лидеры желают успеха президенту Обаме. И в том смысле, что мы все заинтересованы в скорейшем преодолении кризиса, который мы наблюдаем сегодня в США, потому что Соединенные Штаты – это крупнейшая экономика мира. От того, насколько она будет чувствовать себя уверенно, в значительной степени зависит от состояния всей мировой экономики. Ну и кроме всего прочего, США, доллар являются до сих пор важнейшей резервной валютой. Для нас, для всех это в высшей степени важно. И я позволю себе выразить надежду, что всем политическим силам в Соединенных Штатах удастся как можно быстрее преодолеть этот кризис.
Спасибо. И последний вопрос, пожалуйста, вот там.
Thanks, Chairman. Thanks, Chairman. Mr. President, this is Carlos C. from newcomer group in China. I have an important general question about stable business environment. Everybody know now as a good company, if they don't do global, then they don't have future. But the painful question is, if a company invests in another country, the most concern is not the business risk, but the argument maybe in the future between two countries. How Mr. President can raise a good agreement between many countries to avoid this risk. Of course, now China and Russia is very good relation. So question is not a reference to China and Russia, but many countries. Because when we invest and after 3 years, there's argument between two countries and we may lose money. Thank you.
Вы знаете, мне кажется, что, во-первых, вопрос очень важный. Но мне думается, что вот мероприятия подобного рода, которые происходят сегодня здесь, в Индонезии, на Бали, и я должен выразить слова благодарности нашим хозяевам, организаторам, президенту Юдоньона, который, очевидно, очень много сделал для того, чтобы создать для нас такие замечательные условия для работы. Но весь смысл мероприятий подобного рода заключается в том, чтобы создать для бизнеса, для экономик стабильные условия функционирования, вне зависимости от текущей политической конъюнктуры. И мне представляется, что в современном мире это вполне можно сделать. Ну вот давайте вспомним времена давно минувших дней. Еще до Второй мировой войны американский капитал приобрел, допустим, компанию Opel в Германии. Несмотря ни на какие трагические события времен Второй мировой войны, американцы остались собственниками этой компании. По-моему, даже меньше бомбили предприятия на территории Германии во время войны, или даже совсем не бомбили, что, собственно говоря, очень хороший пример. Вот если мне думается, если вот такие отношения будут складываться между странами все шире и шире, то тогда, может, вообще никто никого бомбить не будет. Дай Бог, чтобы так оно и было. Спасибо вам большое за совместную работу.
Open and interesting discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, the departure of President Vladimir Putin. And thank you to Mr. Andrei Kostin for moderating our session.
Kiri udah oke, dikit oke, kiri oke, tengah, terus, oke, kanan, kepotong, yang kanan, kanan, dikit lagi, oke, yuk, good. Ini bener gak? Ulang. Oke, sip. Copotin aja.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the People's Republic of China. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to session 14, our keynote address by the President of the People's Republic of China. And to welcome the President, we'd like to now call upon Chairman Wang Hongchang.
尊敬的习近平主席、
Your Excellency President Xi Jinping,
威胜先生、女士们、先生们，
Your Excellency
大家下午好。
Ladies and gentlemen,
今天
good afternoon.
我们非常荣幸地
We are very
邀请中华人民共和国主席习近平阁下
His
做
Excellency
峰
Xi
会的
Jinping,
主
President of
旨
the
演讲，
People's Republic of
主
China,
题
to
是
deliver a keynote
深化
speech
改革
to
开
the
放
CEO Summit.
共创
And the
美好
title
亚
of
太
his。 speech is Deepen Reform and Opening Up,
中
and
国的
work
发
together
展
for a better
令世人
Asia
瞩目。
Pacific. China's
面对
development
复杂的世
is
界经济
well
格局，
organized by the international
中国
community
政
in
府
the face of
坚
complex
持
international
稳中求
economic
进，
situation. The
采
Chinese
取了
government
一
has
系列
adopted the principle
积极有
and
效的
policy of making
政策
steady
措施，
progress and introduced
保持了中国
a
经
whole
济
range of
持
effective
续
policy measures
稳
to
定
ensure
健康的发展，
sustained and healthy growth of the
为
Chinese
亚太地
economy.
区乃至全球的经济
China's
增长
economic growth has
做出了
also
重要的贡献。
made important contribution
中
to
国
the
是
growth
亚
of
太
Asian
经济合作
economy
的
and
推动
world
者、
economy. China
参与者
is an active
和
participant
国际合作的
and
建设性伙伴。
active participant of APEC
自今年
cooperation
3月
and constructive partner
当选中国
of
国家
the
主席以来，
international community
习
since
近平
taking
主席
office as the
高
president
度
of China
重视
in March
与
this
APEC
year.
和成员经
President
济
Xi
体的
Jinping attaches
交流
great importance
和
to
合作，
making exchanges and
先后出访
cooperation
了
with
相关的
other
国家
APEC
和地区，
leaders.
为
He
推
has
动
visited
亚太的互利合
several
作、
countries
促进
and
亚太地
regions
区
in the Asia
经济
Pacific
发展，做出了不懈的努
and
力。
made tireless efforts to and significant contribution to promoting exchanges and cooperation among APEC economies. President Xi Jinping has a very rich
对
working
中国的国
experience.
情、
He
民意
has
有着深刻
apt
的理
knowledge
解
and
和认
insight
识，
of China's national
对世
reality
界经济、
and
金融的
popular
发展
opinion.
和改
He
革
also
有独到的见解
has his personal
和深刻的把握。
perspective and
习近平主
understanding
席
of the
在
functioning
沉
of
稳之
global
中
economy.
透着睿智，
Um,
庄重之中
President Xi
洋溢着
Jinping
刚毅和热
is
情。
a person with
推动着
wisdom,
实
vision,
现
and passion,
中华民族
and he's
伟
also
大复兴的中国
making
梦。
hard effort to
相信
promote
各位
the
朋友能够从
achievement,
演讲中
realization
得到
of the
重要
Chinese
启示。
dream of the great rejuvenation of the
现在
Chinese nation. I
请
believe
习
that
近平主席
you will
发表
gain
演
a
讲。
lot from his keynote speech. Now I give the floor to President Xi Jinping.
Chairman Vishnu Vardhana,
女士们、先生们、
ladies
朋友
and
们，
gentlemen, dear friends,
今天这里高朋满座，
it is a great
群
pleasure
英荟
for
萃，
me to have this opportunity
有机会
to
同
join
亚
you,
太工商界的朋友们
distinguished
相聚
representatives
在美
of
丽
the
的
Asia Pacific business
天堂之
community
岛，
in this
我感
island
到十分高
paradise.
兴。这里不仅是
Bali is
举
not
世闻
only
名的
a
旅游胜
world-renowned
地，
tourist attraction,
也是巴黎
but
进程、
also the birthplace
巴黎
of
路线
Bali
图等
process
的
and
诞
Bali
生地。
roadmap.
这次亚太经合组织领导
And
人
now,
非正式会
hosting
议
the APEC
在
economic
巴厘
leaders
岛举
meeting,
行，承载着
Bali
亚
carries
太
the
和
expectations
世
of
界
the
的期
Asia
待。
Pacific and the rest of the world.
当前，
世界经
The
济复
world
苏
economy is
艰
still
难曲
struggling
折，
for recovery,
亚太经济
and the
保持了良
Asia-Pacific
好发展
economy,
势头，
while
同
enjoying
时也
a good
面临着
momentum
新
of
的挑
growth,
战。
is confronted with new
人们期待这
challenges.
次会议能为本地
People
区
around the world
乃至
are looking
全球
to
经
this
济
year's
增长
APEC meeting
注入
to
新
give
的
new
活力。
impetus to regional and global
女士们、
economic
先
growth.
生们、朋友们，
Ladies and gentlemen,
世
dear
界经
friends,
济仍然处于
the world
深度调
economy
整
is
期，
still in the middle of
既
profound
有复苏迹
readjustment.
象，
While there
也
are
面临
signs of
基础不
recovery,
稳、
there are also
动力不
problems of
足、
fragile
速
foundation,
度不
inadequate
匀的
momentum, and
不均的
uneven
问题。
speed of growth.
主要发达经济体
Major
的
developed
结构性问
economies
题
are far
远
from
未解
resolving
决
their，structural problems,
加强宏观经济
making
政
it
策
all
协
the
调
more
的必要
necessary
性
to
突出。
strengthen macroeconomic policy coordination.
新兴市场经济体
Emerging
增
market
速放缓，
economies have slowed
外部
down
风险和挑
and now
战
face
增
more
加。
external risks and
世界贸易
challenges.
组织多哈回合谈
The
判
Doha round
举步维艰，
negotiations are fraught with
贸易和投
difficulties,
资保护主
and
义有
trade and
新的表
investment
现，
protectionism
实现
is
世界经
resurfacing
济
in
全
new
面复
forms.
苏和健康成
To
长，
achieve a full
将是
recovery
一个
and
长
healthy
期而
growth of the
曲
world
折的过程。
economy will be a long and tortuous process.
面对世界经济
Confronted with the
形
new
势带来的
challenges
新挑
in the
战，
world economy,
无论是发达经济
both
体
developed
还是发
and
展中
developing
经济体，
economies
都在努力
are
寻求
looking
新
for
的
new
增
drivers
长
of
动力。
growth.
增长动力从哪里来？
Where can we find the new drivers?
我的看法是，
In my opinion,
只能从改革
they
中
can
来
only，be found
从
through
调整
reform,
中来，
readjustment,
从创
and
新中来。
innovation.
亚太一直是世界
The
经济
Asia
增长的
Pacific
重要
has
引
long
擎。
been an important engine
在
of
世
world
界经
economic
济复
growth.
苏缺乏动力的背
To
景
push
下
for a recovery of
亚
the
太经
sluggish
济
world
体
economy,
应该拿出敢为天下
economies
先的
in the
勇
Asia
气，
Pacific
推
should
动
have the
建立
courage
发展
to do
创
what
新、
has never done
增长
before
联动、
and build an
利
open
益
growth
融合
model
的
featuring
开
innovative
放型
development,
经济发展
interconnected
方式。
growth, and converging interests.
只有这样，
Only by doing
才能
so
做到
can
山
the
重
Asia
水
Pacific
复疑无
economies,
路，
as one
柳暗
Chinese
花
poem
明又一
describes,
村。
find a way to
使
the
亚
next
太经济
village
在世
shaded
界
in
经济
soft
复苏
willows
中
and bright
发
flowers,
挥
despite
引
the
领作用。
difficulties posed by mountains and rivers,
中
and
国
play a
正在
leading
进行
role
着
in
这
the
样的努
recovery
力
of。the world economy.
上半
This
年，中国
is
经济
exactly
同
what
比
China is doing.
增长
China's
7.6%，
economy grew at a speed of 7.6%
较之以往
in the first
8%以
half
上的
of this
增速
year.
确实
This
有
is
所
indeed
放缓。
somewhat lower than the previous growth
一
rate
些
of
朋
over
友
8%,
对中国经济前
which
景
has
有些
caused
担
some
心，
friends to
有
worry
的提出
about
了
the
一些问
prospects
题。
of the Chinese economy.
中国经济
Some wondered
会不会硬着
whether
陆？
there would be a hard landing,
中国经济
whether
能不能持续健康
sustained
发展？
healthy growth was still possible,
中国将如何应
how
对
China would
中
deal
国
with
经
the
济的形势
situation,
会给亚太
and what impact
带来什么
this would
影响？
have on the Asia Pacific.
对此，我愿谈几点
Here
看
I
法。
wish to share with you some of my
首
observations.
先，我要强调的是，
To begin with,
综合分
I
析
want to
各方面
emphasize
情况，
that based on a
我对中国经
comprehensive
济发展
analysis of all
前景
factors,
充满信
I am
心。
fully confident about the future of China's
第一，
economy.
信
I
心
am
来自于
confident
中国经济
because,
增速
first of
处
all,
在合理区
China's
间
growth
和
rate
预
is
期
within
目
the
标内。
reasonable and expected
中国经济
range.
增速从以前的
From the
2位数
previous
增
double
长
digit growth
到
rate
2011年的9.3%和
9.3% in
2022年的
2011,
7.7%，
7.7%
再到
last
今
year,
年上半年的
and
7.6%，
7.6%
总体
in the
上
first half
实
of
现了
this year.
平稳过渡。
The change in the speed of growth has on the whole been smooth.
7.6%的
In
增长，
fact, the growth rate of
在世界主要经济
7.6%
体中
makes the
名
Chinese
列前
economy
茅。
the fastest growing among
中国
major
经济
economies.
基本面是好
The
的，
fundamentals of the Chinese
中国
economy are
经济
good.
增长及
GDP
其他的
growth
主要经济
and
指
other
标
major
保持在
economic
预期目标
indicators
之内，
are within the
一
expected
切都
range.
在预料
料之
So
中，
everything has been going as
没有什么
expected,
意外发生。
and nothing has come as a surprise.
中国经济增速有所趋
The
缓，
slowdown of
是
the
中国
Chinese
主动
economy
调
is an
控的结果。
intended result of our own
因
regulatory
为实现我们
initiatives.
确定的
This
到
is
2020
because
年国内
to
生产
achieve the
总值
goal of
和
doubling
城
the
乡居民
2010
人均
GDP
收入
and per capita
比
income by
2010年翻一番的目
2020,
标，只要
a 7%
7%的增
annual
速
growth rate
就够了。
will suffice.
我们在提出中长期发展目标时，
According
就
to a
充分
thorough calculation
进行了
done
测
at the
算。
time we set our mid and long-term
同时，我们
development
认识
goals.
到，为了从根本上解决
Moreover, we
中
have
国经济
recognized
长远发
that
展
to
问题，
fundamentally
必
ensure
须坚
long-term
定推动
economic
结
development,
构改革，
China has to press
宁
ahead
可将
with
增长速
structural
度降
reform,
下来一些。
even if this
任
requires
何一项
some
事业都需
sacrifice
要
of speed.
远近兼
Whatever
顾，
undertaking,
深谋
one
远
has to
虑，
look far
杀
and
鸡
plan
取
wisely
卵，
to take care of
竭
both
泽
the
而
short
渔
and
事的发
long-term
展
needs.
是不
Killing
会
the
长
hen
久
to。get eggs or draining the pond to catch fish
第
is
二，
no formula for sustainable
信心来
development.
自于中国经济发展质量
Second,
和效
I
益
am confident
稳步
because the
提升。
quality and efficiency of
今
China's
年上
economic
半年，中
development
国
are
经济发展
improving
的特点
steadily.
是总体
China's
平稳。
economic performance in the
稳
first half
中
of this
有
year
进，
has been generally
稳
smooth
是
and
指
made
经济增
progress.
长处在合
By
理区
smooth,
间，
I mean our
进是
economic
指
growth
经济发
has
展方
been
式转
within
变
a
的步
reasonable
伐
range,
加快
and。by progress, I mean the shift of our growth
中
model
国
has
经济
picked
发
up
展
pace.
正在从以往
China
过于
is
依赖
moving
投
from
资和出口
over-reliance
拉
on
动，
investment and
向更
export
多
in the
依靠
past
国内需求，
to
特别
increase
是
dependence
消
on
费需
domestic
求拉动
demand,
转变。
especially
从
on
上半
consumption.
年经济数据看，
The
结构
economic
调整
figures
的
for
拉
the
动
first
作
half
用
of
正在
this year
显现
show，an
内需拉动
increasingly
经济
visible
增长
role of structural adjustment in
7.5%，
boosting growth.
其
Domestic
中
demand has contributed
消费拉动
7.5
3.4
percentage
个百
points
分点。
to the GDP growth, with 3.4
我们
percentage
不再
points
简单的
coming from
以国内生
consumption.
产总值
We no
论
longer
英雄，
take GDP growth rate as
而
the
是
sole
强调以
criterion
提
for
高经济
growth.
增长质量和效益
Instead,
为立足
we're
点。
focusing more on
事
improving
实
the
证明，
quality and
这一
efficiency
政
of
策是
growth.
负责任的，
This has been proven
既
a
是对中国
responsible
自身负
approach
责，
for both
也是对
China
世界
and
负
the
责。
world.
第三，
Third,
信心来自
I
中
am
国经济的
confident
强劲
because China
内
has
生
a
动力。
strong homegrown driving force for
中国
growth.
经济发展的内生动
This
力
force
正在不断
is
增加，
growing
并将
and
继续
will
增强。
continue to get stronger.
持续进行的新
The
型城
ongoing
镇化
process of a new type of
将为数以
urbanization
亿
will
计的
create
中国人
space for
从
hundreds
农
of
村走
millions
向
of
城
Chinese
市，
to move
走
from
向更
villages
高水平
to
的生
cities
活，
in
创
pursuit
造
of a
新
better
空
life.
间。中国教育水
The
平不断提
improvement
高，
of education in
新
China
一代劳动者
will bring
成长
about
为
a
素质
new
更高、
generation of
视野更广、
modern
技能更强的
professional workforce
现代化
of higher
专业化
caliber,
人才。
broader vision, and better
中国
skills.
大力实施创新驱
China's
动发展
vigorous
战略，
implementation
推动
of the
科技和经济
innovation-driven
紧密结
development
合，
strategy
推动科
will
技
more
创新和
closely
新兴
link
产业
science
发
and
展。
technology with economic growth
中国不断
and
拓
foster
展的
innovation
内需
and emerging
和消费
industries.
市场，
The continued
将释放巨
expansion
大
of
需求
domestic demand
和
and
消费
consumer
动力
market。in China will
中国
unlock
坚持以人
considerable
为本的
potential
理
for
念
growth.，
推动发
And
展成
above
果
all,
惠及更
China
广
is
泛地
committed
区、
to
更
putting
广大
people
民
first
众。
and making
这些
development
都
benefits
将转化为
accessible to
推
more
动
people across
中
the
国经济
country.
发展的
All these
强劲
will translate
内在
into
动力。
strong homegrown force for the growth of the Chinese
第四，
economy.
信心来
Fourth,
自亚太
I
发
am
展的
confident
良好
because the
前
Asia
景。
Pacific enjoys sound development
在亚
prospects.
太各经济体共同努力
Thanks
下
to the concerted
亚太地
efforts of
区
all
资金、
economies,
信息、
the
人
Asia
员流
Pacific
动已经
boasts
达
a
到
high
很高
level
水
of
平，
free
产业分
movement
工
of
日渐
capital,
清晰，
information,
亚
and
太大市
people,
场
an
初具
increasingly
轮廓。
clear division of labor, and an
正
emerging
在酝
shape
酿
of
的
a
新
big
科技革
Asia
命
Pacific
和
market.
产业革命将为亚
The
太
new
地区
scientific and
积
industrial
聚优
revolution
势。
that are in the making will add to
亚
the
太各
existing
经济
strengths
体
of this
抗
region.
风险能力大大
The
增
Asia
强，
Pacific
汇率
economies
机制
are also
更
in
加
a much
灵
better
活，
position to
外汇
fight
储
off
备
risks
水平
with
显
more
著提
flexible
高，
exchange regime,
各种多边和
notably
双边金
larger
融安排
foreign
为
exchange
应对
reserves,
复杂局
and
面
various
提供了
multilateral
机
and
制保障。
bilateral financial arrangements,
中国
providing
对亚太
institutional
发展
protection
前
in the
景
face of
抱有
complicated
信心，
situations. China
受
has
益于
faith
亚太
in the
经济增长
development prospects
大
of the
环
Asia
境，
Pacific.
中国实现了自身
Benefiting
发
from
展，
the overall economic
同时
growth
又
of
以
the
自
region,
身发展为
China
亚
has
太经
achieved
济
its
增
own
长
development.
做出了
At
贡
the same
献。
time, China's
development has
我
also
相信
contributed to regional
这一互
economic
动势
growth.
头会越来
I
越
believe
强
that
劲，
such interaction
为
will
亚太
gain
区
even
发展
stronger
创造
momentum,
更多
thus
机遇。
creating more opportunities for the development of the
我
whole
对中
region.
国经济持续健康发展
I
抱
am
着坚定信
deeply
心。
convinced that the Chinese economy
同时
will sustain its sound
我
growth.
们对需求下滑
At、the same time, we are soberly
产能
aware
过
of the
剩、
potential problems and
地
challenges
方债务、
from falling demand,
影子银行等问
overcapacity,
题和
local
挑
debts,
战，
and
保
shadow
持着清
banking.
醒的认识，对外部环境可能带来
And
的
we
冲
are
击
paying close
高度
attention
关注，
to possible
正在
impacts
采取
coming
稳
from the
妥应对
outside.
举措，
In this connection,
防
we
患
are
于未
taking
然。
prudent and proper measures to forestall
女士们、
any
先生
potential
们、
problems.
朋友们，
Ladies and
中国
gentlemen,
经济
dear
已经进
friends,
入新的发展
the
阶
Chinese
段，
economy has entered a
正
new
在进行深刻
development
的方
stage.
式转变
It is
和结
undergoing
构调整
profound。transformation of
这
growth
就是要
model
不
and
断的
structural
爬坡
readjustment.
过坎儿，
In this
攻
process,
坚克难，
there will inevitably come
这
one
必然
challenge
伴随调整的
after
阵痛
another,
成长的烦恼，
Efforts to meet the
但
challenges
这些
will be
都是
accompanied
值
by
得
throes of
付出的
readjustment
代
and
价。
growing pains, which will prove to be
彩
worthwhile.
虹往往出现在
Rainbow
风雨之
often
后。
appears after wind and rain.
有句话说得好，
As someone aptly puts it,
没有比人更高的
no
山，
mountain is too high
没有
for a
比
man to
脚
scale,
更长的
and
路。
no road too long for
再
a
高
man
的
to
山，
walk.
再长的路
However，high the mountain may
只要我
be,
们锲而不
or
舍
daunting
前
the
进，
obstacles may
就
seem,
有达到目
we
的的
will
那
be
一
able
天。
to reach our goal as long as we stay the course
中国要
and
前
keep
进，就
moving
要全
forward.
面深化改革开放。
If China is to make
面
progress,
对人民
it
群
must
众
deepen
新期
reform
待
and，
我
opening
们
up
必须
in all
坚定
respects.
改革开放
To
信
live up
心，
to the new
以
expectations
更
of
大的
our
政治
people,
勇气
we
和智
must,
慧，
with
更
firm
有力的
confidence
措施
reform
和
and
办法
opening up,
推
greater
动改
political
革开
courage
放，
and wisdom, and stronger
进一步
measures,
解放思想，
advance reform and opening up,
解放和发展社
further
会生
open
产
up
力，
our mind,
解放和增
unleash
强
and develop social
社会
productivity,
创造活
and
力。
unlock and enhance the creative
中
forces
国
of
正在制定
society.
全面深化改革的
China
总
is
体
drawing
方
up
案，
a master plan for the
总的是
deepening
要
of
统筹
reform in
推
all
进
respects.
经济、
Our
政
general
治、
approach
文
is to
化、
press
社
ahead
会、
with reforms
生
in
态文明建
economic,
设等领域的改
political,
革，
cultural,
努力破
social,
解发
and
展过程中
ecological
出现的
fields in a
难
balanced
题，
manner.
消除经济持
Address
续
the
健康
challenges
发展的
cropping up
体
in
制
the
机
course
制
of
障碍，
development,
通过
remove
改革为经
institutional
济发展
obstacles
增
to
添
sustained
新
and
动
healthy
力。
economic growth, and create new
我们
impetus
将完
to
善基本
economic
经济
growth
制
through
度，
reform.
加强市场体
We will
系建
improve
设，
our basic
推进宏
economic
观调
system,
控、财
strengthen
税
the、building
金
of
融、
market
投资
system,
领域体制改
advance
革，
institutional
深化
reform in
利率
macro
和汇率
regulation,
市场化改
fiscal
革，
and tax
增
systems,
强人民币
financial
汇率
sector
弹
and
性，
investment,
逐步实现
deepen the
人民币
market-oriented
资本
reform
项
of
目
interest rate
可
and
兑换。
exchange rate, make the RMB exchange
我
rate
们
more
将推进
flexible,
行政体制
and
改革，
achieve
进一
over
步
time
转变
the
职能，
convertibility
简
of
政
the
放
RMB
权，
under
理顺
capital
政
account.
府和市场
We will
关系，
continue to reform the
更大程度、
administration
更
system,
广范围发
transform
挥
the
市
functions
场
of the government,
在资源配置
streamline
中的基
government
础性
and
作
delegate
用。
powers,
我
in
们
order
将
to
健
have a
全科
clearly
技体
defined
制，
relationship
提高
between
科
the
技创
government
新
and the
能力，
market,
着
and
力
let the
构
market
建
play its
以
basic
企
role
业
in
为主
allocating
体、市
resources
场为
to a
导
greater
向、
degree
产
and in a
学
wider
研相
scope.
结合的
We will
技
improve
术
the management
创
system
新
of
体
science
系
and。technology, enhance innovation
我
capability,
们将以
and
保
build
障
a
和改善
system for
民生
technological
为重
innovation,
点，
which is
促
led by
进社会公
enterprises
平正
and
义，
guided by the
推动
market,
实现
which
更高
integrates
质量
the
的就
efforts
业，
of enterprises,
深化
universities,
收入
and
分配
research
制度改
institutes.
革，健
We
全
will
社会
ensure
保
and
障体
improve
系
people's well-being
和
on a
基本
priority
公共
basis,
服务体
promote
系。
social equity and justice, achieve
我
higher
们将
quality
加强生态
employment,
环境保护，
deepen the reform of
扎实
income
推进
distribution system, and improve
资源
social
节约，
security and basic
为
public
人民
services.
创造
We
良
will
好
step
的
up
生产
environmental
生活环
protection
境，
and resource
为
conservation
应
to
对
create a good
全球
working
气候
and
变
living
化
environment
做
for our
出
people,
新的
and
贡
make
献。
new contribution to the global response
我
to
们将
climate
实行
change.
更加积极主动的开
We
放
will
战
follow
略，
a more
完
proactive
善互利
opening
共
up
赢、
strategy,
多元平衡、安全
improve
高
the
效的
open economy,
开放
which
型
is
经济
mutually
体系，
beneficial,
促进沿海
diversified,
内陆、沿
balanced,
边开放
secure,
优势
and
互补，
efficient.
形成
Encourage
引领
coastal,
国
inland,
际经
and
济合
border
作
areas
和
to
竞
draw
争
on
的
each other's
开放
strength
区
in
域，
opening up,
培育带动
develop
区
open
域发
areas
展
that
的
take the
开
lead
放
in
高地
global，economic cooperation and competition, and
坚
form
持出
leading
口
areas of
和进口
opening up
并重，
that drive
推动对
regional
外贸易
development.
平衡发展，
We will continue to
坚持引进来
attach
和走
equal
出去并
importance to
重，
export and
提高
import,
国际投资
and
合作
promote
水
balance
平，
in foreign trade.
深化
We
设
will
计、
bring
投
in
资、
foreign investment
贸
and
易
encourage
体制改
companies
革
to go， global
完
at the
善
same
法律
time
法规
and，enhance
为各
international
国在
investment
华企业
cooperation.
创造
Will
公
deepen
平
investment
经
and
营的
trade-related
法
institutional
治环
reforms
境。
and improve relevant legislations
我们将
to
统筹
create a
双边、
legal
多
environment
边、
in which foreign
区
companies in
域、
China
次
can
区域
operate in a
开放
level
合
playing
作，
field. We'll
加
make
快
overall
实施
planning
自
for
由贸易
bilateral,
区战略，
multilateral,
推
regional
动
and
同周
sub-regional
边国
opening
家
up and
互
cooperation,
联互
accelerate
通。
the implementation of FTA strategy,
我们
and
认
promote
识到，
connectivity with our neighboring
改
countries.
革是一场深刻的
We are
革命，
aware that the reform is a profound
涉及重
revolution
大
that
利益
involves
关系调整，
adjustment of major interests
涉及各方面
and
体制
improvement of
机制
systems
完善。
and institutions in various fields.
中国改革已经进入攻
China's
坚期和
reform
深水
has
期，
entered the
这是
deep
因为
water
当
zone
前改革需
where
要
tough
解决的
challenges
问
must be
题
met.
格外
The
艰巨，
problems we face in the
都
current
是
phase of
难
reform
啃的硬
are
骨头
especially。difficult. They are
这个时
hard
期
nuts
就要
to
一
crack,
鼓作
so
气
to speak.
瞻前顾
It
后
is
未
extremely
习不前，
important that
不
we
仅不
press
能
ahead
前进，
without ever
而且
letting
可
up.
能前功尽
If we
弃。
hesitate or become indecisive, we will
中
not be
国
able to make
是一
breakthroughs,
个大
and all our previous gains may be
绝
lost.
不能在根本问题
China
上
is a
出
big
现
country.
颠覆性
We
错误，
cannot afford
一
any
旦出
drastic
现就无
mistake
法
on
挽
issues
回
of，fundamental
无法
importance.
弥补。
Any damage from such
我们的立
mistakes
场
will be beyond
是
remedy.
胆子要大，
Our position is
步子
that
要稳，
we must
既
be
要大胆探索，勇于
both
开拓
bold，enough to
也要
explore
稳妥
and
审
make
慎，
advances,
三
and
思而后
sufficiently
行。
prudent in carefully planning our action.
我们要坚持改革开放
We will
正确
step
方
to the
向，
right direction
敢于啃硬
and
骨
press
头，
ahead with
敢
reform
于涉
and
险
opening
滩
up.，
敢
We
于
will
像
have
积
the
存
courage
多
to
年的
tread the
顽
hard
瘴
nets,
痼疾开刀
navigate the，uncharted
切实做
waters,
到改
and
革
take
不
on
停顿
deep-seated，problems
开放
that have been
不
built
止
up
步。
over the years. We must not stop,
女士们、
even
先
for a
生们、
while,
朋
in
友
our
们，
pursuit of reform and opening up.
亚太
Ladies and
是个大
gentlemen,
家庭，
dear friends, the
中国
Asia
是大家
Pacific is a
庭
big
中的一
family,
员，
and China
中
is
国
a
发
member
展
of
离不
this
开亚
family.
太，亚
China
太
cannot
繁荣
develop in
也
isolation
离不
from the
开
Asia
中国。
Pacific, while the Asia Pacific
中国经济
cannot
持续
prosper
健康
without
发展
China.
将会给亚
Sustained
太
and
发展
healthy
带来更
development
大
of the
机
Chinese
遇。
economy will bring
中国
greater
将坚定
opportunities
维
to
护
the
地区
development
和
of
平
the
稳
region.
定，为亚太
China will
共赢
firmly
夯
uphold
实基
regional
础。
peace and stability
我在
and
今
help
年
cement the
博鳌亚洲
foundation
论坛
for
等
a
多个
win-win
场合说过
situation，in the Asia
和
Pacific.
平犹如空
I
气和
want to
阳
repeat
光
what，I have said
受
at the
益而
Boyle
不
Forum for
绝，
Asia and other
失之
events
则
this
难
year.
存。
Peace, like
没
air
有
and
和平，
sunshine,
发展
is
就是
hotly
无源之
noticed when
水，
people are
无
benefiting
本
from
之
it.
木。
But none of us can live without it.
家和
Without
万
peace,
事兴。
development is out of the question.
中国是
Like
亚太
water
大
without
家庭的
source
一员，愿意
and a
同
tree
所有
without
家庭
roots.
成员
We the
和
Chinese
睦
often
相处，
say, a family
守
of
望
harmony
相助。
prospers. As a
也希
member
望
of the
亚
Asia
太各
Pacific
方能
family,
珍惜来
China
之
is
不
ready
易的
to live in
和
amity
平
with
稳
other
定
family
局面，
members and help each
共
other.
同推动建设一个
We
持
hope
久
that
和
all
平、
members of the Asia
共同
Pacific
繁荣
family
的
will cherish
和
the
谐亚
peace and
太。
stability we enjoy, which has not come easily.
中国
Work
将大
together
力
for
促
a
进
harmonious
地
Asia
区发展
Pacific
繁荣
of，enduring peace
为
and
亚
common
太共
prosperity.
赢
China
拓
will
展
work
机遇。
energetically to boost regional
中国是
development
亚
and
太许多经
prosperity
济体
and broaden
的最大
opportunities
贸易
for
伙
mutual
伴，
benefit in the
最
Asia
大出
Pacific.
口市场，
China
主
is
要
the
投
biggest
资
trading
来源
partner,
地。
largest export market, and a major
2012
source of
年，
investment
中国
for
对
many
亚洲
Asia
经济
Pacific
增长的贡
economies.
献率已经
In
超过
2012, China
50%。
accounted for more than
截止
50%
2012
of
年
Asia's
底，
economic
中国
growth.
累计批准
By
外
the end
商
of the
投资
same
企
year,
业
China has
76
approved
万多
more
家，
than
外商直接投
760,000
资约
foreign invested
1.3万亿
businesses
美元。
and attracted
中国
around
已经同
1.3
20个国家和
trillion
地
US
区
dollars of
签
foreign
署了
direct
12个
investment.
自由贸易协定，
China has
正
signed
在
with
谈判的
20
有
countries
6
and
个，
regions 12
其中
free
大多
trade
数自由贸易伙
agreements,
伴
with
是
6
亚
more
太
under
经合组织成员。
negotiations. Most of China's free trade
今
partners
后5
are
年，
APEC members. In the coming
中
5
国进
years,
口商品
China will import
将超过
over
10万亿美
10
元，
trillion US dollars of goods,
对外投资
invest
将超过
over
5000亿美元，
500 billion US dollars overseas,
出境旅游
and
将
send
超过
over
4亿人次。
400 million tourists abroad.
随着中国国内需求，特别是
China's
消费
growing
和投资
domestic
需求的
demand,
扩大，
particularly
将
consumption
给
and
国外投
investment
资者
demand,
带来更
will
多
offer
的合
foreign
作机会。
investors more opportunities of
中
cooperation.
国将致力于构建
China
横
will
跨太
commit
平洋两
itself
岸
to building
惠及
a
各方的
cross-Pacific
地区合作
regional
框架。
cooperation framework
太
that
平洋之
benefits
所以
all
广大，
parties.
是因为它没有任
The
何
vast
自然阻
Pacific
隔，
is free
我
of
们
natural
不应该为
barriers.
它
We
设
should
定
not raise any
人为
man-made
的阻
ones.
隔。我们要发挥亚
We
太
should
经合
let
组织
APEC
引领和协调作
lead
用，
and coordinate our
秉持
actions
开放、包
and
容、
uphold the
互利共
approach
赢
of
思想，
openness,
加强宏
inclusiveness,
观经济
and
政策
mutual
协
benefit.
调，
We
促
should
进
enhance
区域
coordination
自由
on
贸易安排的
macroeconomic
协调，
policies and
深化
among
区域
regional
一
free
体化
trade
进程，
arrangements,
防止出
deepen
现
regional
意
integration,
大利面碗
and
现
avoid
象，
the spaghetti
推
ball
动
effect,
在太平洋两
so
岸
as to
构建
build
更
closer
紧密伙伴
partnerships
关系，
across the Pacific,
共谋亚
and
太
jointly
长远发展。
pursue long-term development of the Asia
女士
Pacific.
们、先生们、朋友们，
Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends,
浩渺行无极，扬帆但
boundless
信
is the
风。
ocean where we
亚
sail
太
with
是
the
我们共同
wind.
发展的空间，
Like
我
a
们都是
vast
亚太
ocean,
这片大海
the
中
Asia Pacific offers
前
enough
行的
sailing
风
space
帆。
for us to make progress
亚太未
together.
来发展攸关
Each
亚太经
and
合组
every
织
APEC member
每个成
has a
员的利益
stake。in the future development
中
of
国
the
对
Asia
本
Pacific.
次亚太经合组织领导人
China
非
has
正式
high
会
hopes
议
for this
充满
year's
期
APEC
待，
economic leaders meeting.
希望同亚太
We
伙伴
stand
们
ready to
携
work
手
with
同
our
心，
partners in this
共
region
同创
to
建
build a
引
beautiful
领世
Asia
界，
Pacific
惠
that
及
leads
各
the
方，
world,
造福
benefits
子
all
孙的
sides,
美好
and
亚太。
ensures the well-being of future
对此，
generations.
我愿分
With this in
享
mind,
4点
I would
愿
like to
景。
share with you my vision about the Asia Pacific
第一，
region in four aspects.
亚太地区应该谋求
First,
共同发展
an，Asia Pacific region
亚太各
that
经
seeks
济
common
体联系
development.
紧密，
利
The
益交融，
Asia-Pacific
要
economies
充分
have
发挥
close
各自
ties
优
and
势
shared，interests.
优化经济资
We
源
should
配
draw
置，
upon our
完
respective
善产业
strengths,
布局，
optimize the
建设利益
allocation of
共享
economic
的亚
resources,
太价值链
improve，industrial
培
layout,
育
and build
普
an
惠各
Asia-Pacific
方
value
的
chain
亚太
and a
大
big
市场。
Asia-Pacific market where benefits are
发
shared
达
by
经济
all.
体应该为发展
The
中经济
developed
体提
economies
供更多
should
支持
provide
和帮
stronger
助，
support and assistance
后
to
者也要
developing
迎头
ones,
赶上。
while the latter
只有缩小
should,
发
for
展
their
差
part,
距，
work hard
亚
to
太
catch
才
up.
能
Only
水
by
涨
narrowing the
船
development
高。
gap can we all rise
第二，
with the tide of development
亚太
in
地
the
区应该
Asia-Pacific.
坚持开放发展。
Second, an Asia-Pacific region that stays committed
第二
to
次
open
世界
development.
大战结束后，
The end of
全
World
球
War
有
II
13个
was
经
followed
济
by
体
an economic
实现
boom
了
of more than
25
25
年多的
years
高速增
in
长，
13
其
economies
共
in the
同特
world.
征
One
就
common
是采
feature
取
of the
开放政
economies
策。
was their policy of opening up.
我们要顺应时代
We should
潮流，
follow
维
the
护
trend
自
of
由、
the
开
times,
放、非
uphold
歧
a
视的
multilateral
多
trading
边贸易
regime
体制，
that is free,
反对各种
open,
形式
and
的保护主义。
non-discriminatory, and oppose
我们
all
要携
forms
手
of
建设开放
protectionism.
型经济和区域
We
合
should
作
work
框
together
架，
in building
以
open
开放包容
economy
精神
and a
推进
framework
亚太
for
自由
regional
贸易区建
cooperation,
设。
and in an open and inclusive
三，
spirit, advance the building
亚
of
太
a
地区
free
应该
trade
推动
area
创
of the
新发展，
Asia-Pacific. Third,
单纯
an
依靠财
Asia-Pacific
政
region
刺激
that
政策
promotes
和
innovation-driven
非常规
development.
货币政策的增长
Growth
不可
will
持
be
续。
unsustainable if it is solely driven by
建立在
fiscal
过度
stimulus
资源消
measures
耗和
and
环境污染
unconventional
基础上
monetary
的增长
policies, and will
得不
be
偿
too
失。
costly if it is based on
我
excessive
们既要
consumption
创
of
新发展思
resources
路，也要
and
创
achieved
新
at the
发展
expense
手
of the
段，
environment.
要打破
We need
旧的思维
innovation
定
in
式和
both
条
the
条框
thinking
框，
and approaches
坚
of
持绿色
development.
发展、
We should
循
abandon
环发展
outdated、
低
mindsets,
碳发展，
break away from old
要不
confines,
断提
and
高
pursue
创新
green,
能力，
circular,
用
and
创
low-carbon
新
development.
培育新兴产
We
业，
should continue
用
to
创
improve
新
our
发掘
capacity
增
and
长动力
innovation,，
用
so
创
as to
新
foster
提
emerging
升
industries,
核心竞争力
explore。new driving force for growth,
第四，
and enhance core
亚
competitiveness.
太地区应该寻求
Fourth,
联动
an
发展。
Asia-Pacific region that pursues
亚太各
interconnected
经济
growth.
利益、经济体利
The
益交融
Asia-Pacific，economies
命运
are
与共，
interdependent on
一
each
荣
other,
俱荣，
with
一
shared
损俱损。
interests and common
在这个
destiny.
动态平衡的
The
链条
success
中
and，failure
每个
of
经济
one
体的发
may
展
ultimately
都
lead
会
to
对
the
其
success
他
or
经济
failure
体
of
产
all.
生连锁反
In
应
this。chain of dynamic interactions,
我们要
one
牢固
economy's
树立亚太
development
命
will
运
have a
共同
knock-on
体意
effect
识，
on other economies.
以自
We
身
should
发展
transfer
带
the
动
sense
他
of
人发
community
展，
of common destiny,
以协调联
contribute
动
to others'
最
development
大
with
限
that
度
of
发
one's
挥
own,
各自的
tap
优
fully
势，
into our respective
传导
strengths
正
through
能量，
coordination and
形成各
interconnection,
经济体
pass
良
on
性互
positive
动、
energy,
协
and
调发展
achieve
的格
sound
局。
interactions and coordinated development
当
among all
前
economies.
亚洲国家，
At
特别是
present,
新兴市场
Asian
和
countries,
发展中国家
especially
的
emerging
基
markets
础
and
设施
developing
建设
countries, are in
融
great
资需求巨大，
financial needs to develop infrastructure.
特别是近来还
Particularly
面临
in the face
经
of
济下行
such
风
severe
险增大
challenges as
和
mounting
金融市
downward
场
pressure
动荡
and financial
严重挑战，
volatility,
有必要动
it
员
is
更多资
necessary
金
for
进
us
行
to
基础
mobilize
设施
more
建设，
funds for
以保
infrastructural
持经
development
济
to
持续稳定增
maintain
长，
sustained and
促
steady
进区域
economic
互联
growth
互通
and
和
promote
经济
connectivity
一体化。
and economic integration in this
为
region.
此，
To this
中国
end,
倡议
we
筹
propose
建亚洲基
to
础设
establish
施
an
投资
Asian
银行，
infrastructure investment bank.
愿向包括东盟国家
China is
在内的
ready
本地区
to
发展中
pledge
国家的基础设施建设提供资金支持。
China is ready
新的
to
亚洲基础设施投
provide
资银
financial
行
assistance to
将与
infrastructural development
域内
of
外现
developing
有
countries
多边
in the
开发
region.
银行一道，
This
共同
proposed
合
bank
作，
will work
相
together
互补
with the
充，
existing multilateral
共同促
development
进
banks
亚
in
洲
and
经
outside
济
the
的
region and
持续
complement one another
稳定
to
发展。
fuel the sustained and steady growth of the Asian economy.
女士们、先生们，
Ladies and
朋友们，
gentlemen, dear friends,
工商界
the
是推
business
动经济
community
和贸易
is
发
a
展的
major
主力
force
军，
for the development of economy
也是推
and
进
trade,
亚太经合组织
as
合
well
作
as an
不可
integral
或
part
缺的
in
重要
APEC
力量。
cooperation.
中国高度重视
China
工商
places
界作
great
用，
importance on the
愿
role
意
of the
倾
business
听
community.
工商界
We're
的
ready
意
to hear
见
your
和
voices
建
and
议，
suggestions
为工商界
and
尤其是
facilitate
中小
your
微企
deeper
业
and
深入
easier
便利
engagement,
参与
especially
经济
that
发
of
展
SMEs
和区域
and
合
micro
作，
businesses
搭桥
in
铺
economic
路。
development and regional cooperation.
今年8月，
Last August,
中国工商界
China's
成立了
business
亚太
community
经合组织
established an
中国
APEC
工商理
China
事会，
Business Council.
为深入参与
This
亚太
provides
经贸规则制
institutional
定
guarantee
提
for
供
the
了
business
机制保
sector's
障，
deeper involvement
体
in
现
the
了中
making
国
of
工商
economic
界
and trade rules in
承
the
担
Asia
国际责
Pacific
任的积极
and
态度。
demonstrates the readiness of China's business community
朋
to
友多
undertake
了，路
international
好走。
responsibilities.
在
More
座的
friends,
许多工
more
商界朋友
opportunities.
都是中国改革开放
Many of
事
you
业的
present
参与
here
者，
are old
是
friends
中
of
国
the
人
Chinese
民的
people
老朋
who
友
have。participated in China's
我们不
reform
会
and
忘记
opening
老
up
朋友
endeavor.，
也
We will
愿
never
结
forget
交
old
新
friends,
朋友。
and we will be most happy to make new ones.
中国欢迎和鼓励各
China
经济体，
welcomes
特别是
and
亚太
encourages
经合组织
businesses
成员
from all
企
economies,
业
APEC
来华
members
投
in
资兴业，
particular, to invest and
积
do
极参与
business
中
in
国改革
China
开放。
and take an active part in
朋
China's
友越
reform
多，
and
中国
opening
改
up
革开放
endeavor.
事业就越
The more
兴旺
friends we have,
越发
the
达。
more China's reform and opening up endeavor
希
will
望
thrive
各
and
位工
prosper.
商界朋友
I
充
hope
分利
friends
用
from
亚
the
太
business
经合组织
community
平台，
will make full use of
为
APEC
改善
as a
亚太
platform
贸易和投
to
资
get your
环境
voices heard
发出
on
自
how
己
to
的声音，
improve trade and investment environment
积
in
极
the
发
Asia
挥工
Pacific.
商界在市场
And
信息、
with your strengths
技术
in
孵
market
化、
information,
创新驱动等
technology
方面的
incubation,
优势，
and innovative capability,
提出战略
put
性、
forward strategic
前瞻
and
性建议，
forward-looking suggestions
就推动
so
贸易
as
和投
to
资自由化、
contribute
便利
your
化，
ideas
深
to
化区
promoting
域经
trade
济
and
一体
investment
化，
liberalization and
亚太经
facilitation,
合组织未来发
deepening
展
regional
等
economic
建言
integration,
献
and
策
the。future development of APEC.
女士们、先生们、
Ladies and
朋友
gentlemen,
们，
dear friends,
2014年
China
中国
will
将
host
主办
the
亚太
2014
经合组织
APEC
领导人
Economic
非正式
Leaders
会议
Meeting and the
及
related
相关活动
events.。
我们将以此
We
为
will,
契机，
taking this opportunity,
面向未来，
focusing on the future
谋
of
求建立
APEC,
更紧密伙伴关
seek
系
to，build closer partnerships,
深化务实合作，
deepen pragmatic
推动亚太
cooperation,
经合组织
and
发挥
enhance
更
the
大引
leading
领作
role
用，
of APEC
勾
in
画亚
shaping
太
the
长远
long-term
发展
development
愿
vision
景。
of the Asia Pacific
希
region.
望在座的
I hope that all of you,
亚太工商界代
friends
表
from the Asia Pacific business
到时
community,
同赴北京
will meet in
共
Beijing
商大事，
for discussions
一起见证
and witness
亚太
another
发展
important
又
moment
一重要时
in the
刻。
development of the Asia
我的
Pacific.
讲话完了，谢谢大家。
Thank you.
Your Excellency, President Xi Jinping, we thank you for your address to the summit. We wish you, Mr. President, and the People's Republic of China every success in your chairmanship of APEC in 2014. And from Indonesia and across APEC, we offer you our warm cooperation and support in the coming year. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking the President of the People's Republic of China, President Xi Jinping.
Ladies and gentlemen, the departure of the President of the People's Republic of China. Ladies and gentlemen, we still have one final session to go. The doors to the hall will remain closed until the end of that final session, so please get yourselves comfortable. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we await the return of the chair of the APEC CEO Summit 2013, we'd like for you all to enjoy a video which hopefully captures some of the spirit of the past couple of days.
Welcome to Indonesia, to this very special island of Bali.
Let us build a strong partnership and forge a resilient APEC. Let us also ensure that APEC continues to bring prosperity to all people in the APEC region. Thank you.
We've made a lot of progress in the Asia Pacific. Businesses can provide concrete feedback to governments on what they need to do more or how they need to perform better.
One of the unique things I think about APEC is it joins both political leaders with business leaders from around the region. And we are making real change that can facilitate business across the region.
It's very hard to capture the true feeling of this year's APEC through a 2-minute video, but that was what we have at this stage of the evening. Ladies and gentlemen, we are minutes away from going into our closing session. As we do say goodbye for this year's APEC here in Bali, we're now awaiting the return of the chair of this year's APEC as we go into our handover and our closing remarks session. So keep comfortable, keep talking to your new friends, and we'll be closing out in a few moments' time. And we welcome back the chair of the APEC CEO Summit 2013. Let's welcome back Mr. Vishnu for his closing address.
Thank you. Distinguished delegates, very good afternoon. How have you all been doing? It has been our privilege in Indonesia to have hosted the APEC CEO Summit 2013. I really hope that the summit has been fruitful for you and given you the strategic insight you need on where the policy, business are going to be in this region. But it was now time for me to bid you all farewell. We thank you, our distinguished delegates, for coming from all parts of the world, and our esteemed APEC leaders and speakers for their remarkable insight. We thank you, our sponsor, representing a lineup of top national and international flagship companies that have been very supportive to this summit and shown a real commitment to APEC's future. We are grateful to our team who has worked so hard during the course of the year and during the last few days. We will also like to express our great appreciation to President Yudhoyono and the government of Indonesia for their leadership and support. Ladies and gentlemen, the participation of over 1,200 business figures at this summit, more than 60% of them are global CEOs, 20% are senior board members, has shown just how seriously business takes its role as a driver of APEC's future. Our APEC leaders have also a strong partnership between government and business to achieve the outcome, yet challenging ahead are still considerable. Our discussion have set some new priorities and shown why we must reshape others. In all of this, you and I have been forward-looking, determined and optimistic about our prospect. So we wish you the best for the future. Please do keep in touch with us in Indonesia as the biggest opportunities in this country are yet to unfold. And we look to you as a partner in our development. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is now my great pleasure, my honor, to hand over symbol of APEC CEO Summit Chairmanship to Chairman of the China Council for Promotion of International Trade, CCPIT, Mr. Wang Jinfei.
And we hand over the chair to China for APEC CEO Summit 2014 with a symbol of this year's APEC Summit logo.
尊敬的瓦达纳主席，尊敬的各位亚太工商界的朋友们。女士们、先生们，大家好。首先，请允许我代表在座的亚太工商界人士，对峰会的成功举办表示热烈的祝贺，向瓦达纳主席和他的团队精心筹备和周到的安排表示衷心的感谢。今年的会议围绕着主题展开了深入的讨论，让我们受益匪浅。印尼组委会的出色的工作给我们树立了榜样。接过这个象征，我感到是一份荣誉和责任。和印尼一样，中国也将是第二次主办 APEC 会议。2001年，在中国上海举行了 APEC 工商峰会，也是中国加入 WTO 的第1年。作为世界经济家庭的新成员，正在准备迎接经济全球化的挑战。渴望和世界各国开展全方位的交流与合作。今天，我们与 APEC 各经济体的联系是前所未有的密切。中国与亚太经济合作体互赢、共赢。互利，相得益彰。APEC 是亚太地区级别最高、影响最大、机制最完备的经济合作组织。中国工商界一直的积极的参与 APEC 进程，并于今年8月份成立了 APEC 工商理事会。为中国更好地参与亚太经济地区经贸规则做了机制性的建设。 也体现了中国工商界承担经济、国际经贸环境发展的责任的态度。2014年，APEC 工商领导人的峰会将于明年的10月在北京举办。峰会将探讨如何通过开放、合作、创新为亚太经济注入活力，描绘亚太长期发展的蓝图。会议也是各位了解中国与中国经济的最佳平台，更是 APEC 工商界大家庭畅叙友谊、寻找商机的欢乐的聚会时光。作为2014年 APEC 工商界峰会的主席，我在此诚挚地邀请亚太地区工商界的各位新老朋友，明年10月北京相会。最后，请大家观看中国 APEC 宣传片，谢谢大家。
Introduction of the APEC 2014 in China. Thank you very much.
As the first rays of the morning sun shine across the international date line, people on one side of the Pacific Ocean are ready for a new day. At the same time, people on the other side have just finished work for the day. Across the Pacific, wherever you are, whatever you are doing, this is a moment for all of us. We all have our dreams and a common desire for happiness. It is these ideals that bring us together as we seek common ground while putting aside our differences. Instead of winners and losers, APEC strives for a world where we can all grow and prosper. Since 1991, APEC has emerged as a premier forum for multilateral dialogue and cooperation in the Asia-Pacific region. Following the principles of consensus building and voluntarism, we come together and promote prosperity by creating connectivity among the diverse economies of the region.
这个世界，各国相互联系、相互依存的程度空前的加深，人类依然面临诸多的难题和挑战。我们希望世界变得更加美好。我们也有相信，世界会变得更加美好。
For a better world, APEC cannot shirk its responsibilities. We're fully aware that APEC's development is an opportunity for both the region and the world. To achieve lasting prosperity for all economies, APEC needs to be at the forefront of economic transformation, global economic governance, scientific innovation, and the liberalization and facilitation of international trade. All the economies in this region need to find their own internal sources of growth, whether it is from developing free trade zones, building infrastructure, or promoting connectivity among member economies. But with opportunities also come challenges. The financial crisis, food security, the need to find new engines for growth. Only by working together can we rise to these challenges. We all believe that this vast region is big enough for us all. Here, 40% of the world's population is responsible for 57% of global GDP and 46% of the world trade. People in the Asia-Pacific are wise, creative, and no strangers to innovation. We can trust one another and together create an inclusive environment to build a better future for us all. Every member can have the space and freedom to realize prosperity in their own way, creating opportunities for every mother and every child to find happiness. For China, a prosperous future is inextricably tied to its relationship with fellow APEC members. Nearly 2/3 of China's trade takes place within this region. China contributes to global prosperity with its robust growth and huge market demand. None of this success would have been possible without cooperation in the Asia-Pacific region. The idea of peace and harmony has been inseparable from the Chinese culture and history for thousands of years. Today, China is determined to pursue a path of peaceful development and common prosperity. The sea, the air, and the biodiversity, they are our common heritage. To protect this common heritage, China is bidding farewell to the old extensive development pattern. We are stepping into a new era of rejuvenation. After China successfully hosted the APEC meeting in 2001, APEC will return to China in 2014. APEC will offer a platform where China will work with her partners, a venue where natural beauty and cultural heritage thrive, a junction where East meets West. At the foot of the Green Mountains, by a majestic lake, in the vicinity of the Great Wall, in a land of history, myth, and legend, where new stories are happening all the time. This idyllic location is Yanqi Lake. Here we wait for you, our distinguished guests. We wait for your arrival. Yanqi Lake will be a site for enlightenment, a place for fresh ideas, a place for new ways of thinking. A site with stunning scenery and state-of-the-art facilities, China extends its warmest welcome to all of our fellow members. In 2014, the Beijing APEC meetings will be a great opportunity for us to enhance partnership and start a new chapter in APEC's development, leading the way to a brighter common future.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we officially close out our APEC CEO Summit 2013. Congratulations, Indonesia, and see you all next year in China. And for our guests who are heading out to the State Gala dinner, there will be some shuttle buses available to get you to the venue as of right now. Once again, for those of you heading off to the State Gala dinner, there will be shuttle buses to get you to the venue as of now. Kindly leave your headsets on the chairs. And don't forget all your belongings.
major companies